Good evening, everybody. Something of a surprise stream tonight, hence the later time. I'm really going to try and be strict with the finishing time, but I say that every time and I blow it. But I'm also kind of aware of the fact that this may be the last stream I can do of the solar beta. It would be wonderful if we could make it to the limits of the beta. But obviously, there's only so much time that I can do, particularly if I want to keep the same save for Olaf. Wonderful to see you. I hope you're doing well. Books are the memory which does not die, inscribed in 5 languages over the gate of Hush House. Go quietly. Book of Hours is not a punishing game unless you want it to be. But yeah, it is worth remembering that this is the solar beta, early beta for Book of Hours. Book of Hours is due for release August the 17th, which feels like an eternity to you and and I'm sure feels like a day to Weather Factory, who, I'm not gonna lie, I know that the release date was pushed back a bit later than. I know it was pushed back a bit later from what their original intentions were, but I am frankly very impressed at just how much they're putting together. Because it really does seem like they are on track for the August release. I think if you go back to sort of that early demo, I wasn't too heavy. I don't want to say that I predicted or forecast, but I definitely expressed a bit of surprise at how much they seemed to want to do in time for that release date. So it wasn't, surprising that there was maybe a little bit of a later one. And again, this is not to say, actually, I believe Alexis has put in his he's got a GDC talk, intensely useful tips for. Let me actually get the link for that, because I think that will probably be of interest to some people. Intensely practical tips for growing an indie studio. So this is a kind of a 4-year-old talk. Algrins, how are you doing? Yeah, no, I totally get it. This is an off day for me, and I'm broadcasting, broadcasting kind of contrary to people's expectations. But yeah, no, I think there's a lot of good points in. I think there's a lot of good points in this talk, and again, I'm saying this as somebody with an outside perspective, sort of looking in. But I think it deals with a lot of things that people probably don't think about when they go to, when you go from, let's say, having an idea for a game, and obviously there's a point for some people where they decide to make that a career, and I think that it's even more true now, because I really feel like we're at a point where making games can absolutely be a very satisfying hobby for people, and the games that people make from that would be very good and entertaining ones. And I say that because even in my relatively small city and small development community, the things that get shown at the local game dev meetup and given away for free are very impressive. I suspect if I were to put a year's effort into trying to make a game, I would not make anything nearly as good as what kind of seem to be much smaller scale projects for people. Now, in fairness, these are people who also do it for a living, right? But I think the big idea here is that I think a lot of the indie games. Sorry, I know this is not going to work well for the YouTube crowd, but the point that I kind of want to make is that when you consider a lot of the indies that we consider a lot of the indies that people sort of look up to, like that big flourishing back when sort of digital distribution was an early thing, and it kind of seems, I don't really know the full history of it, but it does sort of feel like kind of Xbox opened up a path, and and Steam sort of started letting on a few indies at the same time. And maybe there was a specific how do I put it? Like, maybe there was a specific thing that kind of caused that to happen all around the same time. Maybe it was, a coincidence. But whatever it is, I think if you tend to look at a lot of the things that people... clearly that still has a huge influence in terms of how people think about independent games today. I think the most common example that you will hear in terms of its influence today is people having this idea that if you just show up on Steam, you're going to make a bunch of money. Now, I don't think that's ever actually been true. I think there has always been sort of a quality floor. I have written something recently kind of about what people describe as the discoverability problem, and specifically why an environment today might, why it is different today, and specifically a mechanism. Like, one of the things that I try to do when I write down stuff like that, and I know the Dwarf Fortress thing, people had a really, really negative response to. And more importantly, had a really negative response to me sort of pointing out what I felt were the defects in the criticism. And I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that, right? Like, I feel I'm at least I'm at least entitled on my own channel to say when I think people are being unfair. But especially because, for crying out loud, I saw the stats on the number of people watching, and it was very specifically someone causing trouble. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. None of you were in that. But yeah, I think there's a big challenge here where... Sorry, I'm trying to come up with like the right way to put this. One of the things that I think is important when trying to write stuff like this, at least for me, where, I'm an outsider trying to offer what I consider to be a reasoned analysis of why we are in the situation that we're in, and why, what may or may not be an answer to the problem, basically. Because, as far as a consumer is concerned, right, the discoverability problem is not a problem. The fact that independent game developers find it difficult to make a living is not a problem. It is actually a good thing for us because the prices keep getting driven down. And we have just this endless supply of exceptionally good games available to us. The value that I sort of see in terms of the stuff that I try to write is to make statements or make analysis that is relevant prior to seeing the results, right? And I think there's a really big challenge that we very often run into, in that people really like to look at successes and then kind of work backwards from that. And of course, the difficulty is that this is a very famous example of a selection problem. So I've been writing about this a little bit, so it's on my mind. I'll make this part brief because I want to get back to the GDC talk, which I think is helpful for people. But the idea of hooks for video games. So Ryan Clark has a really good video from his kind of VOD version of the Clark Tank. And he talks about hooks in games and how they are sort of a... They're not a cure-all, but they're a way to sort of increase the odds of success with a game. And what I tended to notice is that, like, I think he makes some good points. I think the analogy you would draw is that it's like high concept for Hollywood. So, does Book of Hours have a hook? Does Cultist Simulator have a hook? I mean, the challenge is that the definition can be a bit fluid when it comes to these kinds of quality things. And I'm actually really not that interested in analyzing Weather Factory stuff through the lens of hooks, because I do think there's also a very specific thing that they're trying to do, which isn't necessarily the same as what people I think someone said this, and I suspect this is originally a quote from Weather Factory, for a few things like the decision not allow you to automate work, sometimes you just want to make art. And I think that's a completely fair point. And this is the problem, right? Is it's like learning about Joseph Campbell or reading the Christopher Vogler book. Sometimes the value in ideas like the monomyth, whether or not you believe it or anything like that, it's a useful lens to view particular stories. It may not necessarily be a formula that you want to apply to to the stories that you tell. And likewise, when it comes to things like hooks, the challenge is that you can have a very useful idea presented to some people, and then all of a sudden it becomes the one perspective that you apply to every indie game as to whether or not it succeeds or not. And sort of the difficulty there becomes you look at games after they've been released, and you only, at the start, you only consider the subset of ones that appear to have been financially successful for the ones that count as having a hook. And again, that's not unfair. I don't want to be unfair. Sorry, what I'm trying to say is I'm not trying to be unfair to the concept of hooks, because like I said, I do actually think it is a useful idea. And I think it's one that people probably should take seriously, even if ultimately they sort of turn around and say, I'm doing something different, and this is incompatible with this other idea that I want to move forward with. But anyways, where I try to take things in a different direction is to try and apply things that don't rely on the results in order to define them, right? And this is difficult because we vastly so the challenge I've run into is not just that we vastly overestimate our ability to make forecasts, but we also tend to assign a lot more certainty to forecasts made by other people, even when they provide things like confidence intervals or percentage of error and so on and so forth. And that's a tremendous shame, because obviously people are doing their best to try and give an accurate assessment of where we find ourselves, and often with imperfect data. But of course, they're the ones who are blamed, for being, quote unquote, being wrong when things don't turn out the way that sort of people were wanting them to. But in any case, the reason why I'm going down this whole thing, there's an article which is relevant to the discoverability thing, which I've actually put on hold. It's done. It's ready. I've asked a couple people to take a look at it, and hopefully I'll hear back from them. If you do want to read an early draft of it, I don't mind, and I'd certainly be very happy to get feedback, because frankly, I would like to be a better writer, and I know practice is the only way that's going to happen, but it also benefits if I am directing that practice towards something, tangible. But because it is dealing with, the idea here is to kind of present discoverability as a productivity problem. And the difficulty here is that, so number one, it was to trying to reduce that to something under 2,000 words, which is already hard, especially for me. But number two, there's some really, really terrible news that I got from, some developer friends. And there's no way that you can do an article like that, which, if there's any similarity to what happened, it would only be because hopefully I've written something that is useful and generalizable. Again, hopefully I've written something true, and because it's true, it would, be relevant to situations. But, you want to be kind of careful with something like that. Like, you do not want to do something that seems like finger wagging to people who, effectively through no fault of their own, are no longer employed at a place that they really enjoyed working at. So I did decide that I'd wait a little while before posting that. But one of the things that I didn't get to write about too much is just this idea that if you take a look at that really influential period of time, and again, I'm actually finally getting to the point here I was trying to make on Alexis's talk. I'm sorry it's been like 15 minutes, but it's my off day, and I obviously have a bunch I want to just get out of my system before we focus on Book of Hours. It's nice to front load this stuff because the people who really want to see Book of Hours can just skip to where they see Hush House, and hopefully they can they can trim the stuff that they don't find interesting on the talks. Although I do still encourage you to check out the intensely practical tips for growing an indie studio. But one of the reasons why I talked a lot about productivity is that I think when you look at that really influential indie dev kind of flourishing, you still have a lot of people who have some experience in some kind of software design, and very often gaming. It's definitely not uncommon. If you take a look at very successful indie developers and publishers, you will actually notice that quite a few of them have some kind of experience at larger firms. So I have been playing the Outlast Trials recently. Red Barrels is all like ex-EA, ex-Ubisoft people. Kit Fox Games, I know Tanya Short was at the very least from Funcom, and I think she might have had experience somewhere else. Ryan Clark, I'm not 100% sure. I think he may have actually had a company that was acquired after, and then he wound up working for another place. So that may be a bit of an outlier. And again, obviously the creators here, Alexis Kennedy, so far as I can tell, did not work in gaming prior to founding Failbetter. So again, I don't mean to suggest that this is true for everyone, and obviously some of these are starting to push out a little bit after sort of that initial big flourishing. But one thing that I think is true, and this ties into what I was saying earlier about being a smaller, or like, this idea of the tools being accessible enough that you could conceive of having like a game development hobby and producing things that like lots of people really enjoy, which maybe, I think to a certain extent that's been true forever, but it's just more so now. The quality sort of floor has risen quite a bit, I think. But what's important about this is that there are an increasing number of developers, or aspiring developers, who do not actually have any experience prior to setting out on their own. And I don't think that is a necessary condition. I think it is possible for people to find success in that. However, if we are currently experiencing a productivity problem in terms of gaming, which is sort of what I try to argue in that article, and I'll, for those of you who are interested, I'll be happy to try and point that out at the, I'll try and let you know. I'll tweet it or something like that. This is going to be part of that, right? If you are learning the process of making games while making the game, you are just simply not going to be as productive as somebody who has learned those lessons just simply by being part of a larger team to get those fundamentals. And I say this from experience, not in game development, but if I could show you some of the stuff that I shot, like as a cinematographer, prior to working on an honest-to-God television show, which you will have heard of, it's night and day. Like, you can see from one day, and I wasn't even in the camera department, but one day of being on set and just taking that time and looking and seeing how things worked and how it was done, that was phenomenally educational. And that there's a clear improvement in terms of the quality of the work that I was doing, even though nothing that I had done in that environment was related to camera. Although fortunately the next job was camera, so obviously I learned even more then. So again, like, does this mean that if you have a story in you that you want to tell, or an experience that you want someone to give, that you have to go and do your, do your time at EA or something like that? No, that is definitely not what I'm saying. But it is something that needs to be recognized and as a potential pitfall, and it needs to be sort of addressed. It's going to be one of those things that will presumably factor into your overall success down the road, in terms of whether or not, basically whether or not you can handle the, the gaps that, that are between you and potentially your peer group in terms of skill. And that's kind of where that GDC talk comes in, I think. I get intensely practical tips for growing an indie studio. That admittedly is kind of later on, I suppose, with a studio that's probably already had success if it's a question of growing. There is also a talk, Culta Simulator, designing an experimental game for commercial success, which might be of interest to some developers as well. But again, like, because I've been thinking a lot about productivity lately in terms of gaming, and specifically as it relates to the relative success that certain games have been experiencing. That was actually a talk that's kind of been on my mind recently. I didn't like review it for the article. Maybe I should, because I think it's a good one. But yeah, there you go. That's a really long digression, and I actually do need to. I'm so sorry to do all of this, to do this to all of you, because I actually see there's a few people here at the start. I do need to step away for a minute. While I do that, I'm actually going to grab a tea. I do need to get some notes that I wrote for Book of Hours, so I'm going to take a quick break here. It's just going to be a couple minutes, but I am going to run ads so people don't see it. And again, I do apologize, but I figure, like, rather than trying to do like 15 minutes of gameplay and then run away, which kind of feels like trolling everyone on YouTube, I'm just going to do the break now, and then we'll enjoy a nice long session of Book of Hours together without these digressions. So I'm sorry, but I will be back in a little bit. Maybe now's a good time to get a glass of water or go to the bathroom or do something like that yourself. So see you in a bit. Okay, terribly sorry about that. But we are ready to go. And I know I lost a couple of you on that break, but that is the price I pay for doing a live broadcast. So I will try, if I can, to put a note on the YouTube video that there's a bit of talk at the start. Everything is remembered, Hush House endures. So it is worth remembering. I am part of the lucky group who got early access to Book of Hours in its beta form. Now it is fair to say that the beta testers are not experiencing the full game. There are specific texts that are probably complete, or at the very least are close to a finished version, that do not, that specifically are sort of snipped off, saying that the text is as yet unrevealed in beta. And in this case here, we are enjoying the solar release for the early beta. So this is the third of the betas they've done. There may be one more, but in this particular case here, we are, we are working with an early version of the game. If Cultist Simulator is any indication, people may find this game through some of these future, or may find some of these old videos in the future, and that will be their first introduction to Book of Hours. Delighted if you are one of those people, and sorry for the long introduction at the start, but it is fair to say that you shouldn't be making any kind of buying decisions. You shouldn't be making any choices over the content that you see inside of this. I am sacrificing myself that you all can have a better game in the future. Now, obviously, I'm incredibly excited and very grateful to have been given an early look at the game, but that does mean dealing with the the big pink triangles of doom. Okay, so there's a few things that I want to get through on this. Now, obviously, if I can, I'd like to try and go as far into the house as I can. So I suspect if it's gray, I can't access it, and if it's kind of black, I can, or white in this case. And I have a few things available to me, but what I'm going to do at the start is I'm actually going to make some notes about what I am specifically looking to do, and also potentially what some of my resources, kind of basically the resources that are available to me in order to accomplish them. So I transferred a lot of my notes. I actually went from a very, very long document, and I kind of translated a lot of them into some spreadsheets, which I will still occasionally reference. But what I'm going to do now is kind of a to-do list. And one of the first ones on that list is actually going to be to find 6 knock or 6 scale. The other thing I want to do is get a proper accounting of what I can actually give to a companion, which won't be that hard because we're talking with Mrs. Kill right now, so we've already got somebody available to us. But the thing is that I definitely use memories and elements of the soul a lot, because those are sort of, if they're not renewable, they're at least something that's going to be going to expire by the end of the day. And so, essentially I have that use it or lose it feeling. And then there's tools, and again, those are renewable. So those I have a tendency to use. Although, again, there's so many things inside of Hush House that I do need to think a little bit about, like, oh yeah, where did I put this, and what was this one here? So I'm going to start taking some notes in terms of what I have available to me in terms of tools, and sort of what the maximum value of certain principles are going to be. But then, in addition to also filling out a couple of the gaps that I have in terms of my recipes and such, I do want to start maybe assigning a few things to the Tree of Wisdoms, and equally importantly, I want to see, if possible, like, can I move from these foundations of being able to build like the level 5 version of things? Can I start maybe pushing out the boat a little bit and going up to the level 10, going up to some of the higher tier items? And again, that's kind of why I decided to put some of these things in spreadsheets. It's not very on brand, right? Like, it does take place in the 1930s. We didn't have this kind of record keeping. It's a little bit more appropriate to have it in a book, but I'm going to put it all in a book when I play the full game for myself. So with that in mind, this is why I'm going to be taking some notes. We're going to be doing sort of an inventory of the things that we have available to us. But there is some low-hanging fruit here, right? So in this case, figuring out 6 knock, 7 heart, or nectar. Now, I figure core is probably the most important for that. When it comes down to moon, again, I think it's the fisherman that's going to be the most helpful with that. Yeah, so the fisherman has got 2 moons. So if it really comes down to it, right, and we want to get to the not the wrecked pantry, the deserted well, fisherman puts us in a position where we will only need to get 5 moon, and then of course we add the tryst, which will give us 1 more moon. It says 2 here, but that's because I've got 2 tryst. So that's kind of three for starters. And then at that point, excuse me, we need to find 4. And that's through a combination of, tools, through memories. So, if it's 4 and then we have a 1 moth tool, well, really, all we need then is a fog, and we've got what we need. So what I want to be doing here is I want to see what is achievable to me without using consumables. And then on top of that, what consumables can I create that will allow me to do something big? And even then, like once I figured that out, I do have a few ambitions, such as trying to get to the glaring room. Because if we use Solomon's Preparation, which is a 4 winter item, I can give that to Mr. Kill with the other improvements that I give him. And that's going to give us access to this really significant location. But the thing is that if I don't, the reason I'm imposing a certain degree of austerity on my, on the tools that I'm using, or on my followers, I could say, the advantage of that is that once I do finally loosen some of the restrictions, I'm just that much more powerful moving out. I've already kind of learned how to make the most of the resources I have available to me. And so from there, I can sort of build even bigger and more impressive things. That's the ideal, at least. So let's actually put this into practice. So the first question I have is, what do I have available to me in the Serpent Haunted bedroom? Now, let's go with an assumption here that knock's going to be the best approach that I have here. So Timothy would be the character with 1 knock. So we start with 1 knock there. The next ideal would be we add Shapt. So that would give us 2 knock from Shapt. So we're already up to 3. I believe we have a memory which gives... I wish I had a better way of filtering the... Maybe I do. So Advice on Containment will give me 2 knock from the pattern. So we have a memory that will... So that gives us 5. And so if we can find a knock tool, then we've already got it. And this is the drawback, is that I don't think we actually have a knock tool. So then the alternative, well, is there a knock material? Is there a knock, is there a knock instrument? And that's going to be that's going to be one of the things that I do. I'm actually going to go through all of the rooms. I'm not going to spend a long time doing, it'll take a while out of all of them. But I'm not going to go over with a fine-tooth comb. What I am going to do, though, is I'm going to say, okay, I'm looking for tools. One thing that may be helpful here is, because this is looking for materials and tools, I guess remains as well. But I already know that a few of these are materials, right? So in all of these rooms, the 1 tool that I have is the astrolabe. All of these other ones I already know are materials. Again, that doesn't mean that materials aren't useful. We will actually be able to use them for certain things. But in this case, what I'm specifically looking for are what are the tools that I have in order to be able to achieve this. Tools are not the only thing that I can use, but so the astrolabe's not news. We've kind of known about that one for a while. Okay, not too much in this central area. This is the Refulgan. Okay, so glass. So the scale here is useful to keep in mind, right? Because we do also have scale that we need, and so there's always the possibility that we can... Okay, spice scales. So that was one I'd forgotten about. Mortar and pestle. So that's one forge and one nectar. So that's the advantage of doing this, right? Like, it seems like something that's really tedious, and, you know, given my tendency to filibuster, like, it's not everyone's favorite idea, but you learn something when you do this. Okay, spanners are forge. Saw is one edge. So the other pattern we're seeing here, right, is that in general the tools only give one of their aspect. Ah, kitchen bowls. Didn't realize those were... So I liked cake time, but I did not realize that they were a tool. Okay, lunar globe. So that's moon. That's going to be relevant in a little bit. So one moon, one rose. And again, the focus here right now is just on things that I don't lose when I use them. There are going to be other points of focus. Okay, the spanners and then mop and bucket is... Clinking spanners. Okay, so that covers us for our tool audit. So we've got Sky Scale, Grail, Forge, Nectar, Edge, Heart, Moon, and Rose. So Knock is missing from that. I'm having difficulty remembering all of the principles now that they've added the other ones. I think we're also missing Winter. Yeah, so Knock and Winter are currently missing in terms of my tools. So the other thing that I want to consider in terms of tools is, or not tools, but will be my materials. Now, I'm not going to quite go down the path of materials yet because I'd like to talk with Mrs. Kill and just see what a representative... kind of a representative follower can take advantage of. But the reason why doing that audit was important was, let's consider as an alternative that I hire, like I wait the year and I hire a miner. Well, the miner has 2 scale, so we can immediately go to 3 scale off of the we can go to 3 scale off the serpent glass. We can then turn that into 5 scale off of fear, and then I believe if we talk with health, we will get a 1 more scale, which actually would be sufficient to unlock this room. So what I should take away from that is that if I can't get the knock that I need, I should at the very least be able to wait until spring. Now, again, we just passed out of spring, so it would have been nice if I realized that a little bit earlier. There's no point in beating myself up over that that particular mistake. What I do want to be doing is kind of looking forward and saying, okay, knowing what I've got here, this is what we're working with. I can make a similar judgment in terms of nectar, right? Because the orchard keeper has got 2 nectar. So the question is, am I capable of producing 5 nectar? Well, if we have rain, right, if we get the right season, so that's already brought us up to 4. So if we need to get to 7, 4, we only need to find 3 more nectar. We could use the kitchen bowls. Okay, so now we're up to 5. Now we just need to find 2 more nectar. And I don't actually think there's a memory with 2 nectar. I think we only have 1. Yeah, so we'd start with 2. Oh, well, we couldn't get the memory anyway because we used the rain. So let's say it's a rainy day in autumn. So then we'd have 2, 4. Mixing bowls would take it up to 5. Health would take it up to 6. So what would the last step be? Sorry. God, I'm getting this wrong all the time. Okay. 2, 4. Kitchen bowls, 5. Health, 6. So there's 1 more for nectar. Well, in that case, we just give them some plants. That would be the material. So again, based on seasons, we know we'll be able to get to the wrecked pantry. And in fact, we can make the same argument for the deserted well as well. So in this case here, in terms of rooms that we can kind of consider in the bag, we've got 3 of them, depending on the circumstances we find ourselves in. Now, it would be nice if we can do this ahead of time, right? If we can do this even earlier, so much the better. But this is kind of why I'm taking the time to do these audits of these different tools available to us. The most likely candidate for the Veiled Chamber would be Mr. Kill, because of course Mr. Kill starts with 2 winter. We could do, like Timothy or Mrs. Kill or something like that, but I figure a free character with 2 is probably the best for us. So, you start with a 2, you could use a memory for another 2, so we don't have, in winter we'll have 1 extra, but let's not start with that. So you've got 4, and then the question is, where do you get the rest of that? So we can automatically get him up to 6. I need to find 3 more, and those 3... We don't have a tool with winter, so I don't have access to that. The question is, would I be able to sort of manipulate the rest of them? But again, what I want to do right now is just I'm going to let the memory run through, and then we're going to come up with some specific actions that we want to take today. Because as I said, I want to actually also get some information on the skills. Okay, so we've got gossip. So for collaboration, and I'm going to take some notes here. Okay, so we've got sustenance, which I can provide. Now, this was a weird one for me, actually. So, memory, tool, beverage, sustenance, element of the soul. So yeah, the logic here, I've known about sustenance for a while, but I've never quite been able to make it work. So the Pilis oat bread. Oh, there we go. I can offer my assistants something to eat. This will increase their aspects. It's also just friendly. Okay. That's good. So the reason why I'm looking for this is that I have a feeling that there's probably going to be more, like, baking and stuff like that in the game. Like, we've got a kitchen, so you know, I'd like to try and find some ways to do things like bake bread and all of that. But equally importantly, it does open up more possibilities in terms of what I can use to enhance my followers. So maybe I don't have, you know, a winter tool, but maybe I've got, oh, Shears of the Sisterhood. Forgot that, so. This is kill a haircut. Can't remember the Snoodle Jar's tool. Yep, Snoodle Jar as well. Okay, so we've also got Lantern. The highlighting is an absolute VIP. It's actually surprisingly little food when you think about it. There's a fun idea. I had a fun idea just kind of cross my mind. The idea of a knock wine that you can't keep a cork in. Okay. So that's kind of some evidence there that the items are implemented. It's just it's the practice gear that's getting in the way. Oops. Okay, so I don't think that's going to solve the knock. I think the challenge here is that I think I'm still short on knock. So what we're basically waiting for at this point is a foggy day. The best that I can hope for with Reverend Timothy... Well, sorry, not entirely true. I think there might be a knock drink. Unless we've already drank it. So, a Grail and Heart. Sky and Forge. There we go. Cater and Hero, second Flush Assam. Okay, well, we actually have a few of those kicking around. So really, if it comes down to it, so we've got the... we can hire Reverend Timothy. We can get all the knock. And then we offer him some tea. So this is exactly the sort of thing that I'm looking for. The follow-up question is, why not do that, right? So we pay for Reverend Timothy. We use our Shapt. We I guess the only thing I need to do is find the book that the pattern has. So advice on containment or on the winding stair. So let's find that first. There we go. One of them wheel lock texts, huh? I'm not sure I'm ready to give up any of these. So I definitely need to keep the shaft open for Reverend Timothy. So we'll just use a good old-fashioned consider for that. Okay, knock, a familiar passage. I've already mastered this text, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Next up, let's have a chat with Reverend Timothy. So he will respond to knock or lantern. In this case, knock is one that I have more than one available. So Reverend Timothy enjoys thoughtful conversation, prayer, and tea, and he'll offer his assistance in return for a 2-shilling donation to church funds. So there we go. There's a reason why we saved up all that money. I guess I got to give him the florin right away. It doesn't really matter. I do want to take a quick second here and review what... okay, the moth orchid is actually one that gives some knock too. Moth orchids... The lesson here is I need to garden a lot more. Okay, so we're definitely going to grab some moth orchid. Because that way I can save the tea. Okay, moth orchid is soft as velvet to the touch, except when it changes. And I suppose at this point I really should be thinking about what I want to restore. So let's go for... I'm actually going to go for Arab here. Well, does that make sense? Whist will make me money. No, I think I'm going to go for Arab just because it's more consistent with the rain. Okay, so that's my adventure with Reverend Timothy sorted out. Now, I did say that I wanted to see what the possibilities were with the other rooms. So let's go back to reflecting. Okay, so actually, first of all, now that I know the plants will offer me some things. Okay, so the sea holly will give me some winter. It's only one, so it's not gonna quite cut it, but so the goal now is to go from 6 to 9 for winter. Without using Solomon's preparation. Obviously, if I can make Solomon's preparation, that change, or the wolf snow ampule would actually no, because that's a liquid. That's not something that I can. I do not want to give that to Mr. Kill. Far too cold to ever melt in anything but the hottest noonday sun. It will very gradually consume human flesh. Not the thing I want to be giving to one of my assistants. Now there is another consideration that I want, and sadly this is going to take a little while. I do just want to make a quick note here of the books that, not the ones that I haven't cataloged memories for. I think I'll just let that, I'll maybe wait till I have a different save for that, because I don't think this one's going to last more than a day. But what I do want to do is just make a note of, it's essentially just a to-do list in terms of future books. And specifically, I'm looking for books that I have the language for, but I don't have the skill for. So 14 Moon is a great example of one. So now, if we get Kilisimi, obviously I'm going to change my opinion on that, but yeah, so 8 Forge, we've kind of talked about how that's a challenge, but we may be able to do better. That one we don't have the language for. Okay. 10 moon. I did say I was going to rearrange my skills, but we're not quite there yet. I know I'm taking my time to figure things out. Now for some reason I didn't read on what is contained by silver, so that's going to be one that that should be within my abilities. So we hit it with a Faust, and I think Sights and Sensate. No, Furs and Feathers. In fact, it doesn't even need to be Faust. It could be anything in Furs and Feathers. Maybe Tristan Furs and Feathers. But yeah, on what is contained by silver is definitely one that I want to... Oh, that's right. We were holding off on it because I was worried that we might get hit by Numa. So I think the time has come to do the other half of that. So I'm using Trist here just because Trist is a little less effective at making me money. It's not the only consideration right now, but it's, you know, it's just a convenient... Oh, you know what? I don't think I can use Furs and Feathers, though. So that's got to be one for the... Well, you know what? There's no rush for me... There's no rush for me doing that because I've got the consider verb in a minute. Okay, well that's actually some good news because that means I'm going to be able to... that means that I'm going to be able to... sorry, words. I'm going to be able to get another lesson learned before we go too far. The lantern's going to be a bit of a challenge, although we do have Reverend Timothy for 2 lantern. So let's say we can get Reverend Timothy. We've got as a floor Reverend Timothy going up to 6 lantern. So do we have a lantern flower? Not a renewable one. We can get him up to 8 with Evening Isles coffee, and then we can... Okay. So we're going to use Reverend Timothy for the serpent-haunted bedroom, but we're also going to use him for the blockaded stairs. And of course, if we can get him up to 9 there, we can also get him up to 9 for the Veiled Chamber. Yeah, so we're going to spend a lot of money on Reverend Timothy, but we're actually going to be able to unlock 3 more rooms off of that. And probably we may be able to do better with the sky as well. But what this does now mean is, remember how I was saying that money wasn't as big of a deal? It still technically isn't because we've got the £1 note. But given the fact that I plan on hiring Reverend Timothy a few times over, it wouldn't be a bad idea for me to apply, apply some of my skills at the Sweet Bones at least a couple of times. I do still want to be playing around with the crafting a bit. So on that note, I'm going to take a quick look here. So under materials, hang on, that may not be relevant. Wait a minute. So if I give Mrs. Kill flowers, aha. So it's not as easy as that. And in fact, given that I thought I could give Reverend Timothy the flowers, I may have actually made an inconvenience for myself with the wrecked with the serpent haunted bedroom. I'm sure I'll be fine. So why did I think I could give? I'm sure I can use it in something, but it can't have been Denzel that I gave it to. Anyways, something for me to consider. So it is, at least in this case, only a tool. Yeah, no, I definitely remember being able to give someone something because it said they'll use up whatever else is there. So maybe that was just the barber in this case, but yeah, that is definitely going to be something that I think about moving forward. Okay, my feeling on the sweet bones remains unchanged, but I do want to learn a couple things about my abilities. So I've got resurgences and emergences, and spices and savors. So spices and savors, I would like to learn. Why did I say heart and forge when it is very clearly nectar and forge? So we may actually be able to learn that right now with the rain. Oh, I don't have any heart. But the flowers should do. Thyrsa's cordials. Okay, and then for resurgences and emergences, this is a Grail Moth affair. So Grail's still helpful. A beguiling melody. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it with the moth, but let's give it a shot. One of these flowers has got to be kind of mothy. The moth orchid, who would have known? Yeah, and here we go, Tanglebrag. So, okay, well that was easy. That fills in all of the skills. Now again, these are all the level 5 recipes. I do want to learn Scholars. Kite, how the devil are you? Folks, for those of you who don't know him, Kite is a very talented broadcaster on Twitch. I've known him basically as long as I have been on this platform. He's been playing Spider-Man Miles Morales. He has a tremendous fondness for that game, and his enthusiasm for it is infectious. I don't actually have a PlayStation, so I kind of play it vicariously through him. But it is a true joy to watch him play the game. Okay, this is good. So, first question for you is: Have you seen me play Cultist Simulator? Because this is actually by the same developers, Weather Factory. But the difference is, okay. So you know how like Cultist Simulator is really difficult and it's very easy to die in the game. This has its origins in a tweet from the developer basically saying something like, you know, we've been thinking about making a cozy librarian simulator, you know, something that's not a little more relaxed than Cultist Simulator where you just manage an occult library. If this tweet gets 1,000 likes, you know, I'll actually, you know what? Let me find the specific tweet that launched this game. Um, oh, does Twitter? Twitter restricts the Twitter restricts the age of the tweets. But yeah, anyway, so obviously that was not serious. At least not serious in the way like they're actually wanting to like out crowdsource their next game's development. But the tweet was very, very popular. And so, you know, it demonstrated that there is actually some interest in something like, you know, Cultist Simulator, that is, you know, but maybe is a little more relaxed. And so they, this game's actually gone through a couple of iterations, but essentially this is a game where you actually, I wish you can see this from the very opening. So at some point I'm going to have to sit you down, maybe not during the Outlast trials, but the opening is really wonderful. You wash up, you were on your way to become the librarian of this place called Hush House, which allegedly has been destroyed or closed due to a fire, but you'll notice that it's actually looking quite intact. That is one of the mysteries present in the game, which is there's mention of fire, but you have not actually seen any evidence of it. But in any case, you were on your way to become the librarian, sort of caretaker of this place, and you're shipwrecked, and you wash up on the shore. No memory of who you are. You essentially only know about the shipwreck, and the opening moments of the game are basically spent on this beach. And the only thing that you have is this waterlogged book, and it asks you a couple of questions about who you are. And there's a little bit that you need to figure out in terms of how that works, but the decisions that you make at the beginning decide what the journal is. And eventually you find your way to this city, Brandkrug, which is not a real city, so far as I can tell. Or it's not really a city either, but it's a village. But in this case here, there was someone who you're on your way to meet. You sort of find them, you dry out the book, and then it gives you your first mystery. In this case, I got the Sandscarred Journal. I am the librarian of Hush House, and this journal will record what arose from my crime and my curse. And then it gives some description. The archaeologists came to Hush House to master Skolakosophy, so they can atone for their crime one way or another. But you can complete the game by mastering any wisdom. And then there's a description here. Memories the archaeologist. I opened a tomb and found too late that it was a prison. The plague that I released is now my shadow, or perhaps I am its reflection. It is too late to set matters right, but it is not too late to make amends, nor is it too late to protect the future from the past. Now, the reason why I'm talking about this time with the book, so first of all, there's just something I really like about this idea of sort of a more relaxed library game. You are healing and sort of remembering who you are, regaining your abilities, while at the same time you are rebuilding this library. But the last thing that is really fun about this is the Tree of Wisdoms. This complicated and beautiful looking thing here. So what you do is you place your journal in the middle of that. That gives you your first sort of extra ability. So these are elements of the soul. So Shaft, eloquence and understanding. The door opens both ways, which I will compare to Arab, which is pride, compassion, hatred, and fear, one of the 9 parts of the human soul. But that's one of the first ways that you get an extra element of the soul. And as you continue to learn things, they will go into the Tree of Wisdoms. And, you know, again, this is sort of, not only is this the knowledge that you're gaining from reading some books, but this is also sort of your mastery of secret knowledge. And you can go down different passages. So, for instance, my legacy here mentions Skolakosophy. which is going to be the one that I'm mostly focused on here. So worms, earthquakes, abrasions in the world skin. Now, so far as I can tell, scolocosophy is a made-up word. Like, some of these you can kind of get a bit of an idea of what it means. So horomachistry relates to the hours, and you can sort of tell from, like, if you know about horology, the words probably are similar, or yeah, they have that similar origin. So, but again, like, I'm figuring this out alongside with Ukite, but again, just this idea, you know, I actually really like the way that this game sort of comes up with this model of like what it's like to learn things. And there was an article that one of the developers wrote about like healing in games versus healing in life. And like, if you're healing in life, it's a really slow process. And like, you know, like bones are sort of being knit together again, or like, you know, the skin is starting to like try and go back together. That is a very interesting question, Brettist. Was it actually the Tree of Wisdom that burned down? Do we have hints? None explicitly, but that is definitely an interesting observation. One thing I did notice is that between two versions of the beta, they seemed to add a lot of references saying still no sign of a fire. So I think they wanted to draw a little bit more attention to that. It was definitely not something that I was picking up on, because I think some of the advertising material mentioned the fire. But I don't know. I guess the opening maybe mentions the fire, but in any case, it wasn't something that I was really picking up. But, you know, as you point out, right, the Tree of Wisdoms, I mean, I suppose maybe the question is it natural for the Tree of Wisdoms to be full or not? I mean, again, obviously there's the parallel between you and Hush House in terms of rebuilding. But I suppose the question in terms of the Tree of Wisdom is, like, would it be natural to consider in Cultist Simulator the character starting with a full Tree of Wisdoms, or is it something that they're building up? Yeah, so far as I can tell, I don't think there's been an indication one way or the other on that. No, absolutely. Yeah, I see exactly where you're going with it, and I think you have a point. So yeah, that is definitely something to sort of follow up on. But so far as I can tell, I haven't seen evidence one way or the other on it. But yeah, just to like, obviously I can enthuse about this forever, but like, to give another example of little mysteries in here. So like this bust of Hendrik de Wolf or Valentine de Wolf or Ava de Wolf were not originally here. The reason why I moved those here is by long tradition, each Baron Brandkrug had their image set in a niche in the Grand Ascent. Later, the Curia of the Isle continued the tradition for their librarians. And there are little details about who, like, so this is the first Baron Brandkrug. It says it right here, right? Hendrik de Wolf, first Baron Brandkrug, known for his pious, merciless justice, granted Brandkrug Isle in 1536 after the dissolution of St. Brendan's. I will say the dissolution of the monasteries was actually a historical event in British history. But, you know, clearly Hush House is an invention, and part of the fun of the Secret History setting is either potentially learning about history that you didn't know, or finding the history that, you know, is slightly altered for the purposes of the game. There was actually, I'm not going to read it now just because I've been spending a lot of time sort of reflecting on different choices that I'm making in the game, but I did actually find, so I think I started saying I was quite excited because I got a couple of books in the mail, and then I've had one that I've been meaning to follow up on for a while, and I read the introduction of one of them, which was very relevant to a Cultist Simulator thing that I wanted to do, which I really, really enjoyed. So probably not for this chat, but it is definitely one that I want to follow up on at some point. But yeah, so with that in mind, right, so I've got this main goal of sort of trying to rebuild all of these different these different rooms, and the game sort of told me that, you know, I achieve a victory by getting to the end of Skolakosophy, which, as you can see, there's quite a few little slots, and it's not the easiest thing in the world to level these things up. But there are little individual mysteries inside of the game. So, like, again, trying to figure out what happened to the library, like why is there a reference to a fire in the library? But also, you know, these little things here, like, one of the weirdly compelling questions that I have is what happens if you get if you put all of the busts in the right places. And I kind of made this note on this is not a major thing, but like on one of the bug reports, I made a note saying is like, this isn't bad. Like this is a purely positive thing because this is an indication of how much I'm enjoying the game. But I am a little disappointed that I'm not going to be able to move this bust because I kind of want to know how it turns out. Now, chances are that was never an option available to me in this beta because I probably don't have all of the busts. But like, that's just an example where, you know, this is a very unique looking game, and it's one where there's like lots of different things to do, but like when you look at this, it doesn't necessarily scream, you know, this is what it's like to go into an ancient like house or manor and go through the rooms and like look at things and like find mysteries and such. And yet that's really what the game feels like. And so again, even though it's got this very stylized representation, the feeling of like going into a room and maybe like wondering, well, what was the purpose of this one, right? There's something really kind of neat about that. And just to be clear, right, that wasn't an obvious way that the game would go, right? Because if you're restoring Hush House, well, maybe now it's just a cult house flipper, right? Maybe you're taking advantage of rising property prices and, you know, I think this might be Cornwall. I can't remember. I think they gave a hint as to where this might be. But yeah, like obviously there's a different way of, like, there's a lot of different ways that you can work with restoring an old building. Oh yeah, the other thing I didn't mention, Kite, is, well, not just for Kite, but anybody who's interested, people visit, right? And you help them out with knowledge. I've had situations where I talk with librarians to try and help me like do some research on something, or they knew that I was interested, usually classics, but like they wound up talking about something that they had some specialized knowledge in, or at least knew where to find the appropriate references. And, you know, I just got an unexpected email one day saying like, hey, here's I think it was actually something about Oedipus, now that I think of it. But yeah, no, like this is, it's a very unique game. One of the things I'm trying to stress where I can, like, again, I'm spending a lot of time sorting through things and figuring out kind of my best options. Like, what I'm trying to do is sort of maximize my days in terms of how I use the different tools and like basically I'm trying to get the best advantage because some of the choices I'm going to make are going to be based on the seasons that I have available to me. But one way or the other, the one thing I do try to stress if I can is that this is a very approachable game. Again, there's a lot to do, but it's one that doesn't like fail you right away, so you can take your time and you can explore. And again, I'd like to think that it's a little bit more I like to think it's a little bit more amenable to discussion, but I have seen some of the comments on the videos where people really want to talk about my tendency to talk. So but yeah, it's a I don't know. I was always going to be predisposed towards liking this game, but it's definitely one. It's one that is, I guess, for lack of a better term, it's better than I was expecting it would be. There's just so much. All right, we do appreciate the contribution. So, Reverend Timothy, rector of Brandkrug, ordained by the Church of the Unconquered Sun, a learned man, blessed in the tally, and the gate and the light. Make use of the rector's help before dawn. So, One of the first things I want to do here is talk with Reverend Timothy and see if I have other options available. So we have tools, beverages, sustenance, and then an element of the soul. So any impression that I got that I would be able to use the flowers to improve his knock, that's out the window. So what I want to do now, I have committed an element of the soul towards reading a book and getting the relevant memory. I'm still going to make an effort on that, but the first thing I need to do now is make sure that I can actually accomplish the thing that I'm looking to do. And the other thing is I would prefer, if possible, to avoid using the Evening Isles coffee, because we're clearly going to be using that for a number of other, a number of lantern activities. So if I recall correctly, it was the tea. So the Caterin Hero Second Flush Assam is a 1 knock beverage. Okay, so Timothy's got the 1 knock. Oh yeah, no, we've got this in the bag. So yeah, Reverend Timothy. So we'll start by collaborating with him using our shaft. So the eloquence and understanding, the door opens both ways. Collaborate shaft, education or beguilement. So this will improve his abilities. I don't know if you remember this from Cultist Simulator, Kite, but each card sort of has different aspects. So in this case, knock is the principle called knock permits no seal and no isolation. It thrusts us gleefully out of the safety of ignorance. Knock opens doors and unseams barriers. And lantern, life is a pure flame, and we live by an invisible sun within us. Thomas Brown. Lantern is the principle of the secret place, sometimes called the house of the sun, and of the light above it. And canonically, it is the best principle. Also, it's assistance, so the librarian lives alone, but there's no shame in seeking assistance from others. Assistance can open new rooms or help you with your studies. It disappears when used or at dawn. And finally, an introduction. Even in this remote place, one can meet new friends or make new enemies. So in this case, what we're doing here is we're collaborating with Reverend Timothy to improve the knock aspect. So that's going to take 30 seconds here. I did say I was going to be working at the Sweet Bones to try and make some money. So this is the tavern. Actually, we can describe it here. The Sweet Bones has been the public house in Brancrogue since Cromwell's time. Its history is notable, its beer is not. Guests looking for discreet employment or for discreet assistance congregate in the snug. So in this case, I can take an element of the soul. The human soul is composed of 9 elements, and this is one. Most other things have simpler souls. Each soul card can be used once a day for the kind of things you do with your soul. That usually means talking to people or crafting. So in this case here, I'll use my metal in the slot. So one way you can know, so I can put an element of the soul, but I can't put an element of the soul with a malady in it. So if I put metal, which has edge, all conquest occurs at the edge. One who dwells there is blind and cannot be wounded. Another is strong and grows stronger. Edge is the principle of battle and of struggle. And then it's also got forge. Fire, I once read, is the winter that warms and the spring that consumes. The principle of forge transforms and destroys. So if I put one of those aspects into the Sweet Bones, fixing and mending. So in this case, it uses the forge. There's not much work on offer in Brancrogue, but I can find 6 worth of odd jobs. So far as I can tell, you can be friends with everyone. But it is fair to say that there are... So it's mentioned that there are untrustworthy visitors to the library who may steal books. I haven't encountered those. And I have not... So first of all, that means that I haven't encountered everyone. And then number 2, I believe there are now pets in the game, and I've not encountered a pet yet. So I feel that there are interactions with people which I've not yet had, and that would mean that I should probably be careful in terms of saying it. I will say that the relationships do matter in terms of who you can get access to, because you don't have access to everyone at the start. You rely on those introductions, and there is... so in terms of the rectory, Reverend Timothy's housekeeper is a bit selective in terms of who he's allowed to talk to. So far as I can tell, you're not closed off from speaking with someone based on a relationship with them. But definitely it will determine who you can speak to initially, and there are some tricks that you need to play to kind of pull to be able to talk to everyone, in my experience. All right, my assistant and I fall easily into conversation. So I think we'll give Reverend... Normally I like to wait a while before I give the consumable, but I think in this case here, because I'm waiting the 18 seconds to get the passage from the Knock book. Oops, I can't talk to the T as much as I would like to. Oh, here's something that would be interesting. I don't know how many of you... Are people familiar with the idea of telling fortunes in tea leaves? Like, I know there's the expression, like, reading the tea leaves, but that reading tea leaves has actually been a thing. I wonder if this is something that has been considered. Like, after a tea, the leftovers could be used to tell a fortune. A nice drop. I can offer my assistant something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. So again, normally I save this for the end, but we know we're going to get the 6, so... Something to consider. So memory patterns, something fits just right. That was the 2 knock that we need to give Reverend Timothy the abilities that we need. So we're starting to run a little low on our elements of the soul. I should probably think a little bit about... So really it's Nectar and Rose that I have... Or sorry, Nectar, Grail. Yeah, Nectar, Grail, and Rose, and realistically, Grail is the only one that I have. So what I may want to do is take a look at some of my Grail skills and see if I can try to get one of those level 10 recipes built. I may need to invest a bit more effort into doing that, but we'll see, right? Like there may be some possibilities. So one example I would give, I think Desires and I keep saying Desires and Dissolutions is high, but it's actually just normal. It's just that I keep using it for Witching to Sane. Yeah, actually I don't have that much Grail to speak of. So this would get me 3 Grail. Yeah, so I can only get up to 7. Oh, 9. Would have to be 8 if I use the workbench. Okay. But yeah, what I'm trying to do is get the level 10 scholar level challenge. So more advanced techniques require power as well as significant skill. For more challenging recipes, provide 10 degrees of the relevant aspect. Every scholar level recipe also needs an ingredient with a specific aspect. So it's tricky to answer that, Brettis, because in the end, like the mechanics of Cultist Simulator, they're similar to an idle game, right? And if you think about it, like the moving the cards and hitting start and seeing the time go by, all of that's still there. The difference is that Cultist Simulator has this constant drip of needing to pay. Like you need to pay to cover rent, and you need, you potentially get sick, and like there's a lot of external forces that will cause you to lose the game if you don't keep going. Whereas here, the worst that happens to you is that your assistants and your memories go away at the end of the day, and then your elements of the soul are refreshed. And so it's not that there isn't plate juggling. As you can see here, I'm combining, a tea and a priest, and I'm trying to get a memory, and I need to make sure that I do all of that I need to make sure that I do all of that before, the Reverend goes away for the day. So, and I mean, again, if I don't have the elements of the soul, or if I don't have the resources available, it is possible for me to waste the resources. But I'm not so. It would be hard for me to say it's comparable plate spinning to Cultist Simulator. I do feel that there's enough of a difference, and a large part of that is just because of basically the intensity. Like you can. Like, the point of this game is for it not to be punishing. Like, it is a game that you can relax with. Now, the thing is that there's a lot to do. And for me, I'm definitely finding that I have more things I want to do in a given day than what I can accomplish. And we spent a lot of time yesterday, and I'm spending a lot of time today taking the time to figuring out how these various things work. But again, like, I feel like it's voluntary. Mostly I'm volunteering into situations where I feel I need to get a subset of things done in a particular order, rather than the game like really like pushing me to do something. Okay, I think I'm gonna experiment for a second here. So let's take the Arab, the desires and dissolutions. We'll combine that with rain. So in this case, I have 6, so I need to get 4 between the tools, materials, and remains. Well, actually, let's start with that. Can't be Lenten. Was there Lenten rose? Yeah, fragrant chalice. I'm sure I've got a big grail somewhere. Close, but I need 10. This doesn't feel like a very grail plan. Oh, I've always liked classics. It was part of a book club. Like, so I like reading in general, but it was like, so I tried. I was like, okay, well, I like reading, and I like to kind of get out and just do things, like do more things. So, joining a reading club seems like a good idea. What I didn't realize is that the kinds of people who join reading clubs in, held by public libraries tend to be quite older. So I was very out of place. But as it happens, it was a lot of classics stuff. So there was some discussion in the group about Oedipus, and I think the specific topic had been Greek attitudes to suicide, and like there was a set of things that I had read, and then there was a claim made which I wasn't entirely sure was right or not. And kind of just some back and forth, and we sort of asked and checked, and we're kind of done. And I was like, oh, that might be a fun thing to sort of follow up on. And I never did, but as it happens, the librarian who was hosting it actually went and found some references and sort of said, if you want to follow up on it, there's the perhaps gossip. Okay, yeah. So this was my mistake, right? Like when I think like this is the problem for just about everything. I don't think I have the grail that I need to get this to 10, sadly. I may be able to combine it with other things in a different area. if I use the rain. And like, I'll just be clear too. Like, it's not that I'm like, I would happily go to like another book. Like, so anyways, the problem that I run into is just like, if I, like anytime I assume something, like what something is going to be like, or like who likes the sorts of things that I like, inevitably I am going to assume that those people are always like me, right? That's kind of the default assumption. And I think most people tend to make this assumption, right? So, you know, if you're a single mom and you want to know, you know, who's into the types of games you're in, you're going to assume that, you know, all the single moms are crazy about this game. Oh, yes, here we go. I was wondering about this. But yeah, so like, you know, and then if you're, you know, 10 years old and you're really into such and such, so like I was really into classical music as a kid. And it turns out my peer group was not. I was shocked when they did not like some of the stuff that I tried to share at lunch hour. But again, it's just natural, right? If you know, if you like it, then you assume people like you like it. It's just like when people recommend stuff to a streamer, they like the streamer, of course, they're going to like this game that people really like. And the problem is that very often it actually does not turn out. It doesn't turn out that way. So yeah, you know, I'm like, oh yeah, book club in the, you know, in the library. I'm going to find, you know, fellow readers who are interested. They're all going to be like me. And it's like, no, it's people who are very much not like me. And again, it's not to suggest that I would not enjoy an environment like that, but it was definitely a bit of culture shock to sort of, you know, to realize that I was like probably the youngest person there by possibly a third. But yeah, it was just, you know, one of the works that we did was Oedipus, and so that was where that came from. My interest in classics tends to run along the lines more of classical philosophy, but I mean my favorite, I have two favorite epic poems, and I always kind of vary between, or I like it. It's kind of like with me and my favorite Stanley Kubrick film. Like, if you ask me on a given day, I'll give you a different one. But like my favorite epics would be either Metamorphoses, Ovid, or Paradise Lost. So that's kind of the limit to, and it's not that I dislike other, you know, other literature. Like, you know, I have some rhetoric. I have other work. I've got like Livy and stuff like that. But what I took in school was definitely classical philosophy. So everything from sort of pre-Socratics up to essentially the end of the ancient era. And so it's just something that I have a little bit more familiarity with. Although I can tell you that one of the developers of this game has an Ovid quote in Latin on their profile. All right. So yes, this is what I've been looking for in terms of kind of leveling up my abilities. Let me just take a second here to mess around with my spreadsheet. Sorry, I'm just, this is Desires and Dissolutions. Okay, so Hush House still rings with thwarted desires. I'll mix that into a tisane, or for a scholar level recipe, if I add a flower, the mixture will become intoxicating. So, it says that it wants a flower. Ruby-wise Ruin. I can use Desires and Dissolutions when the flower aspect is present to create Ruby-wise Ruin. This is a scholar level recipe. Well, the Tisane is an herbal tea, Kite, so I don't think we're getting drunk yet, but who knows? It's Grail, and as all scholars know, hunger, lust, the drowning waters, the principle of Grail honors both the birth and the feast. But if you want to get drunk, we've got Skin Shuck Mead, the moth's gift to the devotees of the old form, so they could shed their skins and don the skins of beasts. Anyways, so what I'm just doing here is some record keeping. So one thing I want to do is I want to know what it takes to be able to make some of the things here. Now, I'm not quite ready to give up the Sly Alembic. Oh yeah, actually, I guess we are going to get drunk, because it says a cheeky decanter of wine fortified with unusual influences. I don't want to give this up, and I have a feeling it will be consumed. So I'm not quite ready to do that yet, but add flour is definitely a very different instruction for you're all for unusual influences. Okay. So I guess what this comes down to is either me advancing desires and dissolutions, or finding something stronger. I do want to see what Ruby Wise Ruin is, unless we have it. I think we may actually... Yep, there it is. So I'm actually gonna... so that's 4 Grail, 2 Heart, 2 Moth, 2 Nectar. Wow. Those, the scholar level really kicks that thing up. Okay, so this is the other thing that I want to be doing now, right? Like I've got the fundamentals. I know how I can get certain memories and certain drinks and things like that. But clearly I've got some powerful there's some powerful potential here. So one thing I am going to want to follow up on is the Ragged Crossroads, because it's considerably easier to get 6 winter influence, even easier to get 5 edge influence. And that's going to have, that's probably going to wind up, like if I'm looking to make Solomon's Preparation, which is one of my bigger priorities here, you know, that's, I'm thinking following up on the Ragged Crossroads might be one of the more effective things I can do. So, but still, we'll give this a minute. Like I said, I'm starting to run out of elements of the soul. All right, a nice drop down to the Grushans. This has boosted their aspects appropriately, so here we go. And finally, we'll speak with Reverend Timothy about the pattern. Exalt with a memory. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So again, I gotta decide here. So I don't think I want to mess around with the Whist. But I think maybe Herbs and Infusions, I can combine that with the Rain to get that up to level 5. Well, where would I get 5 Nectar from to see what the Scholar level is, though? Yeah, I can get... Like, weirdly enough, with 2 Thyrsa's Cordials, I could get it close, but I would actually need my health to be able to go all the way. Okay, that's fine. So I'm trying to decide here whether or not it's sensible for me to use Faust. And I think in this case, yes. It does mean that I may not be able to do something with Auroral Contemplations, but I'm going to prioritize making some money first, because like I said, I'm going to hire Reverend Timothy to do a few things around Hush House. All right. Gather in Summer, Fnord. Moth Orchid, True Moth, the flower that opens as it changes. So it's going to get a lot more crowded in my in my bedroom if I keep sticking the flowers in there. Oh, I forgot about my gardening when I made this. Okay. Okay, another moth orchid. Where did I put all of this? I figure it's nice to have flowers all over the floor, like flowers in every room. I'm also sure you've noticed this already, Kite, but this game has really beautiful music. Oh, actually, this is something that may be of interest to a number of you. For those of you who have gotten into Cultist Simulator after its release, or have gotten into Book of Hours, it is worth mentioning when they released when they released Cultist Simulator originally, I believe it was the first week. The game had a perpetual edition, which essentially meant that if you bought the game, I think like if you were a Kickstarter backer, but there was no Kickstarter for this one, but if you bought the game the first week or so, and again, rely on Weather Factory for the official news on this stuff. Like I'm trying to do my best recollection. I do not want to mislead people on this stuff, but I am ultimately, I'm gonna have to deal with my recollections of what Weather Factory has said, and I am as prone to mistakes as anyone else. So, get mad at me, don't get mad at them if I've misled. But I believe it is the opening week for Book of Hours, which effectively gives lifetime access to all of the DLC. So you basically pay once and you get the subsequent DLC. Double check that is exactly what they're doing. I believe that did not extend to the soundtrack, and that will probably be true for Book of Hours as well, because there's very talented composers behind it, and they do need to make a living as well. But for those of you who are interested, I know there is a tendency on Steam, and I do this the same as everyone else, to sort of wait till a game is on sale, and that's fine. Like if it's not something that really compels you, I think it's sensible to wait until something is on sale. But if you are, if you are already kind of inclined towards this, I believe they will be doing a rather good deal that they did back for Cultist Simulator. Now, the thing is that I also don't know how much DLC there is going to be for this game. I suspect Weather Factory doesn't know how much DLC there's going to be for the game, because obviously if it comes out and it only sells 100 copies, it just does not make sense to give that kind of, to just give that extended support. I mean, I think probably with Cultist Simulator, they had committed to like a minimum number of DLC for the because people were kind of curious, well, what does the perpetual edition mean? So I don't know if they've come out and they've committed to a certain number of DLC for Book of Hours or whatever. But the big thing here is I may be less interested in trying to convert people who are on the fence about a perpetual edition so much as people who found out about Cultist Simulator later and maybe wanted to be part of that perpetual edition. This is how you find out stuff like that. So if you do have the game on the wish list, again, the game's coming out on August 17th, this is the time to start saving those pennies. So, okay, Serpent Haunted Bedroom. So we've had our little journey here with Reverend Timothy. We've leveled him up to 6 knock. Serpent Haunted Bedroom. Bright-scaled, watchful snakes lie coiled on every surface. I think some of them might be real. And we have a new room. So The Violet Chamber. In the days of the DeWolfs, this chamber was reserved for the lady of the house. Later, the librarians William Harries and Gervinus Van Loren both preferred it to the librarians' quarters. Harries established a little shrine to St. Agnes in the far corner, and there it remained for many years until Van Loren ordered it to be removed. So there's a number of things that we've got inside here. Let's take a look. So we've got the bed in the Violet Chamber. 6 generations of DeWolf heirs were born in this room. It would have been 7, but Hafen Waters had the ill grace to give birth to Baron Walter, as family legend has it, in a cow byre outside Carisham. Use a health card to move your belongings in and to make this your bed, or place a visitor card to encourage them to stay a little longer. There is a bedside candle holder to comfort you through the dark hours. A watchful candle, a little portable clarity, also has lantern aspect. Something to drink, Strathcoyne whiskey, which has 1 nectar and 2 scale. The collector has collected a distillery, it seems. There's also, so there's a difference between a glass of, so there's the glass of Strathcoyne whiskey versus it's got the to serve aspect. This can be kind of helpful because, what am I thinking of? The Skin Shuck Mead. So in this case here, I'm gathering from the fact that it does not have a to serve. This is a single serving, as opposed to this, which use a store of glasses or cups to pour this out. So in this case, if I wanted to produce additional Strathcoyne whiskey, well, that's the option available to me. I've got a couple paintings. An anointing. A silent crowd watches a robed priest bless a patient subject with sacred oils. So this has 1 moth aspect. It's considerable and wall art. And then I think it's Mademoiselle Matutine, an alluring young woman with deep blue eyes, hard and dark as sapphires. Grail, moon, considerable, and wall art. We also have furniture in here. So a violet stool. The cushion is embroidered with the serpents of St. Agnes. Knock. I'm pretty sure the purple would have told you that it's going to be knock, but... The chair of challenges. Here the librarian Harry sat to formulate the paradoxes he would bequeath to Van Loren. And the chaise lounge of conclusions. Here the librarian Van Loren lay to ponder the paradoxes he had inherited from Harry's. So this is knock for the chair of challenges, but Grail and knock for the chaise lounge of conclusions. Maybe it should be winter because it's an ending, but anyways, I do like the little details. And again, this is the thing that I mean when I talk about how this is very much like the experience of being in an old house. Like, the one drawback about living in North America here is that there is a limit in terms of how old some of the buildings that you can be in, right? It's the new world. Whereas if you go to Europe or you go to the United Kingdom, or, there's so many places in the world where you can go into a building. Like, there's buildings that are hundreds of years old in North America, but you can easily go into a building that is twice as old as the oldest building in North America in certain parts, in your and elsewhere, but my experiences are very limited, let's say. But even then, right, I think most people can kind of relate to this idea of like going into a new place and looking around and seeing what's there and, and just finding interesting things and exploring. And in this case, there's little stories in everything, right? We already know about the relationship of 2 librarians. And this is not the first time we've seen a reference to Van Loren. But this is a little bit about what I'm talking about when it comes to the relationships and the mysteries. All right, the icy bedroom. A thick and freezing murk like a clinging black mist roils at floor level. Not theoplasma exactly, the ragged remnants of some chilly wood thing, or a good old-fashioned ghost decayed to half-elemental energies. Some local will probably know. I mean, based on that description, I would assume probably Moth and Winter. Yeah, so 7 Moth, 7 Winter. Now, the good news is 7 Winter is actually quite achievable for us, so we will definitely have a chat with Mr. Kill. But we obviously need to finish our work for today, and I've clearly been taking my time to sort through things. But I mean, I'm actually quite excited about the fact that I already have I already have some progress when it comes to I'm rather excited at the fact that I've got some progress when it comes to these skills. Like I know some of the higher level skills now. I think we're going to use the rain to make the witching to say, or hang on. Does it make sense for me to... I made a note of the tool. I feel like there was a nectar tool that I found. Yeah, but it's still just one. I don't see how I'm going to be able to learn anything about nectar. So yeah, we can use the rain to make a witching to sing. Craft witching Tisane. Hush House still rings with thwarted desires. I'll mix that into a Tisane. So we won't grab Mr. Kill just because we don't really have the abilities available to us. I am, however, going to grab a memory using Arab. I was originally considering using that for any books that I might find in the room, but we didn't find any. So, Edge. I am the librarian of Hush House. I will question the villagers of Brankrug, and I will add whatever they tell me to my store of knowledge. By the way, our goal now is to try and find a way to get Kite to stream this on his channel. Beast, when it moves, and it's not the wind, and it's not a person. Sea is always hungry, the sea never sleeps, the sea accepts offerings. Discard objects here, or release beasts. Never. We just need to make a more compelling offer. I appreciate you hanging out this long, though, Kite, because I know it's completely different from what I normally see you play. But you're being a really good sport about me being a very slow guide through the game. I should be talking with Mrs. Kill. The whole point we talked to her so that we could get memories. All right, it's best when it's warm, but it'll keep. So essentially here, I need to hope for some winter. Well, no, there's possibilities. I kind of need to hope for some winter. Oh, okay. Memory fear. I've learned something. Something useful? Too early to tell. The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown. So yeah, if we wind up with a wintry memory, we may actually be able to learn what the scholar level winter recipe is. Perhaps, because I don't really have any other use for the Tryst, maybe it's a good idea for me to read Keonid Abydos. Let me just double check that Keonid Abydos is the one I'm looking for. Yeah, we get regret from that. Winter, nothing more. I've already mastered this text, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Oh, wait a minute. We were gonna... I was saving that Tryst so that I could read the the on what is contained by silver. That's fine. That's what tomorrow's for. I'll maybe use the Arab for it. Okay, there 'tis and can be no tizzer. Mrs. Kill, as every local gossip knows, came from France to marry Mr. Kill, but there's scant trace of the continent in her accent now. Mrs. Kill has seen more of the world than she usually lets on. Conversations with her yield the occasional surprise. May not be your speed, but doesn't mean it can't be entertaining. You're the reason I have more RTS games. That's really cool. Obviously, everybody has their own reasons for streaming, and again, for those of you who may be joining us a little bit later, Kite is definitely a streamer who I have a tremendous amount of respect for, and somebody who I really enjoy watching when I am on Twitch. In fact, I don't watch a lot of Twitch, but when I do, it's usually people like Kite. Very often, in fact, I might say that Kite is the only streamer that I see over the course of a week. Well, it's too late to use the Whist in the Sweet Bones now, so missed opportunity for money, I suppose, but I don't feel too bad about it. But yeah, for me at least, the value is in being able to share things that I'm interested in with people, and hopefully that's... Oh, hey, we got a regret after all. That's going to be a little inconvenient, but we can make that work. Okay, so why am I doing this again? Basically because I would like to see, as much as I can, I would like to see what the level 10 recipes are. So in this case, this is actually going to be a bit easier because I can add any flour with 2 winter. So Blue Crown would be an example. Ah, this is wonderful. So Solomon's preparation is very easy for us to make. Sorry, that's Ragged Crossroads. So I'm assuming flour is the requirement for that, but I don't actually have any indication that that's what it is. I think it's worth making though, so although that does kill my Whist, which I need for Mr. Kill. We're going for it. And it's 90 seconds. Okay, that is actually going to make life quite difficult for me. But we are going to be working on Reverend Timothy anyway, so I think we can probably make both. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to hire Reverend Timothy. We're going to focus on his lantern. And we will be recovering my Whist while we try to buff up Mr. Kill, because Mr. Kill doesn't cost anything. Reverend Timothy does. So yes, that's going to be how I make both work. But I'm just going to take a second here. So learning how to make Solomon's preparation is a big deal for me because it gives me 4 winter. And that's going to be what I need to unlock the glaring room. Now, it's worth remembering that I can't get that I can't get those flowers every season. In fact, I think that might be the only example of them that I have. I'm just trying to remember which one that was. I bet it will still say in the recipe. Blue Crown. Oh, so that would have been... Yeah. Sea holly in summer, blue crown in winter. But I think it's fair to say that a lot of my health is going to be spent on gardening now because it's so useful in terms of producing these fairly powerful drinks. And again, that was one of the reasons why I wanted to get the fundamentals down first, because then I can kind of get an idea in terms of what's easy and what's not easy for me to make. And again, ideally, I would have been messing around with like waiting to get the whatchamacallit, the regret, but it's not, I don't really feel it's worth spending that much effort. I do think I'm going to be 2 elements of the soul down at the start of the day though, so that's going to be a bit of a worry. Nope, just the 1. Okay, something to consider. Oh, actually, this isn't necessarily for Kite, but for those of you who are not familiar with Cultist Simulator, here's a little bit about how the game sort of communicates ideas in the world. And like sometimes you'll learn new things about the world, and sometimes it's going to leave you to sort of figure out a few different things inside of it. So here we've got Kion at Abydos, so a play dealing with the 9-year sojourn of a snow goddess in the Thracian city of Abydos by Apollo Fireweaver, in English, published in 1892, purportedly from an older Greek text. The entity called Kion arrives in a blizzard and demands the city gates be barred. As Abydos falls under her spell, the dead return, but do not speak. For 8 years, the city is a place of slow death, frosty ecstasy, and silent beauty, but in the 9th year, a conspiracy of shouts is mounted against the quiet that Kion demands. The conspirators open the city gates, and a scarred man comes to drag Kion out by the hair. Summer returns, but the conspirators die of remorse. So, one thing that you may notice if you look at the description, so winter gets just an ellipsis. Winter is the principle of silence, of endings, and of those things that are not quite dead. In Cultist Simulator, the game, you can raise the dead, but the dead are silent. And later you will encounter a place in Dream. It's known as the Mansus. And when you pass the white door in the Mansus, speech doesn't pass it. There's actually a reference to the white door as well, and like it's kind of a hint in terms of what Shapt is. So you don't have to be familiar with Cultist Simulator, but being able to read those fragments and sort of get little references. This idea of the scarred man, there is an hour known as the Colonel, and the Colonel is also known, one of the defining features are the Colonel's scars. And so what you get by these stories, and again, it's a little bit like if ever you read some kind of a horror story, or if you read some of these stories kind of about occult mysteries and such, you are sort of left to sort of figure out the little details lying in between. And I mean, often and sometimes when you're dealing with the occult, you're dealing with societies or people who sort of felt that there was knowledge that should not be written down, that there was one component of the secrets that had to be transmitted orally, or that had to be sort of kept under lock and key so that only the true initiates would know, or something like that. And so, likewise in a game like this, there will be these cases where you're sort of left to fill in the gap. Okay, daybreak. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So, we kind of know what we want to do with the day, so in order to get access to Reverend Timothy, I'm going to use my Shapt, because I'm going to use my Faust to boost him up. Reverend Timothy's words always run ahead of him, but his thoughts always catch up in the end. I know what character I would be. Well, in some ways. Reverend Timothy enjoys thoughtful conversation, prayer, and tea, and he'll offer his assistance in return for a 2-shilling donation to church funds. Okay, Mr. and Mrs. Kill. Mrs. Kill is the midwife. Mrs. Kill, the midwife, is tall and gloomy. Mr. Kill, the undertaker, is slight and wry. For 10 years, she has drawn villagers into the world, and he has shaped cradles for their departure. But she can also whittle, and he can also paint. So, again, the drawback here is that some of our whist is already occupied. But I think the best thing we can do here is speak with Mr. Kill and basically make him available. We can start talking with him to get the memories, and then we'll recover the whist through rest. So Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. If you don't choose a topic, Mr. Kill will offer help as a friend. So that's 10 seconds to gain access to both of them. Now, it is still worth reflecting what we were trying to do here. So for Mr. Kill, we're trying to get to the icy bedroom. We know that with whist, with memory regret, and his base ability, we can get him up to 6, and then we just need a winter tool, which I'm like 99% sure we have, but for some reason I'm feeling kind of uncertain on, so let me just get the name of it. I don't have a winter tool? That doesn't feel right. Not ready to move the furniture yet. Trying to think what the best way for me to... I think probably just talking with someone. I could have sworn I had, or we got a winter tool somewhat recently. I know I was surprised about the kitchen bowls, but that's not wintry. I guess it couldn't have been this room, but surely it was in one of the ones that I recently unlocked. Anyways, not a big deal. Again, we'll be able to get the winter one way or another. But yeah, Reverend Timothy is another matter. So what were we trying to do? I think 9 was the lowest we could work with. Yeah, so I think what I'll do here, we'll go for the Veiled Chamber first, and that's going to require 9 lanterns. So first thing we want to do is think about how we're going to accomplish that. So memory revelation and conversation with Faust will bring him up to level 6. We can get him up to level 8 with the coffee. And then finally we use the Snoodle Jar to bring him up to level 9. Of course, the coffee is the last thing we'll serve him, but yes, we're good to go with Reverend Timothy, and hopefully by the end we will also have an idea of what the weather's like. Sunny. Okay, so I don't even need to worry about getting the memory, although maybe there's a reason for me. Yeah, I actually want to mess around with Auroral Contemplations for a minute. So again, I've kind of got these twin goals of improving the people who I'm sort of interacting with, but I also want to learn a little bit about the different recipes. So this is a nice opportunity for me to take advantage of my skills to see what the fancy or the scholar level. Sorry, I prefer fancy. But I want to see what the scholar level Sunny scholar level Sky, or No, scholar level lantern recipe is. So, but anyways, we'll get our whist back. So a quick nap with in a warm bed with something comforting to drink, while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. Restore a fatigued soul card. Okay, so again, not the most important thing for me to do. Oh, we've already got the workbench. Let's see. I'm sure we can do something. Well, maybe, but... Oh, but it won't take... Have to head out, go to bed. No problem, Kite. Thank you very much for hanging out. Like I said, I know this is not normally your thing, so I'm delighted to be able to share this sort of thing with you. But I hope you have a wonderful evening, and we will catch up soon. I'll send you a Discord message for the thing we talked about in your stream. I think it's probably just going to be a couple of days for us to sort it out. I don't see it being a big problem, but we'll make it work. Okay, so it shouldn't be that hard to find a lantern candle. Hey, I'm glad you got to see it. Yeah, let's add a small candlestick here. Okay, so craft Eigengrau, distill a kind of possibility, or for a scholar level recipe, mix in another liquid to produce an alchemical essence. So that means, I wonder if the pigment counts as a liquid. So I figure the alchemy set's probably a decent... no, it's not, because it's Forge and Grail. Dispensary? Nope, that's Heart and Moth. Well, that's interesting. Because I know the desks won't take liquids. I should note, with a lot of these workstations, there's also the ability for me to improve my elements of the soul, but I don't want to go down that path yet. Oh, I forgot the donation. Curses. We do appreciate the contribution. All right, so let's talk with Mr. Kill. Yeah, I think I'm just going to get a memory out of this. Okay, that kind of puts me on the back foot. So let's start by contemplating a tome. Sunrise Awakenings, a light... Well, Locksmith Stream is like my go-to for this, so... So we'll use Trist for that, just because Trist tends not to be something that I use for a lot of other things. If I can, I would like to read... I would also like to read on what is contained by silver. And it did actually just occur to me that I can try with my furs and feathers. So we'll use furs and feathers, Faust, the sun. That's going to get it up to 8, but I lost my flower. I might have actually just shorted myself on the... Well, the flower wouldn't have been available anyway, so... But, you know, the awakened feather would have been helpful there. And I don't think I have one. Oh no, it wouldn't, because the awakened feather is a material. Yeah, so unless I have a memory, it doesn't really mean that much. Okay. Again, just trying to think of little ways that I can improve. Oh yeah, actually, on the gardening front. So let me just take a quick inventory of what we have from the garden right now. So we've got Cat's Claw, Trumpeter's Lily, Moth Orchid, looks like 3 at least. Lenten Rose, Sea Holly. Okay, and it's summer, so we can still get Sea Holly. Trumpeter's Lily. Ah, that does have sky. So I'll probably use the workbench. So let's get 1 fragrant chalice. And 1 trumpeter's lily. In summer, trumpeter's lily flourishes like a shout. And gather in summer, gather the scented blossoms of the fragrant chalice. Okay, so I'm getting the lantern that I need. I guess next we read Keon at Abydos for the regret. That's going to be our other use of Trist. And I did say that I wanted to read on what is contained by silver, and I still hold by that. But I'm going to wait because I'm going to need to use furs and feathers for that. And furs and feathers is going to be, it's going to be one of those things I experiment with to see what my scholar level recipes are. Do appreciate the contribution. Okay. I'm going to have to break the £1 note if I want to hire Reverend Timothy again and don't get some money from the Sweet Bones. I guess I can use my metal fixing and mending. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. What did we just build? Oh, here we go. That's Solomon's preparation. I'm going to keep that in my inventory here. I've used the Ragged Crossroads with the flower aspect to create Solomon's preparation. So dust, this was something. Echo, this memory has become part of something else. Okay, so that's our first scholar level recipe. So, like I said, the reason why I was sitting on a bunch of stuff was just, this is an opportunity for me to learn a little bit more about what I can build. So we'll add the memory. In this case, we'll add the Faust so we can make Eigengrau. But we only really need 1 lantern. So the first option here is to add the Snoodle jar. Distill a kind of possibility for a scholar level recipe. Mix in another liquid to produce the alchemical essence. I think, actually, sorry, I already knew that. So I think it was the Refulgin I was gonna check. Oh, shucks, I did have an awakened feather. But this doesn't count as a liquid. Okay. Surely the coffee does, though. It does, but it doesn't count in the workbench. Aha. Now I see. Clever. So if I want to make a lantern level... If I want to make a scholar level lantern, item, I need a special type of workspace, and the dispensary will only accept heart and moth, whereas the alchemist's glassware will only accept forge and grail. So I may have the abilities, but I don't see a situation where I'm going to be able to combine the liquid that I need. Now, I am going to take a quick second here just to take a look at the other workbenches and such to make sure that I'm not, or workspaces. Just going to take a quick second here to make sure that there isn't something kind of obvious that I'm missing. One interesting possibility, actually, is there a lantern? I don't think there's a lantern instrument. The organ's forge. Is harp any different? No, that's also a moon harp. Yeah, so I'm not so sure we have a way of putting I was thinking maybe the bed, but that would... Well, weirdly enough, the bed might actually allow me to make something with that scholar level recipe, but I don't know if I want to hold on to things that long. Okay, well that's fine. Let's take a quick look and see what furs and feathers may produce for us. So we had the awakened feather, and I need to find whether the astrolabe might help. Okay, smooth and abandoned feather to enchanted alertness, or for a scholar level recipe, use with an instrument to find celestial music. Ooh. So just taking a second here. So let's see what we can pull off. So yeah, this takes anything. Can use furs and feathers with the instrument when the instrument aspect is present to create ascendant harmony. Now the one thing I'm worried about is what happens to the tool. Does the tool get destroyed or does it stick around? And I may potentially want to... Let me just take a quick look at my tool. Like, I think I'm going to go for it, but... yeah, this is the only tool... Well... I really think this thing's gonna get used up. So there is an argument for using this Sunny with There's an argument for using the Sunny with Reverend Timothy, so I'm not going to do that here, but I do, maybe before the beta, like the solar beta is done, I'm going to... Well, actually, you know what? It can't even be that hard for me to get. So, like... It can't be that hard for me to get more sky memories. If I take a look at my tomes... So Confounding Parable gives me 2 sky. Solace gives me 1. So I can get 3 sky from memories. That becomes 4 with Faust. 8 with Auroral Contemplation. So I would have to wind up using the Awakened Feather, which is something that I need to craft, but that's within... Like, that's something I can achieve. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, we'd listen. So that gives us some gossip. Okay, I think the time has come for us to make a Super Timothy. So collaborate Faust. Together we'll be watchful. Right. I did also say that I wanted to read the On What Is Contained by Silver. Harmony. I can master the mystery in this book with enough sky to match Mystery Sky. A dire bestiary of the horrors to be found in mirrors. This is a recent addition to the 3rd century text by Pomander. So I suppose this is the last call for any experimentation I want to do with like level 10, but I think at this point here I need to limit myself to this this area. Sorry, every time I hear the click, I get nervous. Oh, there we go. All right, there's the memory revelation. Oh, hang on. I got the wrong one because we already had a sunny day. My assistant and I are vigilant. Okay. So there's the regret for Keon at Abydos. That's going to be the one that we use with Mr. Kill when the time comes. So we've already learned about Solomon's preparation. I might try recovering in bed after. So what do I want to do with the Shapt and Arab? Shapt is good for getting Reverend Timothy or Denzel, but I'm not going to use either of them today. I don't really have something that gives me an obvious... Like, it would be interesting to try something with Horns and Ivories because I can already get it up to level 5. But the question is, where do I get the remaining points? So I think probably we'll use that at the Sweet Bones. Alright, as I used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So there's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can provide 6 pence worth of odd jobs. All right, I deserved a little quiet time, so we're going to use that to improve Mr. Kill. I think it makes as much sense. So normally I'd like to repair my health. Well, we've got 0.6 seconds on that. And it does get me another... flower. Yeah, let's give it the 0.6 seconds. Okay, again. Trying to find places for all the flowers. So the real question is going to be how I make sense of these when I actually want to start making stuff with them. But what else am I going to do, right? Like, I can't exactly keep them all on the bridge. Anyways. Quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. And memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. So we've got director at 6. So we'll add the Snoodle jar. Proffer a tool. I can lend my assistant something to help increasing their abilities. You will still be able to use the tool. One thing that might be interesting with Arab would be to try and get one of those sky memories. Spintra are here, so those are also from jobs. Yes, the Ass coins come from helping visitors. So I think the St. Ronwin's Trust, who are responsible for kind of maintaining Hush House, they give you every summer, they give you a bit of money, and I noticed that they do include Spintra with it. You'll also notice that there are new, or maybe you won't notice this time, but there are actually new types as well. So there's Tin, which has got a face on it. I believe it is a moth. I believe it is moth associated. I think there's another intermediate one which escapes me right now. But yeah, you basically you can, the use that I've found, so I've bought a book from Oriflamme's using it. I have learned 2 languages spending it with visitors, and then I've gained it by fulfilling the wishes of visitors. Is sunny common? I mean, it's England, so I assume a lot more rain. Oddly enough, so it definitely does change with the seasons. I don't know if I've seen sunny more than rain, but rain never seems to be around when I want it. So yeah, this may just be... I'm sure my feeling on the weather is going to basically be correlated with whether or not the weather I got was equal to the one I wanted. Yeah, sorry, I think I said I was going to try and get that sky influence, because I would like to see... So if we read, it is written... Oh, but no, we can use Ava's desk. I just need to find it. It's written, 7th voice. Yeah, it is written, or the 7th voice. And again, I'm a librarian, for crying out loud. I should be organizing the library better. Oh, wait a minute, I know where it is written is. It's like this desk I'm sitting at. Okay, I've already mastered this text, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Okay, Pomander engages in a considerable and pedantic discussion about the particular mirror alloys that attract particular danger from particular entities. This is less useful, of course, in an era where most mirrors are silvered glass. The tools boosted their aspects appropriately. Okay, time to give the Reverend a coffee, and then we're going to set him to work. Nice drop. I can offer my assistant something to drink. As they used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So I'm kind of wondering if I've blown it with Mr. Kill and the Winter. Like, I really thought that we had the icy bedroom in the bag. I suppose in the worst case, I just use the barber, but we can figure this out. So down to the Grushians. This has boosted their aspects appropriately. So we will open the Veiled Chamber. This has long been a very holy place, too holy to be left untended safely for this long. There are 77 candles, and each one burns with a chill blue flame. Each flame inhabited by a watchful spirit. I should not enter until each flame has been cleansed or extinguished. Okay, so I've got some cataloging to do tomorrow. The Chancel of the Abbey Church. The Church of the Unconquered Sun acknowledges only a handful of hours, the Sun in Rags or Splendor, the Menascate, the Madrigard, the Watchman, and reluctantly the Wolf Divided. Any other so-called hours must be lesser powers, wicked impostors, or superstitions. So the Church denies two of the 3 hours of the Chancel, and yet it's the Chancel who are said to determine which of their peers qualify as hours. That's theology for you. Abbot Geoffrey decreed that all 3 should be venerated in this holiest of rooms to avoid actual heresy. To avoid actual heresy, he would not permit any of the... just got a note to make. To avoid actual heresy, he would not permit any of the 3 to be named. That's theology too. Now, I don't know if the Chancel is known, but that's obviously a fairly big hint for us here. So it says, so the Church denies 2 of the 3 hours of the Chancel. So Church of the Unconquered Sun acknowledges only a handful of hours, the Sun in Rags or Splendor, the Menascate, the Madrigard, the Watchman, so the solar hours, which Church of the Unconquered Sun, that would make sense. And reluctantly the Wolf Divided. So I don't remember where I got this impression from, but I'm like 99% sure a book says that the Wolf Divided is the wound from the Sun's division. So any other so-called hours must be lesser powers, wicked impostors, or superstitions. So the Church denies 2 of the 3 hours of the Chancel. So, if there are 3 hours in the Chancel, 2 of which are denied, that means 1 is in that subset that we have here, which would be Sun in Rags or Splendor, Menascate, Madrigard, Watchman, Wolf Divided. So there's a side of me that wants to guess the Watchman, but I actually don't have any reason for thinking that. And I think the Watchman is unique among those 4, because I think he's the only potential god from flesh among those four. So why? Yeah, I guess that asks the question: why would he be in a position to determine who qualifies as an hour? But again, it may be that we don't know who the chancel is. So the best that we've got here is sort of a 1 in 5, or so 1 in 6 for membership of the chancel, or for 1/3 of the chancel. Anyways. And then Abbot Geoffrey has decreed that all 3 should be venerated in this holiest of rooms. To avoid actual heresy, he would not permit any of the 3 to be named. That's theology too. Now that doesn't mean, it could also be that there are indications in terms of, symbols or things that are found in this room that would indicate membership in the chancel. It could also be related to the books, which we will catalog. But we've got Ichor Vitreous, a pale and watchful fluid that can be gathered sometimes when the door in the eye is open. As someone who has no idea, I'd go with the Sun and Rags. Classes abound. Yes, but we've got the Ichor Vitreous here, which is clearly a reference to the Watchman. I don't see no winter. I'm obviously hanging that's a huge, like, nobody should be convinced by I got a good feeling, but okay, History Wax Candle, a candle made with the oils of the history plant, Agave Eterna. The thing is that I'm probably not the one that you would want to go to figure out Cultist Simulator lore stuff. Like, I do at some point want to do a video where I engage with the lore in what I hope is a way to allow people to have a fun little exploration. I'm actually out of candles, and I would really like to buy some for when I play Book of Hours. I've had this feeling for probably about a month now. But hello, hello, Irrepressible. Well, no, I agree completely in terms of guessing. It's just like it's the first step on like a road that you take, because like probability, you can make a guess, you can get an intuition, and like 99% of the time you're gonna be wrong. Even Newton was wrong on probability stuff, and like he was clearly a very, very capable mathematician. Not like obviously saying Newton was wrong is like, clearly I'm not making an absolute statement, but like I think, I'm trying to remember the specific one, but like probability is just a very, very tricky subject to get right, particularly when you apply common sense thinking about things. Real candles are banned in your house after your wife's hair caught on fire in a bar. Well, maybe why aren't bars banned in your home? Seems to me like it was the bar's problem, not the candles problem. But here you go, Irrepressible. I can actually zoom in a little bit closer as well. Here's the deal that you need to make with your wife, because there is apparently going to be a perpetual edition of this game as well. So your wife's got to let you buy the perpetual edition of Book of Hours as a substitute for candles. Actually, you know what? For Christmas, I'm going to do a 24-hour stream just of this. It's going to be the Book of Hours Yule log. If this video gets 1,000 likes... anyways. But yeah, no. So one of the things I wanted to do is like to do a lore video that I feel gives people a chance to sort of do some exploration on their own. It doesn't necessarily say this is how the world works and this is how it doesn't. But I mean, in the end, like, I don't think anybody's going to use me as an authority anyway, because I'm still figuring all this stuff out too. There are people who are very, very into the lore of the game, and I feel like they have a very good grip on what's going on. Tell Lottie to sell the Yule log separately. I mean, she's got a Twitter account. You could ask her yourself. I don't know though. There is something very appealing about doing a Book of Hours Yule log, because it's obviously such a relaxing game. Like, just put it on in the background and call it the Book of Hours. I'm getting stream ideas. Okay, but anyways, so I did actually want to talk a little bit about the lore stuff. So the one thing I will say, and this is very much a product of how I play the game on stream versus how I play it in private. So when I played Cultist Simulator in private, usually it involved me like writing notes in a book, and I probably made more notes about the texts in the book. And I know I've heard from people who talk about how I play the game in a very different way, because it is very mechanical, right? It's very much focused on like, okay, so there's this aspect here, and then there's this empty section, and there's a part of that comes into my own playthroughs too. But the reason why I'm taking the time to talk about this is the one of the benefits about doing the more mechanical discussion is that it's something that I can talk about for the game. And I mean, number two, it's also kind of nice to like let people sort of figure some stuff out on their own. Although I don't like, it's also kind of annoying when people are like, ooh, and this is an important lore thing, so I'm not going to talk about it. Like, you know, if you want to say something, say it. And if, you know, people are like, oh, no spoilers, like, why are you watching a stream of the game, right? But you're very curious what not Christmas would be for the Church of the Unconquered Sun. I don't know, I keep feeling like the Church of the Unconquered Sun would not be out of place in Roman times, and I'm fairly certain if we take a look at the texts. I wonder if there is a dating that we can apply to the Church of the Unconquered Sun, because I know just because it's in Greek doesn't mean that it's like based in ancient Greece, but more to contemplate. But a big thing, and this does sometimes come across in the streams, but like there's a lot of Cultist Simulator, and now Book of Hours, although I'm still kind of finding my feet in Book of Hours, so this happens a little bit less. But there's 100% situations where I'll say, I cannot give you a rational reason why I think this, but I think I should do X. And I do X, and it turns out to be exactly what I needed. And some of that at this point is going to be just, I've played the game enough that I'm sure I've probably just been trained to remember when you see this thing inside of the, you know, this area in the Mansus, then this other thing that's going to come out. Like, you know, sometimes there's that intuition. But this has always been true for Cultist Simulator. And I really actually think in this case, the game does work on that level, right? Like it is, there's something about this game where even if you're not really conscious of what's going on in the game, there's just enough under the surface to give you that feeling of like you've got a hunch and those hunches pay off. And I mean, maybe like if I was some kind of scholar of game design, I would really want to sit down and think about how the game does that. And it's really hard to explain, right? Because if someone doesn't feel that, then you're never going to be able to convince them, right? It's like trying to will being in love. That's not exactly the words from the game, but I think you know what I'm referencing. So this is the thing. Like this is a really long way of unpacking what Brettist said here, but like the thing is I actually don't dismiss my intuitions in terms of Cultist Simulator. So I will say, like, I'm not gonna rest. And like the problem is that sometimes when I say this stuff on streams, there are people who jump up and it's like, no, it's X, and then the mystery and the fun is destroyed, right? when you get a definitive answer from someone, even if it's wrong, like it's just like, oh man, I was in this nice little place where I was kind of exploring something I was interested in, and like now we're brought down to the world because God forbid somebody be wrong on the internet. So, but like with that in mind, and that risk aside, absolutely, if I'm thinking about the chancel, I'm going to have in the back of my mind that it's the Watchman is one of those three. And again, there is a little bit of supporting evidence in the sense that there's the Ichor Vitreous here. But it would not... I will also be the first one to say that I'm not the only one who likes to troll people. As anyone who learned what was, I think, Hokeball Posen. I'm pretty sure that was the one. Anyways, there was a Alexis put out a portrait, and he gave a number of hints that were very clearly pointing people towards Marlon Brando. But it was actually, God, I can never remember his name. He played, I also hate that I remember him for this role because there are other far better movies he's been in, but he's the guy who plays the Russian ambassador in The Hunt for the Red October. Like, you know, you've lost another submarine, Sergei. God, it bugs me that I can't remember his name. Let me look it up. If I get a chance to see him in the game, I will point it out, but let's see if I can find Joss Ackland. I believe he's still alive, but I'm fairly sure he's retired. Oh, that's right. Yes, he was in The Apple, where he played. If you have not seen The Apple, by the way, and I know I talked about this before, but it's an absolutely insane sci-fi musical retelling of the Garden of Eden story. And he plays Mr. Tops and the hippie leader. Yeah, he's been in a few things. What you remember about Marlon Brando isn't anything about the movies. Oh, the things you've learned I can't forget. Fair enough. Now this is interesting. So the Ichor Vitreous... Okay, so in the Oh, the Shrine to the Chancel. Okay. So we do not name these hours, but we acknowledge that together they are the Chancel, the Cruciate, and the Road. So here is the counter argument. So if there's the Shrine to the Chancel, we do not name these hours, but we acknowledge that together they are the Chancel, the Cruciate, and the Road. So you've got the hint of the Ichor Vitreous, but if the Chancel accepts Knock, Moth, and Winter, then it would seem to me that this is not the Watchman. The one thing that isn't here is Lantern. So the Winter would be the Sun and Rags. The Menascate, I think, is Knock. I'm not so sure the Madrigard is Moth. Does anybody remember offhand if that's right? I'm just trying to think what ability and cult. Like we call upon the Madrigard, who that's Forge, isn't it? Sorry, I'll move past this, but I have like a mental image of we call upon the Madrigard who ... I don't think. Yeah, I think I've lost it. But okay, so we know Sun and Rags is Lantern and Winter. I'm 99% sure the Menascate is Lantern Knock. Watchman is pure Lantern, so that's 3 accounted for. So what would the argument be for if I had to convince someone that the Madrigard was... Because like the basis for this is the text for we call upon the Madrigard, and I'm fairly certain you get that if you put your Forge followers together. But is there... Yeah, I don't... I was hoping that if I just kind of played the... If I played the movie in the... kind of the back of my head, I'd sort of figure it out, but... Could it be more than just 2? It absolutely could be more than just 2. Okay, but let's work. Okay, let's work with the hypothesis that the Madrigard is. So we've got the Shrine to the Chancel. Let's run with the hypothesis that the Madrigard has a Forge aspect. So this would reduce the Chancel down to so Knock, Moth, and Winter. So of the 4 solar hours... oh yeah, sorry, there's the Wolf Divided also included in that, but I think the Wolf Divided is Winter and Edge. So it'd say to me that the Menascate, because of its knock, or the Sun and Rags, would be in the chancel. So the question is it the Menascate or the Sun and Rags who are in the chancel? And then who is the Moth Hour? And then who is the Winter Hour if it's not the Sun and Rags, and who's the Knock Hour if it's not? Okay, that's going to be one for me to puzzle through on my own time. But yeah, this is a case where intuition didn't serve me well, because if it's supposed to be the Watchman, and we can take the... Well, again, we can't necessarily take the influences from Shrine the Chancel, but yeah. I gotta hang my hat somewhere. So we'll say these will tell me about the chancel. And I suppose the only thing we can do is eliminate the Moth from that, but it doesn't really settle the matter of Menascate or Sun and Rags. And of course, if the Madrigard has... Oh, well. Oh, that's inconclusive. Yeah, this is why intuition can only take you so far. Let's carry on. Unless anybody has anything else to contribute on that, but I figure probably I've spent enough time on that. So we were trying to boost up Mr. Kill So we'll start with the memory regret. I will add the whist, and then we need to find something to turn him to level 7. I think I was maybe under the impression that I had some kind of winter tool, but I don't know where I got that idea from. What I may wind up doing is kind of doing the same thing here, but with a barber. Okay, scale secured, something to consider. Sky Harmony. I've mastered the mystery of this book and gathered the lessons it contains. So this is a not... Wait a minute, why did I... Oh, right, sorry. I need to add that to the book. Or list of books. So... Your mind, multiple could be, you know, forge, and they'd be an amalgamation of other aspects with it. Swapping forge with any aspect, of course. Yeah, so you're saying like sky, moon is a combination of, like, let's say forge or something. Is that what you were saying, or did I completely blow it in terms of interpretation? I am happy to see an improvement for glass-blowing vessel crafting, and in fact we can use the pattern memory right away for that. So there's always more to learn. Improve the skill to level 2, which will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting. And it will make it suitable for the higher branches in the Tree of Wisdoms if you haven't already committed it. Yes, I'm actually still trying to get so like there's a lot of different things. So once upon a time there was a big sun up in the sky with like an eye on it, and I thought, is this at all related to the new king? Is it possible that this is the new king? And I'm also wondering if this idea of a new king is related to the maybe the introduction of new principles, or if these are or if these are, again, like subservient or combinations. And it's honestly hard to say. Like, so sky, wind, storm, echo, song, the intricacies of mathematics, the principles of flight, law's touch is lighter than we sometimes think, matters of balance, harmony, and necessity. So, every instrument has got sky aspect with it. And again, balance, harmony, and necessity, you can definitely see why you would describe it that way. You would... I'm just trying to think. So some of the examples that we have of weather that has sky aspect. We've got the storm, which is 4 heart, 4 sky. We've got the sunny day, which is 2 lantern, 2 sky. What else do we have? I feel like there was another example of sky that I'm missing here. The feather has sky aspect. But yeah, the tricky part that I have here is when I think of these other concepts, like, so the idea of balance, harmony, and necessity, like what principles would I associate with them on their own? And to be completely honest with you, I don't have very good answers. Like I could sort of torture one, but it would be I don't think it would be very enlightening. I guess this is how I would put it. I'm gonna have to make some hard choices with this sky, I think. Yeah, no. The guesses, honestly, like in my view, are like they're the way to go. Oh, there's never going to be a winter instrument. The Great Winter Composition by John Cage. But yeah, no, I like the guessing side of things. Like this is, I'd put it to you this way. I find it very uninteresting when I talk about stuff about Cultist Simulator and there's a definitive answer. And it's not like, meh, I'm mad somebody's smarter than me. Like that's ideally a frame of mind that, you know, you can leave aside because it just closes off so many interesting avenues. If you start to think that way, like I completely understand it, right? Because like when you go to grad school, like everybody's kind of used to being the smartest person in their class, and then you go into a more selective program, and all of like clearly not everyone is going to be the smart. By definition, not everyone is going to be the smartest. So there is the difference. Some people will react to that in a really positive way and it'll become an interesting challenge. Ideally, you will be stimulated by, meeting people who are smarter than you and being able to like learn from them and with them. And that's what collaboration is about. That's how we move the world forward. But there are definitely times when, and you could see this with people, where it is not that. It is a very negative thing. And there's almost kind of this idea like there's a finite quantity of knowledge. And so, in this case, people can get very protective and, like get kind of nasty, or at the very least kind of be quite jealous and generally unpleasant to be around. So it's definitely good. Like, sometimes it's disappointing. Like, if you're I don't know, if you're trying to I guess if you're like trying to do a world record or something like that, to be the first to figure out an enigma or something, then I suppose there's going to inevitably be a feeling of disappointment if someone reveals that they have that knowledge ahead of you. But the greatest enjoyment that I've ever gotten out of Cultist Simulator has always been in the questions. It's never... Well, sorry, that's not entirely... Like, that's unfair to the game. It is interesting to see the resolutions as well, but by far the most rewarding parts are the, like, kicking around ideas and seeing, hey, what about this? What about that? And that by far is the most enjoyable part of discussion about this game, because the back and forth, the exploration, gives you something you can work with. Okay, so Forge, Sky, and Winter for the Madrigard. Shrine to the Watchman, Lantern, Rose, and Sky. Just trying to see if any of these might indicate a shrine. Well, that's another interesting possibility, right? So if we've got the Madrigard here, we've got the Watchman here, and we've got a shrine to the Chancel. So the people who don't have shrines to them right now are the Menescate and the Sun and Rags. Now we do have a shrine to Saint Januarius, so is there any reason to think... Saint Januarius is the name which was wounded, the name of exceptions, the little god at the door. So did Saint Januarius become the Menescate? I don't know, but... I'm looking forward to the book text that is scholars arguing over the new principles and what they mean. So I am noticing that so far all of the solar hours have sky aspect. The exception being, of course, the chancel. So we may get a little bit closer to answering that if maybe we find a shrine. It does say this has long been a holy place, but now the sun in rags has withdrawn his peace from it. So this could be... So if we think that there may be a shrine to the sun in rags here, and we cross that off the list, then that's another argument for the Menace Gate being in the chancel. But yeah, anyways, I think the biggest disappointment to me is that if there's a definitive answer, what happens is the conversation in chat ends, and that's always a disappointing part. Whereas if we dwell in the mysteries, it becomes it's much more interesting. So, yeah, it's kind of I realize it's kind of a silly way of thinking about it or talking about it, but it's, I don't know, that's kind of how I feel. Okay. I'm just trying to think what my next few steps are going to be, because we obviously unlocked the area that we wanted, and that clearly, provokes, for me at least, an interesting train of thought. But I do need to figure out what's going on with Mr. Kill. So here's what we're going to do. I am going to let the timers run out, both on the bed and with Mr. Kill. So my outside option is to use the health to garden. The tricky part that I have here is that I'm going to want to use Whist, and I'm going to want to talk to Mr. Kill with something that will get me the winter aspect. So maybe here's what we do. I know I've done this before, but clearly I messed up. Ah, here we go. So, for some reason, Mr. Kill can accept more than just... So he can accept material... Yeah, it's everything plus material. So there are more possibilities for him than other people. But, again, I am going to do an audit of what I have available. Because I would like to know what my options are after. So like basically after, Isle Water. Not the fireplace, but the serving. Serve appropriately. Pour out. Aha! Okay, so I'm going to use my Whist with Mr. Kill. We'll watch for what lies ahead. Winter and Lantern, so that brings him up to 6. The water will bring him up to 7. Assuming we have the time. Oh dear. A half pitcher of Isle Water. Well, hopefully, if we get to the deserted well, we will be able to restore that to... something more. What I will look... so, celebrate the God of Joy with your own joy. Take the sun, the confounding parable, furs and feathers, so we're at 8. And from that, we add the awakened feather, ascended harmony. And use furs and feathers with the instrument aspect present. Now what I am curious about is, do I have any other sky Yes, the trumpeter's lily. So it's not the feather that matters. It is just the... Okay, I'm a little reluctant to do this because I am going to lose the awakened feather, but I do want to see what Ascendant Harmony does. Oh god, I forgot. That's going to tie up my health for a long time too. I figure it'll be worth it. Alright, so my assistant and I will be prudent. So before I use the consumable, I'm just going to double check. Yes, I need 7 winter. Once more with Mr. Kill. A nice drop. I can offer my assistant something to drink. So 7 winter. I'm always suspicious of those noises. Okay, so we're near the end of the day with that. I'd say that's it's been a pretty good day for us. Obviously, I probably spent too much time considering the chancel, but I don't know. I like that we were able to have some back and forth on that. It's probably not so good for the YouTube crowd, but down to the Grushians, this has boosted their aspects appropriately. Yeah, so the icy bedroom, a thick and freezing murk. But yeah, like in terms of what we got done today, I think we have unlocked or constructed. Was it 3? Yeah, so we've got 4 of the scholar level recipes, and we found out that one of them is not available to me right now because I do not have a lantern space that will accept liquid. Anyways, thick and freezing murk, like a clinging black mist, roils at the floor level. Not theoplasma exactly, the ragged remnants of some chilly wood thing, or a good old-fashioned ghost decayed to half-elemental energies. Some local will probably know. Okay, so the Pale Chamber. In the time of the DeWolfs, this magnificent bedroom was reserved for the Baron, or in Lady Ava's time, the Baroness. Ava had the whole room decorated in black as a gesture of permanent mourning for her father Valentine, or according to rivaled rumors, to set off her own paleness for her lovers. It was Kitty Mazarine, much later, who refreshed the furnishings and made it the Pale Chamber. Well, we've got Thurza Blake here. I thought we knew where Thurza fit in the overall scheme of things. I'll leave that aside for now, especially because that may involve moving around. That may involve moving around a number of other things. But what have we got? The bridge at Ortuccio. A shadowy figure waits to accept its toll. Armagnac de Yze, mostly full. Armagnac can Armagnac can only come from Gascony, but if you believe Monsieur Corentin, his vineyard began with vine cuttings from Yze beyond the sea. Daybreak Clock, a particularly unrepentant example of the Rococo style of the mid-18th century. A vase of golden bulrushes. It won't need watering. Moth and nectar. And the pale bed. 7 generations of DeWolf slept here, as did Kitty Mazarine, who never cared much for tradition. So that'll accept heart, heart, moon, sky, and winter. So not too much in this room for us. Sea green sofa. Here Lady Ava de Wolf would weave her intrigues and satisfy her secret craving for sentimental novels. And the pale chamber fireplace fire always accepts gifts and boils the kettle for tea. Abandoned librarian's quarters, a bright haven on the house's seaward side, innocent of protections and menacing influences, though it'll take some work to set it right and clean it. Okay, this is a surprisingly straightforward work. So, like, one thing I could do is just straight up hire Denzil or Reverend Timothy for this. But I think what I'll do is I'll just take advantage of my elements and my memories to equip Mrs. Kill. So we can do the same trick with Reverend Timothy to open up the blockaded stairs. We can do the same to access the echoing chamber as well. I suppose there is a question for me about how much coffee I can give him. So I have one more cup right now, but we do have a pot of Evening Isles coffee. I suppose there's a reasonable question of, do I have any more in the pantry? Probably not. Well, we haven't opened the pantry, though. But yeah, I think it'll be worth. I think it'll be worth sort of spending some of the consumables to get Timothy where he needs to go. Also, of course, we have cataloging to do. But tell you what, we're at the 3-hour mark. This is normally when I finish, and I did start quite late for what I normally do. I'm not going to wrap up, but I am going to take a small break just so I can sort of refill my tea, and I think I'm going to have a snack. And then we can spend some more time. I can spend some more time being Reverend Timothy. No, I can spend some more time trying to plumb the depths of the mysteries of Hush House. I don't know if I'm going to make it to the last rooms, to be completely honest. But I feel like, I don't know, we're in shooting distance. But yeah, I'm going to take a little bit of time. Now I will run ads again. It's 1 minute, but it does mean that the people who check out who check out the stream later, when they, or like if they visit midstream, they're going to be able to skip the ads. So I do encourage you to go up, maybe make a cup of tea yourself. But whatever it is, it'll only be a couple minutes. So see you in a little bit. you enhanced my break by giving me a raid. So thank you very much, Dendrian. I think you were playing Tears of the Kingdom. Oh. Cool. Sorry, I just got a message from someone that I wanted to follow up on, but there is no urgency. Sorry, I'm being I'm being an idiot in various various chats, and unfortunately, I have found yeah, I've found people who are maybe a little more tolerant of my stupidity than is entirely healthy for me. So, anyways, let me just take a quick second here and first of all greet people from Dendrian's channel into my place. Again, I know Dendrian tends to be heading to bed around the time he finishes streaming, and I know that's true for a lot of you as well, so I appreciate you stopping by, whether it's only for a moment to say hi or you stick around for a while. I'm playing a game that is not out yet, and while I am certainly not being paid or suggested to say these sort of things, actually there is one thing I am being asked to say, and that is to point out, and unfortunately a lot of my cards are blocking this, but I am playing an early beta of Book of Hours. We are enjoying the solar release, which will actually be closing tomorrow, so hopefully it'll be tomorrow, like later at night, so that I can do the broadcast. But you know, Weather Factory will not change their plans around my stream as much as I would like to think I am that important. But this is a follow-up to a game I quite like called Cultist Simulator. This is a game that I've been waiting a few years to come out, and the basic idea here is that you are the librarian of an ancient building called Hush House, and equally importantly, you have actually washed up after a storm on the beach of the village outside of Hush House, Brandkrug Village, and you are restoring yourself as much as you are restoring the library. And as we are continuing to go through it, the way I described it to a friend in the broadcast is I think most people have had the experience of being in, if not a strange house, at the very least, like an old or interesting or just otherwise like some kind of a building where there's lots of rooms and there's stuff to piece together, and like just exploring it is interesting. I mean, even a museum would kind of count like that, except that a museum is usually ordered in such a way that you're you know, it's kind of putting you on a particular path. So for instance, I'm quite fond of Canada's War Museum. They actually have an exhibit on war games which is opening tomorrow, which I kind of want to go to, but duty calls. I need to entertain you all. But certainly it's a, you know, like you can make kind of a comparison with that. And while it doesn't look like it's a beautiful game with a wonderful soundtrack in that, this game does a very good job of capturing that feeling. There are plenty of mysteries. This takes place in as I mentioned, it's a follow-up to a game I quite like called Cultist Simulator. So there's a setting called the Secret History setting. There are a number of different kind of experiences that are related to it. So there's Cultist Simulator. They released a tabletop RPG called The Lady Afterward. There is it's kind of, I think this is, sort of, like it's sort of on the border between it. They've opened up their license so that a lot of fan-made creations can be made. It's called a Sixth History license. So like the idea is that the things in it are not canonical, but people are able to like make things that are in that that are in this setting. But there is a live event called the Locksmith's Dream, which if any of you get a chance to go to it, there's really nothing like it. And that's actually one of the challenges, is that everybody who's gone to it, who's talked about it, has said very, very positive things. But it is also true that I think a lot of people, they're having trouble getting the word out. I've tried to do some, like share some videos on it on the channel. But I think it's going to be kind of a perpetual challenge that they have to sort of explain to people this live event that's sort of based on the setting here. And I don't know, like its status as canon or whatever, I don't know. And frankly, sometimes those conversations just aren't very interesting. But in any case, it's just, and then there's a thing called Enigmas, which, for lack of a better term, it's a little bit like an ARG. There's some letters in like a little box that you can order. There's a number of different experiences that you can have in the secret history setting, and Book of Hours exists in it and does involve lots of reading of different books and trying to piece things together. But I will admit, some of the things that I'm very attracted to in this game are sort of how it models learning and, kind of the acquisition of knowledge, what you do with it. It's a very, very rewarding game. So I am always delighted to be able to share it with people. But we are getting near the end of the day. So let's get some plans for tomorrow. So number one, I am kind of interested in seeing what happens after we craft the Ascendant Harmony. We may actually... we may get our health back in time for the dawn, so fingers crossed. So Mrs. Kill, I think we will maybe talk with her about metal, and then try and get some kind of a forge memory to use. We will almost certainly hire Reverend Timothy, and we will hire him. So yes, this was the challenge I was running into. So we've got the blockaded stairs, which we can, I think it's easiest for us to access through Lantern. But we also have the echoing chamber, which requires Lantern. Now, the stopped clock is right twice a day. It's also something that we can access with Mr. Kill at Winter 10. So we have 2 rooms that we can get Mr. Kill to open for us. And then as for the heart and nectar, these are not like off the table. They're just not as important to us right now because we have easier to access rooms. So, but yeah. So let's say so metal in a memory. Lantern memory. Faust. Okay, so that's 4 cards spoken for. Actually, here's what we're going to do. So get Reverend Timothy, get Mrs. Kill, enhance Mrs. Kill, enhance Reverend Timothy, study a book, and the rest is for cataloging, I think. Cataloging, gardening, there's going to be a few things that we do. Okay. I've got my plans for the day. By the way, I can't remember if I called Spintria ass coins or ass tokens, but I meant ass tokens. That is the etymologically correct term. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. All right, so an Ascendant Harmony. So a few things that we learned out of this. We did lose the Awakened Feather. The Ascendant Harmony, a bright and ringing music which evokes the blue sweep of the lower heavens. So I'm going to take a minute here just to put down my notes. No, I don't necessarily regret. Oh, hang on. Yeah, we're fine. I don't necessarily regret losing the Awakened Feather, but I am going to keep in mind in future that if I can, I would like to avoid using anything but memories for the Ascendant Harmony. So, as it is, we just put a feather on the drum and just pounded away at it, and we made beautiful music. So if we theoretically did that again with Furs and Feathers, we could bring that up to 8, 9 with a Faust. Let me think about this. Confounding Parable would take it up to 2 sky. Okay, so 4 as a base level, 8 with the Horns and Ivories, 10 with the Confounding Parable, 11 with the Faust. Well, actually, you know what the funny thing is? You could theoretically add an assistant. So that's like you doing a duet. And I think with a duet, we might actually be able to get the 15, like the level 15 version. Although it seems to me like it would probably take... I'm also curious about the musical notation. Like, it looks... It's close to musical notation, but I'm wondering if this is an older or an alternative style to traditional musical notation. But, yeah, I would need to find another 4 sky... Oh, a storm! So if we use a storm, we could actually theoretically turn that into a... we could theoretically turn that into a... into a level 15. However, level 15, I believe it says it requires a specific ingredient. Okay, so... Reverend Timothy and Mrs. Kill. I think I'm going to start cataloging the books. No, I'm going to get the... I'm going to get the influences first. So for Reverend Timothy, we use the Locksmith's Dream. Oh, did I close off my... Yes, I did. Okay. For Mrs. Kill, we wanted a... Oh, do I even have a forge? Yes, I do, in the Mallory. Which was actually one of the first books I read. Okay, so that puts me on the path for... that puts me on the path for my room exploration. I want a catalog, but let's tend to the garden first. So we're still summer. Sea holly. A moth. Let's maybe take a moth orchid. Oh. Okay. I want to try and make some good progress on my various tasks. So, the medal and the Faust are reserved for Mrs. Kill and Reverend Timothy. So we'll catalog one book at the Pale Desk. Catalog a Solar Period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Solar Gothic period, roughly between the 1000s and the 1500s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are occasionally contaminated. That is a real risk that we need to worry about, by the way, but I'm kind of past the point where I'm going to hold off my, my choices before... Like I don't want to put the playthrough on hold to avoid curses. Like, we want to explore. Okay, so I guess one last thing I could do. Well, first of all, I need to pay for Reverend Timothy. There is a small temptation to use the whist just at the Sweet Bones to make some money, because I can always, reinvigorate one of my... Yeah, you know what? I think I'm going to do that. It's a bit of a waste, but I figure I can restore at least one of my elements of the soul based on the weather. So, help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Okay, so a rainy day. So this actually, like, the one thing that this would be good for is if I wanted to do something with Grail or Nectar. So I suppose if I want to restore anything, I'd probably want to restore my my health. Alright, Mrs. Gill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. And Director's assistants, we do appreciate the contribution. Okay. So Reverend Timothy's kind of the star for today, so we'll collaborate with Faust. Together we'll be watchful. Okay, so there's a few books that we've just cataloged. So we've got The Secret Colors, which is a 10-lantern text. Not the easiest thing for us to read, but not impossible either. You know what? I should be collecting these. We have got... Oh, I prickle with a dozen sharp little pains, as if needles had been driven into my hands. This is contaminated. The poison or curse caused Sethnic taint. Your shept now has a malady. So unfortunately, this was a cursed text. It is an 8 scale text. So with Coil and Chasm, actually probably Horns and Ivories is better. Yeah, so with Horns and Ivories we need 4 scale. I can get 1 from my health, so that's 3. And with Fear I can get 2. But really I need to enhance my health to guarantee me the scale. In any case, this is a book that I don't exactly want to be touching too much right now. So... there's got to be a better place for me to put... Yeah, we'll put it aside here. Alright, Shapt Acusis. The doors of my soul have opened too wide. Every sound rings like a bell. Every word scratches at my eyes or skin. Cured with winter, this malady could be cured with bed rest, something, preferably cold, to drink, and this much winter aspect to soothe the sensitive soul. So, the good news is I should be able to get past this pretty simply. I'll probably have to give up some more of the water, which, you know, is what it is. Actually, maybe I don't even need to give that up. We'll see. Alright, now I have an idea of the book's nature and its contents. So, The Serenity of the Black Wood, an allegorical history of the House of Leith, who it is here implied were inspired by the centipedes. Serena Blackwood is an occult alias to this day. So it's a 12 moth text. I suspect that's too much for me. So the inevitable question is, how do I want to spend my time? In terms of the books that I can read, I think there was really only one. So if I use Faust as 2, Auroral Contemplations brings me up to 7. You know what? I need actually a more intense lantern memory, or I need to get lucky with... yeah, so there's a side of me that says, well, maybe we do get lucky. How about we don't... If I need to get lucky, let's do it right. So one unfortunate reality of this sickness is that I can't put winter things in this bed, so I should probably move to not the Motley, the Solomon bed. And for that I'm going to need health. Yeah, so we'll renew health in bed, but we're going to need to wait for the gardening to finish. So I think the day is more or less spoken for. The one thing I can do, though, is generate a whole bunch of memories using the shaft. If I want. Obviously, it's kind of contingent on what I want to try and accomplish. Oh, here's a question. So I can use... Well, I can't use it in here, but I could use it in a workbench. Oh, but I don't have the fifth point of Grail. I would need an upgrade before I can take advantage of that. Also, I should move glass blowing up to level 2. Okay, well we can leave that be. I don't need to make everything work. My assistant and I are vigilant. Okay, so we don't have the memory yet to upgrade Reverend Timothy, so we will upgrade Mrs. Kill with metal. Inspiration and determination. Something to consider. So that's memory foresight. We're going to get that for Mrs. Kill. And then we should have another text. Here we go. There's the revelation. Alright, things are looking pretty good other than the curse, but, you know, hazard of being a librarian. Never know when somebody's going to hand in a cursed text. I should incidentally be working on trying to kind of clear out those curses. Alright, exalt with a memory. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. So there's my health. In summer, trumpeter's lily flourishes like a shout. And again, I'm sort of struggling to find places where to put all my flowers. Didn't like that. That was more successful. So I'm not too worried about bringing in Mrs. Kill again. The main reason for that is like, so I can use the cursed I can use my cursed status. I don't know. I can use the cursed trap to generate more memories. But if I don't have the elements of the soul to do anything with them, it doesn't really matter. Well, okay, actually, so the double base would allow me to make Witching to Sane with Desires and Dissolutions. So let's start with that. That's oh, actually, here's a question. What if I wanted to get another one of those? Yes. Okay. Let's actually start with a confounding parable, because then I can get that feather back. Right, but this is knock, so I need a different desk. Right, I've already mastered this text, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. And again, we give the priority to Reverend Timothy because he is the one who costs money to use. So proffer a tool, I can lend assistance to something, by assistance something to help increasing their abilities. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So one of the interesting challenges in future playthroughs for me, I think, is going to be, like, I've got a fairly decent stack of skills, and I have some ideas about what ones will produce outcomes I'm looking for. So I'm thinking in this case of Solomon's Preparation, which will be very helpful for using Mr. Kill to unlock two fairly challenging parts of the house. But obviously at the beginning of the playthrough, I'm not necessarily going to know the scholar level recipes, and so that will that'll definitely, I think that's going to add another dimension to the challenge, to future playthroughs. But still, we've definitely gotten a toehold on some ideas, and that's, at this point, that's enough. I kind of feel at this point I've got enough actions that I can take to try and like really make something of the run. All right, I can offer my assistant something to drink. So I'm not worried about exhausting it because we can still use the Evening Isles coffee pot. And there is just one more area. So I guess the question is, do I use the blockaded stairs or the echoing chamber? Well, okay, so one drawback, this could potentially open 2 areas rather than 1, but I am kind of curious about the echoing chamber, so I'm going to start with that. Okay, so with the confounding parable, I should use music. Ah, but there is not a knock instrument, so that doesn't help me. Shucks. I actually don't need an instrument, though. Oop, not the reading room. The Ambrose desk. So yeah, we add furs and feathers. We just need the confounding parable. That's sufficient. Okay. Smooth and abandoned feather to enchanted. Enchanted alertness. Down to the Grushans. This has boosted their aspects appropriately. Okay, so we will use Reverend Timothy on the echoing chamber. This has long been a holy place, but the voices of the monks have outlasted their prayers. A surly muttering circles the room, picking up speed as it goes. Each time it passes me, it almost manages to articulate my name. Looks like there are some texts for me to review, so they really like the second Flesh of Sam, it looks like. The chapter house. Here, the monastic superiors would meet to arrange the affairs of St. Brendan's and to resolve its disputes. Here, in 1349, the last trial of the last nuns of St. Brendan's took place. 2 were executed for the murder of Abbess Nona, supposedly with perversions for the healing arts. Nona was the last abbess of St. Brendan's, and after the trial, the monastery never accepted female novices again. From the wide windows, the sea is always visible, beating on the rocks far below. White Matilda. In 1093, twin infant girls were admitted to the care of the sisters here. Both were named Matilda. In 1127, the elder of the 2 became abbess. I've got a tall candlestick. And plenty of tea. And 2 uncatalogued books, which I fully intend to catalog with my cursed, cursed element of the soul. Oh, a new desk. The Nona desk. Abbess Nona, apothecary, scholar, and dancer. Grail, heart, lantern, and nectar. So here we've got Perhibiate, which binds me to the one whose name is there written. A minor ink of power. We know how to build that, incidentally. Houndsgall. Books written in Houndsgall are more likely to return to their owner, or one to whom they have been legitimately sold. An ink of containment. 5 scale, 2 heart. So I am really curious about the writing mechanics. So language blank, readable ink. So I'm curious how I get paper. That is probably one of the more interesting questions to me here, because we know at least one of the inks in our possession has the capability of changing the world. So, Porphyrin, the Incastuum Terminale of the Second History. It's the glowing crimson mauve of the secret histories. Porphyrin was venerated in secret by a confraternity of corresponding Cluniacs and Benedictines. Encaustum inks can be used to make determinations. If the hours listen, the world changes. So 7 rows, and it makes the note here. So using custom inks to make resolutions which can have far-reaching consequences. I do not know if the idea of Porphyrin, so the the first part of the name does make me wonder. I know a lot of you have had to deal with me rambling on about Neoplatonists, and frankly, you all have Old World to blame for that. But for those of you that are interested in such things, I believe Porphyry was he is the student of Plotinus, who wrote. So he was responsible for assembling the Enneads. The Enneads are sort of the work that Plotinus is known for. He sort of wrote these individual works, but Porphyry arranged them. Ennead, basically, it means 9. So and there are multiple Enneads. There are 6, so 54 for those of you who didn't do your times tables. So when I see Porphyrine, I think, okay, well, this may be relevant. I mean, one reason why I think there may be more relevance to Plotinus here, there's actually even more relevance than I want to really let on. But there's a couple reasons why I think that might be the origin of this name. So, like, you can kind of see Porphyry. I believe he is sort of a... you can kind of consider him like a philosopher and like a practitioner, let's say. Maybe not equal to Plotinus, but someone who I think, obviously we owe the Enneads to his work. And certainly he made his own contributions. And of course, the life of Plotinus is part of work. And so in the end, if you consider Plotinus an important figure, then this biography is, written by a contemporary, and that's important. And I note this because if you have been a fan of Weather Factory, you do know that at minimum, I feel like they've brought it up at other times, but Procopius was the name for a project. And for all I know, Procopius could be the Enigmas, or it could be something that they're still working on. Like, again, I don't know if they ever kind of come out and say what the code names of things were. Could also be that Procopius is just in hibernation, or maybe they've decided to move on. But Procopius is particularly interesting. He is a historian, and he was around in the time of Justinian and Theodora. So if you played Civilization, you'll probably remember Theodora. This would be of the Byzantine Empire, the Eastern Roman Empire. But there is sort of his author, and I know I've read sections of this on stream actually, but there are probably 2 notable histories for Procopius. The authorized one, actually, it's funny. If you really want it, you can actually almost think of this as what is it, the life of Berenzia or whatever it is in the Elder Scrolls, and then the real Berenzia. But only if you imagine that they were actually both by the same authors. So Procopius is the author of a work called The History of the Wars. And yeah, it's kind of what we would consider to be it's a history work, standard history work. I'm sorry, I'm like totally hand waving it. History is a fascinating and important subject. But it's definitely the lesser known of the 2 works. The other work, and the one that he's probably better known for, is called Secret History. So you might see why somebody who likes these games might be interested in that. And this is the one that has, I believe one of the... I can't even remember who this quote is from, but I believe it's... contains comedy and invective against Justinian, Theodora, and I'm actually pretty sure the General Belisarius doesn't come out too well from the Secret History as well. It is claimed that it may actually even be written in it, if I recall correctly, that he did not want it to be published until he was dead because he was convinced he would be tortured and killed for it. But it was basically like the real deal. The historian's version of a diss track. But in any case, so like clearly names of things will, even if it is just a project code name, will have these references to sort of historians. And so when I see something like Porphyroid, it's admitted, like it's got a similar sound, and there may be another reason why where the porf comes from, but I'm kind of inclined to think of it because the other thing that I noticed when I was looking for a translation, so Lloyd Gerson of University of Toronto has published a recent translation. He's edited, I think it was a collection of scholars that did the translations. So he edited what I have, which is the Neoplatonist Reader, which has selections from the Enneads, along with the Iamblichus, Proclus, and I guess it would have to be Porphyry would be the other one. But yeah, it's a selection. Whereas this work that I was looking at, I had ordered it on Biblio, but unfortunately the bookseller did kind of cancel the order afterwards. But that was the that was the one I was going for. But generally, if you're dealing with ancient books, chances are they have been translated by someone who died within the period of time that would count, that would sort of fall outside of copyright. And sure enough, you can go online and you can find some translations of Plotinus. But what did interest me was that I actually found the first result that came up was like a website, Sacred Texts, and it definitely has a lot more, well, as you can guess from the title, like it's full of religious writing. Now, obviously, I know of the Neoplatonists in terms of the philosophical tradition and sort of this great synthesis of Hellenistic philosophy. And, what came before. Obviously, the Enneads are in some ways kind of presented as this commentary on Plato. But like the term Neoplatonism is definitely something that we've imposed much later than the people who were actually writing that. So yeah, the thing is that like my knowledge of kind of occult writings and what, was it, it's Hermetic Order of the Golden, I had a list of these organizations because I wanted to look them up. Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. I wasn't sure because I was like, I think Crowley was a member of it for a while, but I don't think it was his. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But yeah, so like this it may be that Plotinus was a thing that they were interested in reading. But again, like my familiarity, I can talk to a beast. Interesting. But yeah, like these are the things, like I don't know, I do my best with what I've got, but it was a new touch to me. So yeah, in any case, understanding that Porphyry may come up in places other than just being a real nerd for sort of late classical philosophy, and knowing that he would probably be considered a figure of some significance in terms of establishing a historical record, and particularly a historical record of someone who might be considered important in terms of, more esoteric kind of traditions. That's kind of my argument in terms of where, like, this name may actually be a reference to someone in particular. And now for the next 17 hours, we will read selections from the Enneads. can discuss a memory with my assistant. I think I said I was going to recover my health, and I completely failed to do so. I'm slightly annoyed. I'm slightly annoyed that I did that. Honestly, it's probably too late, but let's give it a shot. And I say that because I am going to need to move beds to cure my curse. Okay. I don't think there's much else that I can do memory-wise, but I am going to keep talking with Mrs. Kill. I'm not going to unlock any more rooms by unlocking the abandoned librarian's quarters, so we'll make do. Smooth sweep of a quill, alert with life. So there was something I was meaning to test in the duelist's room. Cool. There's Tiz and Combino Tizzer. Mrs. Kill, as every local gossip knows, came from France to marry Mr. Kill, but there's scant trace of the continent in their accent now. Okay, so we're almost at the end of the day. Yeah, I was too pessimistic in terms of what I could do with my health. See, maybe if we can decamp. I think I'll probably wind up losing my health, but... I feel like I should have my cursed... Yes, I've had it for a while. Okay. What I want to be doing here is making the most of the curse and cataloging the books. Okay, catalog a solar period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's solar Gothic period, roughly around the 1000s to 1500s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. I guess 1000s, 1500s would be the right way to say it. It's just weird to see 1000 and call it 1000. Okay, I deserved a little quiet time, so let's decamp. Hush House is a mansion of many rooms. I'll move to a different one. Okay, that's only 30 seconds, so we will get our health back. This book's nature and its contents. So the instruments of the heart, a 10 heart, won't be easy, but we may be able to handle it. Let's see if we can catalog this last one. So again, the nice thing about being cursed is you kind of get to work through the night because it doesn't get fatigued. And then in 14 seconds, we'll use Mrs. Kill to open up the room. Gathered my belongings, refreshed the sheets for any guests I might have, ready to move on. All right. Abandoned librarian's quarters, a bright haven on the house's seaward side, innocent of protections and menacing influences, though it'll take some work to set it right and clean it. Another book. Librarian's quarters. When the Curia of the Isle acquired the deed to the abandoned De Wolf estate, Ambrose Westcott became the first librarian and had this cozy nook constructed above the north wing to fit his preferences. His successor, Kitty, preferred the room next door. She lamented that the reek of Westcott's pipe remained long after his death, and her successor, Solomon Husher, preferred the long tower for his own chilly reasons, but most librarians have enjoyed the peace of the sea view. Okay, so that gives me... I'm actually going to work on the busts first, because I am a glutton for punishment. So I'm fairly sure we had Kitty somewhere here. Ellen Ripley, how are you doing? I will apologize in advance. You have experienced me only through chats. And I'm very different on broadcast. I'm going late on a day that I haven't normally done. Although I believe we may have talked about... we may have actually talked about Book of Hours before, so... How are you doing, though? Okay, third librarian... So, we move Ambrose in place. I feel like I should probably have a better idea of what was going on with the De Wolfs. We definitely have a few that we haven't placed. So we've got Walter. Oh, hell. That one's not accessible to us right now, but that's... I feel like we should also know where to put Strathcoin. Well, there's no point in putting too much attention on that now because, like I said, there's only so much information that I have. Love this. Your voice is very calming in your stressful office. Ah, thank you. Yeah, it took me a while to work up the courage to put unintentional ASMR in the into the title, but you know, I get the compliment enough. So, anyways, it's good to see you. Okay, so we will want to catalog this book when the time comes, but we've got lots of things to check out. So, librarians' quarters. Librarians are prone to backache, and the mattress here has always been a hard one, even in Westcott's time. So that one doesn't help me with my illness. The pale bust, a delicate featured young, woman. The inscription reads, Abra Southey. Librarian's timepiece, one of Ambrose Westcott's appalling Rococo enthusiasms. This one, less ugly than some, was suffered to remain by his sentimental successors. So there's that, and then there's the, where was it? The Daybreak Clock, a particularly unrepentant example of the Rococo style of the mid-18th century. Librarian's armchair. According to consistent tradition, this is the most comfortable chair in the entire house. And it's lantern, by the way. Madame Matutine, an alluring young woman with deep blue eyes, hard and dark as sapphires, so that's Grail. And we've seen this painting before, a Grail and moon painting. Librarian's glasses, another set, so they're not lenses, just plain glass. But a certain sort of visitor is disappointed by a librarian who doesn't wear glasses. A watchful candle, a little portable clarity. Now these are interesting. So a half-faceless face, a mask to fit a face that at the very least began as... So this is an interesting one. I don't know if it's missing the letter or if this is intentional. So let me just take a quick second there. Again, apologies, this is beta, so I do want to make sure that I'm filing whatever reports. Twinned Fish Stone, a memorial stone preserved from Ys, the city behind the sea. And Inscribed Stone, a stone tablet with rows of badly worn scratches that once, probably, were writing. Also, fairly powerful lantern artifact. A watering can, good for pottering. That is a nectar tool, so... Let me just take a note of that, because I actually needed... nectar tool. Oh, the kitchen bowls gave nectar. That's right. Potted avity, a lush and hungry ornament. So 2 grail and nectar. Potted pink orchid, a little smudge of dawn. Potted fern, a pleasantly primitive plant. Potted white orchid, a little smudge of snow. Potted bamboo, water it, and you can almost hear it growing. And the fringed lamp. Okay. Let's see what solar period book we get, and then we'll catalog the baronial. Wait, is that baronial? No, that may be Curia, I think. 7 shards. The lion something. Now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. I feel like this is one we can handle, because with Ragged Crossroads we've got 5 edge. That becomes 6 edge. Oh, no. Okay, so it's basically the same risk that we would run with the lantern text. We'd be banking on at least one... Is this cursed? No. Okay, so we'll use the Ambrose desk again, and this is a Curia book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. So I suspect we're not going to take advantage of any of these memories. But again, I think cataloging is more important. So the plan for tomorrow, I think we do the same thing with Reverend Timothy with the blockaded stairs. There may be an argument for using Mr. Kill as well. So Wisp for Mr. Kill, Shapt for Reverend Timothy. We will claim Solomon's bed. So just taking a minute to make sure that I'm thinking this through. We do that. Ragged Crossroads and a glass of water will heal the curse. Camp. I'll make this my lodgings for the time being. Move your belongings into this room, and then you can use the bed to rest your abilities and recover maladies. Okay. Got 0.9 seconds before we find out what this book is. The 12 letters on consequence. So, seems to me like this is a very easy one for us to read. So easy, in fact, I'm going to use my... That's probably actually going to tie things up longer than it needs to, but... Anyways, that's fine. We only need 4... Oh, hang on. I probably don't have 4 moon. So I either need to use a memory or we use... Yeah, we'll use Trist. Rhyme and remembrance. Okay. Moon, a semblance. Perhaps you provided moon, but not enough to match mystery moon. I forgot. I have 1 moon from Trist, not more than 1. Okay, so I may actually need to... So we'll just double check. We've got Rhyme and Remembrance here. There we go, Megaphene Mysteries. So I'm not completely losing my mind. So same argument, just we wanted the 4 moon. Okay, moon a culmination. I can master the mystery in this book. Enough moon to match mystery moon. I do need to get the lantern and winter. And I think the lantern is the bigger priority right now. So we will read the Gallimier work. So Oxma Stream, Stolen Reflections. So in a minute we will get the revelations. Again, it may wind up being that we get a sunny day in memories, but I'd rather not risk it. I suppose the other question I should ask though is what's stopping me from using the other elements of the soul to, you know, like why not use them for other texts? So the Serenity of the Blackwood and the Secret Colors, and then let me just take a second here. Okay, so the best lantern that I can offer would be 2 Faust, 5 for the Auroral Contemplations. You know, I could actually throw a whist at it. But I do feel I need to get my ducks in a row, so I actually, as much as I hate to say it, oh, I do need to give him the pound note. I am actually going to use... I am actually going to use some of my Elements of the Soul for money, because I feel like I should dedicate my efforts to reading those books. Okay, clouds. That doesn't do a ton for us. Moon and moth. Well, the moth might make a difference on the margin, but we do appreciate the contribution. And Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. So again, focus right now is on Reverend Timothy. So we'll start talking about Faust with him. I do want to, if I can, use Mr. Kill to unlock the Glaring Room. But obviously that's a target of opportunity. We get Mr. Kill for free. Although I guess there was no reason not to... No, we can still use... Yeah, we can still use the curse. There's plenty of things that I can throw at Reverend Timothy while I wait for the outcomes, like the memories. I should maybe take a minute. So given that we've got clouds, so it's still okay. Actually, yeah, I am gonna think about this. So it's summer. Oh man, yeah, because it is summer, I should actually be thinking. I really should be thinking about how I no, it's It's moon, not moth. Autumn is when I do that. Yes, I have what I need right now. This may change with the blockaded stairs, so I want to get that taken care of. But I do not want to hire anyone right now. I want to make some money and leave it at that. So, knowing what I know, let's garden. Gather in summer, gather the scented blossoms of the fragrant chalice. There is something very intriguing. So, someone was asking earlier. Sorry, I do know the name. Like, it was Brettist, but I don't know if they're still around. Basically, the question was, does this game rely on spinning plates in the same way that Cultist Simulator does? And not really, but I'm actually appreciating how much the game does promote sort of long-term thinking. So, like, the seasons always come around, right? You're always going to be able to hire some help, but you're the fact that you can only harvest certain plants during certain seasons, and the fact that the help that's available to you changes with the seasons. This means that you can potentially wind up waiting a very long time to accomplish what should be fairly straightforward things. Which, again, like, there's nothing bad with that, because it's a really nice environment to work in. Like, it's a very enjoyable, it's a very pleasant game. I like the feeling that I have playing it. There's absolutely nothing wrong with, kind of taking the time to smell the roses. Quite literally in some cases. But there is a benefit to taking a minute to sort of think things through. Because, again, there's a lot to experience in the house. And like, in terms of this beta, I'm really finally appreciating how crafting works in the game. I quite like it. So it's, as a consequence, I feel like my play is going to be enhanced. Should probably prepare the coffee, because we know we're going to make it now, so... Serve appropriately. Pour out. Again, this is a beta. I'm not sure where I'm going to get the Evening Isles coffee. It says half pot, so we are going to need to find a new source of lantern before too long. But all right, this place, this is a safe place for me now, to the extent that dreams are safe. So I think what I'm going to do here, I am going to pour myself a cup of water. Yeah, it's not surprising. Oh, crap. All right, well, that's fine. We just converted it into an individual cup. That's not that big of a loss. But what I'd meant to do was the Isle water. Water on the nightstand. Oh, there already was one. Although I think I just covered it, so let's see if we can do better there. Yep, I have denied myself access to the water. There we go. Okay, so reason we poured the coffee was to make him a level 9 lantern assistant, so I can offer my assistant something to drink. Did I make my money yet? Yes, I did. There was a reason why I poured the water. I wanted to restore a skill. Oh, why didn't I use the health with the gardens? My god, I'm completely asleep at the switch. Okay, let's see. Again, it's always a puzzle to know where I can put the flowers. Right, Moon, a culmination. I've mastered the mystery in this book and gathered the lessons it contained. So I am going to take a second here and just make a note of the... So it's easier for me to keep track of this while I'm reading. So the 12 letters on consequence. And we've got regret. There we go. And we've also got putrefactions and calcinations. So I was going to say, like, this sounds scale-like, but it's actually moon and winter. Okay, so this is a new skill for us, so we can throw that straight into my... We can throw that straight into consider. A new skill, Death Alters, Snow Endures, Solomon Husher, and that is indeed the same Solomon whose bed I currently occupy. I just heard a click somewhere. Winter, nothing more. Okay, yes, so I need to use this memory, otherwise I lose it. I frankly don't need to be this neurotic about like it's fun to exploit the duplicate thing, but it is not nearly as helpful as it used to be. So I think I can get by without messing around. Now, I feel like I kind of messed up in terms of my priorities, because I can't really make money with Arab. I mean, I could get threepence with thruppence with Trist, but I feel like that's not the most useful thing I can do. I suppose we need to say what happens with the blockaded stairs, so I won't put them to work right away, but... Alright, down to the Grecians. But yeah, I do want to do something with these. Okay, someone has filled these stairs with blocks of timber and broken furniture. They filled the timber and the furniture with signs to bring shadow and despair. Did they want to prevent an intruder from passing or a resident from leaving? Either way, it'll be difficult and careful work to open the stairs. So that did open 2 locations. The back stairs, the secret artery of the house. All those abbots and barons and all their crowds of retainers needed their chamber pots emptying and their boots cleaning. These are the stairs that the boots and the chamber pots went up and down. They were notoriously cramped and treacherous. It was a rare year that some poor scullion... Sorry, just a second. It was a rare year some poor scullion didn't crack an ankle. It was the Suppression Bureau, at very long last, who remodeled the stairs and put in electric lights. And people say the Suppression Bureau never did Hush House any good. So I am really wondering, I have a feeling, I definitely have a feeling in terms of a building that this is modeled after. Because I've been in stairs that would be, they don't look like this, but they would absolutely be described this way. So Lepidoptery display, Grail-centric, a collection of Lepidopteran insects with unusual characteristics. Lepidoptery display, heart-centric, a collection of Lepidopteran insects with unusual characteristics. Okay, but yes, this is intermediate. So there's the wounded room. Blood drips from wet-edged cracks in the ceiling here, pooling on the floor. Another rage-fueled presence that I could use help to lay. This is an 8 heart, 8 knock challenge, and infested wine cellar. Something much bigger layered here. The walls and ceiling are smeared with its slimes. It's gone, but the children remain, wriggling in every shadow. You will have to clear, lure, or drive them out. So fortunately, with 10 Grail, I have a feeling that we know the answer to this. Where the hell did I put it? Yeah, Ruby-Wise Ruin basically is the Husher's or Solomon's preparation equivalent for Mrs. Kill. Okay, so talk, but not in the library, please. So we're going to talk with Whist with Mr. Kill first. So we're getting close to the end of the day, but we're going to make a push for it. There weren't any books here, so at this point, so the first thing I'm going to do is use Trist in the Sweet Bones, because any money is better than none. There's no point in talking to Mrs. Kill. I think we just play it cool. All right. Putrefactions and calcinations, death altars, snow endures, Solomon Husher. And that is yet another Skolokosophy for us, so that makes me happy. It feels like there's a lot more Skolokosophy than Illumination, but it could also be, like, Illumination was the very first time I played the game, so I can definitely see how like I'd feel that, because in the end I didn't get that many skills. Well, also, frankly, there probably wasn't that many skills in the game, so. Or at least access to them from the books. This takes longer than I was expecting. Oh, you know what? How much you want to bet that the time is related to the skill? I'm going to try herbs and infusions next time. Alright, my assistant and I will be prudent. So, the specific order that I use these cards, I know I've talked about this before, but basically, so I start talking about my element of the soul. The smartest way for me to do it actually would be memory, element of the soul, then consumables. Or, well, sorry. Memory, tool... Sorry. Tool... Yeah, tool, memory, element of the soul, consumable. And the reason why that order makes the most sense is that the... Oh, it just occurred to me I might have caused a problem for myself on the next day. I think I have a solution to that. But basically it's about, like, memories go away at the end of the day, whereas elements of the soul wind up being something of a scarce resource that you, they want to make sure that you use wisely. And likewise, something like Solomon's preparation, you know, admittedly now I can make it, but it's considerably easier to keep it available until the last minute when you know you're going to use it, and then you then you do your thing. But like, to be honest, I've never really run into it. The one time that I've lost the it's twopence, tuppence, if you will. So we'll use the Arab in the sweet bones. I'm a librarian of Hush House. I will question the villagers of Brankrug, and I will add whatever they tell me to my store of knowledge. Yeah, the one time that I've lost someone that I needed the help from was because I wasn't paying attention, and I had forgotten to enhance them with a health before the sun went down, and that was my neglect. That wasn't that wasn't any special or dark conspiracy or anything. Anyways, time to use the powerful drink that we've made. Solomon's preparation. Solomon Husher would take this every night without fail before sleep to close his ears to the sound of the waves. But on the 9th of January, 1838, a heavy snow fell on Hush House. When the other residents dug themselves out, Husher was nowhere to be found. He had left a resignation letter and an undrunk measure of his preparation. I can offer my assistant something to drink. So we're going to use this to open the glaring room, and then we'll do this one more time tomorrow, assuming that I can. I deserve a little quiet time. Okay, so I actually wanted to use this in the sweet bones. I might have closed off that possibility for myself. Oh, no, actually, sorry. I know what I wanted to use this for. So, Whist, Ragged Crossroads. I don't want to craft a Levitic tincture. So take my curse and glass of water. Yeah, so actually I don't need to use the whisk here. So yeah. You've supplied enough winter. That's 3 minutes. That's almost certainly going to cross into the next day, which may affect my ability to get Mr. Kill working the other wintry room. So what we'll do is we'll prepare to use Mrs. Kill for the other task. I know I said that I was wanting to like put some effort into studying the Forge and the Lantern book, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus my efforts on getting the Grail and Winter, the Grail and Winter memories that I need to do big things. All right, a nice drop down to the Grecians. We don't need to use Mr. Kill right away, so we'll talk to him for a memory. We do still have Arab and Wisped, so I can I can do crafting depending on the memories that I get. Looks like I can make a bit of money in the sweet bone. Oh. I'm gonna risk it with the Whist, but okay, memory foresight. Help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brankrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. So we got some gossip. I think we might be able to turn that into a witching to sane. So we'll go to the kitchen, soul, desires and dissolutions, add a little gossip. Hush House still rings with thwarted desires. I'll mix that into a to sane. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So, we've got a minute 12, so I suspect I'm going to wind up with 2 fatigued elements of the soul by morning. We did make some money. Hey, we got our pound note back. Okay, time to check out the glaring room. This has long been a holy place, but now the sun in rags has withdrawn his peace from it, and the light here cannot be borne. In the day, the sun's light dazzles. In the night, the moon's light freezes. Only once a piece has been laid on the room will I be able to enter safely. Magic! Alright. What are we looking at here? Solarium. This room was once for the meditation of favored visionaries. Here, White Matilda prophesied the victory of the Iron King in the Wars of the Roads, much as it would occur 300 years later. She got his name wrong, though. So, Sol Invictus symbol, Paradise Palm, contemplative seat, perch here to meditate on the mysteries of dawn. Once these grew only on one tiny island on the other side of the world. That's Empire for you. Nine-wink clock, the most effective and irrefutable alarm clock ever to grace the house. Small candlestick, simple elegance, restful seat, sit in serenity, heart as opposed to lantern. 2 contemplative seats, 1 restful. A potted pink orchid, a little smudge of dawn. Potted snake plant, sturdy sun-loving relic from a warmer place. Potted bamboo, water it and you can almost hear it growing. Lovely. We've got more Evening Isles coffee. I feel like this should be a bit higher, but okay, so this is a pretty big one. This is one we were working for. Now, the funny thing is, despite the fact that it was like differently colored... Oh, here we go. There's a couple of books I almost missed. Okay, so I do want to catalog these, but maybe we will... I want to make sure that I can fit those in with the other tasks I want to do. I also want to see what type... Jesus Christ. We're at the 5-hour mark, and I did forget the time that I started at. But we have stuff we need to do, so we're going to push ahead. I have 2... Hang on. I'm missing a... So this I understand because we got rid of the Ragged Crossroads. Oh, right. Switching to same. Okay, something happened in the background. An offer from Oriflammes. Oriflammes, established 1776, Sense Signs Sciences. Dear librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase Diaries of Walter de Wolf, a 2-forge text. Now, this feels like the sort of thing that I should own, and yet I don't think I could actually point to you where I've read it. It's expensive, but we will have enough to get some language lessons. So, Oriflammes thanks you for your custom. So today we're going to get Mr. Kill and Mrs. Kill. There's a very specific order in which these things are going to happen, so... Mist and silence. Oh! No, we're not. The house is quiet. The signs above the door are written in a language even I cannot read. No one comes in answer to my knocking. Numa. I was wondering if I would get to this before the end of the beta. So we have never actually done Numa because there was a new update when I ran into it. Was it a new update or a, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a new update. So where does it... There we go. Rarer plants might flourish in Numa. So do herbs and infusions here. Gather in autumn. Gather the scented blossoms of the fragrant gem. I don't believe you. Let's wait for the weather to show up. Okay, rain. Okay, so it's 90 seconds in each of those cases. So we're definitely not working with I'm just trying to think of what the smartest moves to make right now are. So I want to try crafting something during Numa to see if anything different happens. I guess the funny thing though is that I should be shooting higher. So I need flowers. There we go, Ruby-Wise Ruin. I can use Desires and Dissolutions when the flower aspect is present to create Ruby-Wise Ruin. This is a scholar level recipe. What I will also do, I want to see what happens when I make a Witching to Sane. So we'll do that at the workbench. Oh, but I don't have the memory, right. So for that... actually, Solomon's Preparation would not go wrong either. So I'm going to read Keonid Abydos and yeah, I may not actually have the winter flower now that I think of it. Well, let's give it a shot. This is a very nice touch. Just the music. Okay. So I need a satisfaction here. Probably the impertinent vitulation makes sense if I could remember where I put it. I noticed that I didn't make a note of the tripled heart. Orchid transfigurations of birth. What does that give me? Hell, I don't know. Okay. Thackeray's history. What about a feast? Oh, that gives me intuition. Why is it so hard to get some Grail? Well, I guess it's because I haven't been... That's Solace. There it is. So I will confess, I am actually rather nervous about reading a book during Numa, because I don't know what happened. Like, presumably there's a lesson learned out of that, and if I... Like, I don't want to lose the lesson learned. So... Now, it could be that it gives you a big reward for studying during Numa. But, you know, I don't want to be the one to check. Now, I did notice there was an interesting warning that it gave. So let's say that I did so. Uncanny labors. The inn is crowded with Numa's heralds and pilgrims. They will be gone by morning. Until then, I could offer my services for payment. I might regret it. Although I suppose the question is, what happens if I try to hire someone? Yeah. Post office is still working. Oh, telegraph line crackles. The mist surges and retreats. From far away, it might be the hills above the village. I hear the postmistress' voice crying out, imprecations and lamentations in the Cornish tongue, but there is no sign of her here. Numa. You know what I probably should be doing is checking out... Oh, I just used up all my Tryst. I literally used everything... literally used everything that would be useful in Numa on trivia. Okay, so what if I use Arab? Okay, nope, that still doesn't count. So, let's say I'm going to get a Tryst back. Tryst is good for... So Moth is best there. Okay, so there's two things that I want to do. I want to get as much winter as I can. So, Regret from Keon at Abydos, and... Okay, so there's only one source of winter from book memories, at least that I know of. My best bet is to go for... Well, hang on. It's all well and good for me to say Moth, but is Moth relevant? No, it is Moon. So with that in mind... A confounding parable from It Is Written is more appropriate here. Except that now I can't make the Witching Tisane that I wanted because, again, I'm a moron. Timepiece recovery. So I'll see if I can at least recover a tryst. Orflams thanks you for your custom. So, Bronze Spintra, again, this is going to be saved for a... Okay, there's one exception I'm going to make for reading a book. Well, it does take a while to read a book. I feel very nervous doing this. So, Forge the Kindled Flame. I can master the mystery of this book. Enough Forge to master Mystery Forge. So again, the worry here is that we wind up with a lesson learned that we can't follow up on. So I'm going to put all my other... Oh, Signor Corso Reverte. We have already learned Hyksos from him. He is interested in moth and scale. Do I have a 2 scale I can give him? Nope. Visitor has questions about matters generally left buried. I can bring answers to light. Something to consider. Okay, so that satisfaction was originally intended to make a witching to Sane using Arab. That's no longer an option. More things are happening. I've got the confounding parable. This was for... Right, when I tried to get my tryst back. Quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. Regret. Okay, now the regret I can do something meaningful with. So... Okay, memories are promising here. But not really. Okay, so that actually... I just need the flower here. How much you want to bet I only got one, though? Well, shucks. So I believe all that is technically required is something winter. If I expand the definition to something winter, what changes? Um, I don't mind the Urn of Ashes, but I feel like that's maybe giving up a little too much. You have no idea how cross I am at myself for not getting more of the plant. Because I seem to remember having, like, I seem to remember thinking I should probably get more than one of these. It gives me sky. Okay. I mean, I can make the Levitic tincture. It's edge, so it doesn't really help. But like, what else are we gonna do, right? So. Trumpeter's Lily, so same as before. In autumn before the real chill comes, Trumpeter's Lily still flourishes. All of that enthusiasm with no payoff. Mind you, it does say May, so... I had more than one of these things going. Oh, here it is. Yep, and Fragrant Chalice. That was worth trying to make him fit. Okay, so far Numa's actually turned out to be a little bit of a non-event. I do want to go exploring still. And obviously we've not finished the season. But so far, like, the things that I've made have been quite ordinary. So here's the Ruby Wise Ruin. I'm actually going to put that in my inventory. Ooh, I almost sorted that. So I guess the rest of the season really is me. How profound. You've satisfied your visitor and earned a reward, but the more they learn, the harder they'll be to satisfy in future. Silver spin truck. So yeah, basically the remaining 3 or 4 elements of the soul, the name of the game there is going to be to accommodate whatever less memories we need for improving the lesson learned that I get, assuming that it's something that does require that improvement. Okay, something completed, and I don't remember. Here we go. Smallest denomination of coin, except for the smaller ones. All right, I've mastered the mystery of this book and gathered the lessons it concealed. So that's a memory foresight, and it is door and wall, which we already know. So again, I'm just going to take a second here to make a note of the memory. And here we'll take door and wall. Okay, so we need 2 of the relevant. Okay, so I don't think I have a good way of generating knock. A pattern and advice on containment, and that is actually a really important one for me to That's a really important one for me to do, because otherwise I'm going to lose it. Are you kidding me? It just changed Keon and Abydos to China. Okay, I feel like I should know where this one is, but, okay. Oh, there it is. This one had better be right. Well, okay. What else am I gonna do, right? We give it a test. If it doesn't turn out, I have to figure things out another way. All right, it deserved a little quiet time. So this one we're going to use the confounding parable at the beach. Ah. So I didn't need the memory. I think my Magaphine Mysteries is the highest moon. Gather in autumn. What has the sea seeded today? Wish I could have knocked that up just one more level. Numa may be over by the time that finishes. Okay, so let's get an insurance policy. And let's find On the Winding Stair. Oh, perfect. So that one may be over. That one in particular may be overkill, but that may be something happening in the background, but to consider. All right, there's the pattern that I need. So we're going to use that to improve the door and wall right away. So we take the lesson learnt, and then we take the lesson learnt, and then we use the knock and forge. And Bob's your uncle. And yes, the skill is now level 3. Its aspects have increased. So unless I can find something to do with the Faust, that's kind of it for the season. I mean, this is dumb, but uncanny labors. The inn is crowded with numerous heralds and pilgrims. They will be gone by morning. Until then, I could offer my services for payment. I might regret it. 6 minutes? I better not need any Faust. Contraband Flotsam. I believe this does not open. Sea strewn with salt snared stuff. I guess I'm glad I don't need to earn any money for the next little while. Daybreak, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. Alright, autumn, the Elegies season. So, Mrs. Kill is the priority for today. Assistance from Mrs. Kill. Mrs. Kill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. Let's move on satisfaction. Right. And then I also want to catalog some books. But let's make the priority our exploration. So, we've got that. I need fear as well. So let's make that we'll use Shapt for that. And Kionad Abydos. Enter nothing more. Okay, it's a storm, so that's 4 heart and 4 sky. Now this is always something I want to pay attention to. So we've got 9 sky. My Faust is tied up, so I don't have the. Well, okay, I can commit something to the Tree of Wisdoms. Okay, so let's just take a minute here to think, because this may be our opportunity to open the Squawkful Logia. Alternatively, this may give me exploring the house. I'm actually going to write this out. Or, this is the time to get the melody. Okay, no, hang on, that doesn't work. I think I may have, I think that choice to... I think that choice to do a job in Numa has really hurt my ability to take advantage of that storm today. So, we've got 1 heart from... Okay, 1 heart from Mrs. Kill. We can get 1 heart from my health. We can get 4 from the storm. So I either need 2 from a drink, 2 from food, both of which are options, by the way. As it turns out, Rubywise Ruin, which we are capable of making, okay. So I think we redirect Mrs. Kill towards opening the wounded room. But before I do that, this is also an option, but I think with the gardener. Okay, so because we're in autumn, I actually want to game out exactly how I plan to work out the labor, because I'm not going to be working forever. So the Orchard Keeper is a 2 nectar. So 1 from health. 1 from the watering can. So that brings them up to 4. A memory could potentially bring them up to 6. But that's only if it rains. So this room is in the realm of possibility, but it's not one that I want to bank on. The Fisherman is one we rely on. Yeah, I think the smartest choice is the Wounded Room. But, no, there's no way. Well, okay, number 1, I don't need it. Number 2, okay, it should be this one. Okay, so, as an ideal, 1 sky from, and by the way, it's not Timothy, it's Mr. Kill. So 1 sky from Mr. Kill, 1 from Faust. 4 from Storm. We have another way of getting 4 for Sky, but I don't want to count on that. That brings us up to 6. We need 3 more. So out of what I have immediate access to, Solomon's preparation does nothing. Westcott's compounds are not a drink. I guess we can give him flowers. Actually, the flowers might do the trick. But we need a storm during winter for that. Sky drinks have actually been hard to come by, so I shouldn't expect. But Thyrza's cordials. Cool. Okay. There's a narrow path for Mr. Kill in the ideal circumstances. I think we are going to I'm going to change my focus with Mrs. Kill. Okay, so we leave the health aside for her. I'm still going to try with Mr. Kill, because I think we're already trying... Yeah, we're already reading Keon at Abydos. I should probably try to recover my Arab when the time comes. So I suppose the question is, like, do I also want to go for reading one of these books? No, I want to go for cataloging these books. Alright, this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Solar Gothic period, roughly between the 1000s and the 1500s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Why do I want to keep my tryst? I don't have a good reason. Well, I mean, I guess exploring the beach. And then I do want to check out that package. Yeah, this just investigates the object. Okay. Something finished. Right, talking with Mrs. Kell. So here we talk.
I would never want to belong to any club that would have
10BR or 10BRS. Thank you very much for the follow. I'm really curious what comes out on the other end of this thing. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Okay. So the sensible move now, we use, we recover the Arab because we want to possibly bring Mrs. Kill back to open another room. We're already getting the memories that we want. We've got Solomon's Preparation. We've got the Ruby-Wise Ruin. I'm cataloging already. We can do some gardening. So it's available in autumn. Honeyscar Jasmine in autumn. And let's use Rites of the Roots because it always seems to take 90 seconds no matter what. Okay, I think we're back on track. Okay, now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. The Black Book of Brittany. It's not... Perhaps I should be more... Brittany. I don't think it's likely. I think we've already got a couple of lower level moon books that we've not read yet, so I'm not too optimistic about my chances there. And again, we dodged another curse. No, we didn't have a curse, so. The Red Book of Brittany. So again, 12 heart. I am starting to collect a few books which are beyond my abilities. Now again, there's a lot of skills and I've not committed a lot to the Tree of Wisdoms. So there is the possibility. Actually, there is one thing I wanted to try. Putrefactions and Calcinations. Okay, that gives me a Whist. And what's the other? Scolacosophy, which I've already got. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll leave it for now. I do need to start leveling up my Elements of the Soul, but we do have the potential. We basically, because we have the potential of getting more books that I can read, I am reluctant to commit until I've properly, until I've really hit the point where I'm like, okay, I really don't think I'm going to be realistically getting any lessons learned, at least the ones that are going to be making a difference on the margin. So again, this is probably overly cautious, but it's like the case, a good example of something where I would make that change is to get to the Squawkful Logia, because if I can move my Faust up to a point where it gives extra sky, which is kind of what I'm assuming happens, that's a big deal for me. Whereas right now I have, I have enough options open to me that I decided to change Mrs. Kill to taking care of this heart first. Then I'll be redirecting her to open this Grail room. And then we're going to be getting Mr. Kill to open this room. So we've got 3 rooms which are basically low-hanging fruit. And if it rains, then we're going to be considering this room as well. If it storms again, then we know we can open it with the heart. This one we may have to wait for winter, but in this case here, the potential for getting a number of different things is actually fairly high. So I'm willing to deal with a bit of inefficiency if it means giving me more options down the road. And again, I'd love some core, but Takri, very good to see you. We made it through Numa. We've got new books. There was a bit of discussion. I don't know how much you watch the VODs, but some people will be very frustrated and some people will be interested in thinking a little bit about membership in the Chancel. We've made quite a bit of progress. I'm sure you'll notice that there's more and more of the house open. And I've learned how to make some scholar level recipes, so I made Ruby-Wise Ruin. All in all, it's been a good day. Anyways, let's move on. So we go for... I'm going to see if I can save the Ruby-Wise Ruin. I don't think I have any 2 heart tools, but I do have a mop that I can arm her with. Well, okay, if I arm her with the mop, where do I get the remaining heart? Pillis Oatbread. I can lend my assistant something to help increasing their abilities. I've actually been cooking in the game a bit. Most of the things that I've made have been edible. I made a song, but otherwise most of the things have been edible. Alright, bread me. Or bread her. I can offer my assistant something to eat. This will increase their aspects. It's also just friendly. Okay, I deserved a little quiet time. So we're taking a bit of a flyer on this one, but I do like the possibility that we can where did the satisfaction go? Did I forget to read a satisfaction book? It looks like I did. So we'll use Shocked for that. Oh, I need to get my whist back. What the hell am I doing? I think I pretty much prevented the winter exploration, but let's not. We won't write it off yet. We'll verify. Okay, the sustenance has boosted their aspects appropriately. So this is for the... No, not the wrecked pantry. I'd cry if I did that. The wounded room. Blood drips from wet-edged cracks in the ceiling here, pooling on the floor. Another rage-fueled presence that I could use help to lay. Servants' quarters north. This was once the private chamber of the formidable Ernestine Peterhans, Seneschal of Brandkrug. Baron Hendrik, and afterwards his son Thomas, would both descend the back stairs to visit her in person. For counsel, most said. For prayers, others insisted. Only the very foolish ever suggested there was any improper motive for their visits. Okay, another cup of Isle water. Happy for that. An uncatalogued book, so I'll try to take advantage of that we're starting to run short on elements of the soul. Guest bed, servant's quarter. Narrow but comfortable. Forge, heart, nectar, and scale. Severe chair. Hard cushions breed hard librarians. A shadowless silk, a variant of the Persian silk tree. Golden as the shadowless kings. Lion's Dawn coffee. So this is a new coffee. Coffee from beyond the great deserts. Noting again that it is... got some lantern in it. The investigator's suitcase. A suitcase that once belonged to someone in the habit of shining a light in dark places. This is a cache which I can open, as is the box of rarities. Shaving mirror. Snip, snip. Bedside candle holder to comfort you through the dark hours. And another guest bed in the servants' quarters. Now, one thing I will say, there was, I believe it was in a tweet, but there was a comment that you can actually cut people's hair in the game, and I've not yet been able to do so. Or maybe I've been able to do so, but I've not realized how to. So, honey scar jasmine, sweet scented, night blooming. I don't think that's going to be something I try tonight, just because I have so many other priorities, but something maybe for me to keep in mind for future. Okay, yes, I do want to catalog the book. I also want to open the these things, but I gotta prioritize. All right, and the remaining rooms. So the overgrown kitchen garden, that's a 9 grail or 9 nectar, so that is within my ability. There's 8 heart, 8 rose, so we basically need to wait for another. We need to wait for another storm, and I need to find a replacement for the Pilis Oatbread. Well, no, it'll be the Ruby Wise Ruin. I'm gonna be making a lot of that apparently. Deserted well remains. Yeah. Remains deserted. I'm gonna cross my fingers and feed him Solomon's preparation. Do you want to know what the... Okay. First of all, I'm very sorry. Second of all, does anybody know Solomon's last name? This is the interactive part. Does anybody know Solomon's last name? Really? Mrs. Kill's mood always improves when I drop by. I don't think we're gonna have enough time for this, but Solomon Husher would take this every night without fail before sleep to close his ears to the sound of the waves. But on the 9th of January, 1838, a heavy snow fell on Hush House. When the other residents dug themselves out, Husher was nowhere to be found. He had left his resignation letter and an undrunk measure of his preparation. Yeah, I figure Solomon Husher is not an arcane name. So, Solomon Husher, initials SH. Solomon's preparation, a preparation H, if you will. Yeah. Oh God. That's what I get for trying to sip some tea and reading chat. Sorry about that. Shape and Smoke. Okay, cool. That's a very readable one. I am praying we have the time. 23 seconds is a very, very narrow window. Like, I'm looking at this with dread. Oh, we're totally not gonna make it. Woo! Okay. Watch for what lies ahead. Don't have much hope. Don't have much hope for finishing things with Mrs. Kill, though. I guess maybe we can make another Rubywise Ruin, though. Oh, wow, that's actually a lot more time than I thought we would have. Okay, that's what I get for panicking. My assistant and I will be prudent. So definitely not enough time to get Mrs. Kill up to the super kill, though. So the stop clock. With maniacal but methodical care, someone has disassembled the clock and scattered it around the room. Wheels and parts have been piled and lent on every surface. A W has been marked on the stairs in soot. Aha! Evidence of fire. Alright, what have we got here? Tower Clock. George Collars, governor of Brandkrug Jail, oversaw the design and installation of this great clock with the reluctant help of the librarian Serena Blackwood. She might have refused outright had she known how he intended to reuse the horologist's technique for his so-called conjugator? An inscription on the greatest wheel reads, "Strike the hours." I'm sure that has no double meaning whatsoever. Every flame has its fuel and every tick has its clock. So forge... I have a feeling something quite significant will happen in the Great Clock. Jesus Christ. Alright, Fallen Bells. I have no idea how we're going to pull this off. Someone has smashed the headstocks off the bells so that they fell to the floor here. The stone is cracked beneath them. The noise must have been unbearable. One has fallen against the stairs to the tower top. So yeah, we may consider this room, assuming that I have access to the beta by that point, but this is going to be after I level up some of my my abilities and such. Let's try and make something fancy. So Arab, memory satisfaction, desires and dissolutions. Which one of you is Grail? Fragrant Chalice. Ah. Oh, yep, here's the Witching to Same. Rubywise Ruins. I can use Desires and Dissolutions when the flower aspect is present to create Rubywise Ruin. This is a scholar level recipe. Part of this is because I may want to do, I may want to use it not necessarily for the Grail, but for the heart that it gives me. So until I find a better heart recipe, you know, I might as well make use of it. So let's see what the consequence of Numa was. Silver Spintra. Okay, I mean, worth it. That's for I mean, I basically doubled my the Spintra that I had. But my inner light gutters then flares. I am snared in dangerous fascination. But yeah, I have lost my Faust. Oh my god. Nectar. No, hang on. Herbs and infusions will save the day on this one. If I can find a nectar drink, so much the better. Actually, no, not Roskragan whiskey. Rubywise Ruin, that's way too much for what I need to do. So the first thing I need to do is figure out let's have a chat with Mrs. Kill just so I can get a memory to work with. So it's heart or grail for the bed. So I think the first thing I need to do is decamp. Oh no, this will help. Oh, actually, this isn't so bad. So herbs and infusions. So it's either a 2 nectar drink. A 2 nectar drink, health and... Okay, yeah. So either I need a health and an impulse, or one of those and a 1 nectar drink, or none of those and a 2 nectar drink. So while we wait for other things to happen, I'm gonna... Just want to take a quick look at what sorts of drinks I have available to me. Oh, you know what? How much you want to bet it's Thyrza's... If I get to talk with her 3 times, I really screwed up. And could have... okay, no. So it was the right call to keep talking to her. So yeah, how much you want to bet it's Thyrza's cordials. Yeah, 2 nectar. Perfect. And that's actually not that hard for us to make. So we should have this thing licked. In fact, we can probably just do this in bed right now. So herbs and infusions, Faust. Cure a malady, you've supplied enough nectar. I may want to make another one of those when I can. Especially given that we're probably going to be pushing pretty hard on the nectar for the next little while. Yeah, man, actually, the more I think of it, we've got 2 rooms. 2 rooms we can unlock with nectar. But honestly, so I'll put it to you this way. If I could do Numa Ova again, I would almost certainly pick that deal. And we definitely want lots of Ruby Wise Ruin. There it is. I've used Desires and Dissolutions with the flower aspect to create Ruby Wise Ruin. I don't even remember where I put the Shape and Smoke. Right, it was in the... There we go. It's going to be a bit of a puzzle. Yeah, I can live with that. I do want to figure out what to do with the granite slab. Like, I'm sure there's going to be something useful with that, but I kind of need to pick my battles in terms of how I spend the time. So the one drawback to this is that it does take a while to heal myself. So you know, I can cure the malady, but it's still going to take time. But it is kind of clear what our next few moves are. So I have some books that I can read. So I'm actually going to start with... so I can actually make money with the metal. So maybe what I'll do is I'll read... I'll read the Forge book with Trist. We'll use Arab to speak with Mrs. Kill. We will get our satisfaction from... why can I never remember the book? Oh, right, the Vitulation. Sorry, Impertinent Vitulation. I don't think gardening would be a bad idea here. Sea Hauling in summer, Blue Crown in winter. I didn't do the Shining Pear. I think we'll maybe grab 2 of those. Okay, book time. So we'll read A Shape in Smoke. Reason I can read that with Trist is we're going to apply not Wolf Stories, Bells and Braziers. Forge the Kindled Flame. I can master the mystery in this book. Enough forge to master mystery forge. And again, I feel like I should probably be collecting the books that I'm maybe a little less certain. Like, I should be collecting the books that I haven't read yet, but it's kind of late now. Ooh, this changes a lot. Okay. Damn it. Fog is rare. Now, it's not winter, so we can't hire a fisherman with moon. And I did just use up my Trist. Okay, so with Fog, we can go 4 between Moon and Memory. So let's just... I got to work out the table stakes here. So the Lunar Globe gives me Moon. So in terms of stuff that I get for free on a foggy day... 1 from Trist, 3 from Fog, so that's 4. The lunar globe gives me 5. What? Really? I'm up to 5 already? Let me just double check that. 1, 4, yeah, 5 with the moon. So if I can get 2, if I can get 2 moon from like anything really, any drink or something like that. That's like an I have to do this kind of a job. Okay, so first of all, I don't want to like use Thurs as cordials for everything, but I do want to see what the potential is. Okay. The other way around it is to look at knock stuff. So, because Timothy comes with knock. Yeah, so these are definitely for Mrs. Kill. Yeah, it looks like we don't have any knock that we need to access. So basically it's the moon or nothing. So where's my moon drink? I'm gonna wind up sad, aren't I? Yeah, I can't. Sadly, I cannot force my assistant to drink Catwink. So if I had something that gave 2 moon... We're quite literally... I don't think my assistants accept marks. Yeah, so I'm quite literally 1 moon away from what I need here. I don't think... Well, okay, there's a possibility here. Yeah, so the Eigengrau or the Islewater. Okay, sorry, I gotta write this out, otherwise I'm gonna wind up wasting resources and it will make me sad. So, Fog, 3 moon, Trist, 1 moon, Lunar Globe, so that's 5, Eigengrau, do I really only have 1 Sea Holly? Okay. So, that means we're bringing in Mr. Kill. And... this may still not be enough. We're gonna take a shot. Mrs. Kill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. So, only one thing to do with Mrs. Kill, that's booster. While we do that, we're going to talk to Mr. Kill, and so we're going to bring him in. We want to boost him with the fog. Although maybe while we do that... What kind of moon skills do I have? So we can bring that up to 6. I might be able to bring this up to 10. Really? Where am I going to get the 3? Where's the 3 moon come from, System Chalk? You felt so clever. Okay, let's pull that back. The instrument will accept anything, so we will use the upright piano. So once again we use fog, we use... That's not moon, that's a space station. Harp uses moon. So music takes... What? Oh, that's interesting. It's just the harp that's limited. Is that true for both harps? Huh. Okay. Well, feeling a little less optimistic on this, but let's see. If I had the Tryst, I would know what to do. But let's work with what we got. So it's basically a material or a tool with a lot of moon, and I like it. I'm not using it as an input. I just need it for. I just need it for the reference. No moon plants? Not one. Not a single. Well, sort of. Well, Sea Holly still won't do the trick. So if you'd asked me, I would have said we had more moon resources than we clearly do. Sadly, I cannot use remains in that. Dang. My one other option would be to try and get another memory. Like, the question is this question interesting enough to try and drag out another moon memory? It sure does seem helpful to get a good understanding of how all this works. So yeah, I think I do go for the other moon memory. So that's a confounding parable out of It Is Written. Sorry for the time sorting this out, but obviously this is a little bit of a narrow path that I've set myself on. I suppose if I want to make some money, I can use the metal. Okay, so we know no matter what, we're going to give her the Ruby Wise Ruin, so we can at least start with that. I'm trying to buy myself some time before I commit stuff to Mr. Kill. Okay, something to consider. So there's the satisfaction that I can give Mrs. Kill. Sorry, that's phrasing. Okay, we boosted her up to 8, so... I'm probably going to use Shapt in the Sweet Bones as well. It's not like I need the money, it's just I'm already using other things. Okay, let's see if we have more luck with the harp. Still short 2. And I can't use the lunar. Oh, you know what the crazy thing is? With a pair of Trist, I would have actually been able to do something with that. Anyways, it was purely exploratory, so it's not the end of the world that we weren't able to do that. Something happened. Oh, here we go. Pears. All right, a bowl of sea-blessed pears, smooth as butter and wonderfully juicy. And it provides moon, so that's actually rather helpful at this moment. Okay, let's see where this all winds up. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So I'm just going to keep using my shaft at the Sweet Bones. Today is going to be dedicated to upgrading my people. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. So I want to make sure that those pears, I think those pears might have potentially opened a door here. No, because they just still only offer one moon, so it's the same problem as before. Okay. It's not happening. Stop trying to force it. I think we'll go to the more difficult of the two. As cool as the garden is, I think we'll go to the infested wine cellar. Something much bigger layered here. The walls and ceiling are smeared with slimes. It's gone, but its children remain, wriggling in every shadow. We'll have to clear, lure, or drive them out. Rustling stair. Ah, okay, so we've hit the limits of the demo. Well, not exactly, not the demo. Hit the limits of the beta. I'm happy about that. Like, we'll still keep trying, obviously. But I'm happy that we at least hit one of the boundaries. Wine cellar. Ricardo Milagro, traveler rascal Musgrave's gardener, managed a creditable wine from Brankrug grapes. Cornwall has never really been wine country, and the tradition was unevenly maintained, but the curia of the isle kept a good cellar. They did indeed. Okay, so Lambing Brocellade, distilled from apples of the oldest forest of the western continent. Dandelion wine. Domaine Reveline. And these are all bottles, so we can serve multiple drinks. And Roscragan whiskey. Got lost packages, so the label is smeared to an unreadable fog. We've got a bucket of seawater. Widow's candle, light in remembrance. Okay, no books to speak of, but definitely things we can enhance our comrades with. Oh, hell. Okay, that's a tall order. Collapsed cellar, the roof has fallen in. We will need to dig it out. So this will be the last of the rooms that Mrs. Kill takes care of for us. The time has come to commit the fog to Mr. Kill. Talk about the weather, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. Aha. I mastered a mystery in this book and gathered the lessons it concealed. So that's revelation from its shape and smoke. Okay, we'll collect all on that. And we might as well read this one right away. So, lesson learnt, petroglyphics. A new skill, fireworks and their kin, one script that all the world must read, even the blind, and it is written in flames. Good forge skill. Another leaf in the Tree of Wisdoms. So we will shuffle around the order a little bit, but... Oh, actually, I should also be adding some things to my skills list. Sorry, it won't take a moment. Okay. I think that's all the new... I think I've just gotten 2 new ones. Again, I'd like to try and work with some of the other texts I found, but okay, let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. Next up, we will use the tool, the lunar globe. It's the Earth, but silvered like the moon, unlabeled and pocked with craters. Okay, this is the important one. So we've cured the malady. The question is whether or not we're going to be able to get our tryst back in time. So we'll rest. I think it takes like 90... No, it's 90 seconds. So again, tight window, but not impossible. And the target was moon. So we wouldn't even be having this conversation if it was winter. But it's not winter, so... Oh God, what was the thing that I had committed? Oh, probably Sweet Bones. Okay, so make more money. Again, we don't exactly need the money, but it's nice to have. Okay, the tools boosted their aspects appropriately. So we'll take a second here and take stock. So we've got 4 moon. There's 2 things I'm going to do, actually. So we've got 4 moon. I get, I can give materials, beverages, memories, elements of the soul, sustenance, and tools. We've given a tool. We've given we've given a tool. We've given a memory. We have not given a drink, and we have not given a... we've not given a drink, we've not given sustenance, and we've not given a material. Now, I believe it was the... not the orchid, it was the sea holly. So sea holly will give us 1. So this is the tricky part, right? I need to think specifically about how I'm getting these 3 in here. One option is sea holly, pear, and then the question is like what else? Sea holly, pear, tryst, sea holly, pear. Yeah, it has to be sea holly, pear, tryst. There's no other, unless I can find. Well, okay. No, I'd have to find a drink. But isn't it the cordials that do the trick there? No, because the cordials do moth. Right. Okay, this... I am going to properly check for moon one last time, but I'm going to keep using the highlights. Okay, so that's edge and knock. Domain Reveille is Grail and Scale. I'm kind of happy I'm not giving up the Ruby Wise Ruin, to be completely honest. Okay, Vase of Rushes, but we already have the Sea Holly, so that's not a... that doesn't really count. Okay, I'm curious, so if I give him another tool, one thing at a time, he just can only, yeah. I kind of wanted to just make sure that I couldn't overload. Okay, pickled mushrooms, but it's no different than getting the pear. Oh, wait a minute. The glass of water. The Isle water has the... Okay, so now what I need to figure out is what is the order I do this in. So I do have multiple options. Let's start with the pear. It's basically a question at this point of what are the things I'm most willing to give up. Now, I'll confess, the water's a little hard to come by, so I'm going to try and save that. Now, the Sea Holly is going to take me a while to get back. Yeah, I can offer my assistant materials, mundane or exotic. This will increase their aspects. They'll keep any of the material that's left over. This is kind of my holdout for... using the Tryst, which I seem to be able to do because we're 25 seconds and we got 20 seconds here. We haven't heard the birds yet. So, I was certainly panicking. It seems to me like we're in a position to... Actually, you know what? There is one other thing I get to... No, I don't, because I don't have the... nuts. If I had an element of the soul, I might be able to try the music. Okay, so, again, we just need to get the Tryst. That brings us up to 7. The reason we want 7 is so we can access the Deserted Well. And at that point, we are going to do something similar with the Wrecked Pantry because we are still in autumn and we do still have somebody with 2 nectar. But it's going to give me a chance to... I'm gonna have a slightly better opera. Like, the big one we want to wait for is Grail. So yeah, nectar, health, watering can, memory. So 2, 3. Deserted well. The well is choked and filthy. It'll need to be purified inside and out. And creeper crowded descent, leaves, flowers, and thorns, especially thorns. Alright, there's been a well here since the days of the Sisterhood, and superstitions have gathered around it like leaves in drifts. Its water has a healing virtue if drawn on a night of the new moon. It's ill luck to draw from it if you hear an owl. If you drip the blood of a living enemy into the well, they'll drown, and so on. Certainly when Numa comes, the mists lie thick here. So yeah, I noticed there isn't anything for me to interact with, but I am assuming that when... I mean, obviously our gardening during Numa didn't seem to do anything, but I am interested in seeing what this looks like during Numa. So we know we're going to get this garden. We need to wait for another storm. Okay, so technically if we get a storm, we can work with both of these. If we get rain, we can open this one. And okay, so if we don't get rain, let's game this out. So we get 2, 3, 4. Okay, so let's say 5 at let's go for a baseline of 5 on what I can get on my own. We need 7, so in that case, isn't it there's his cordials and we call it a day? Yeah. So we'll hire a gardener tomorrow alongside Mrs. Kill. And there's really nothing for us to do at this point, so we can... I don't normally like fast forwarding, but like I said, I kind of want to unlock as much of the house as I can. And Jesus Christ, I just saw the time. Daybreak, memories fade, assistance departs. Let's go. Mrs. Kill. I can't give up a health. Right, so there may be some things that are contingent on how the day works. Scar Jasmine. Yeah, so not much here. Should probably get another pair, but... Okay. I definitely need to make sure that I get the... I still need to get the memories that I need, so we will use our tryst with the Vitulation book. I'm willing to wait to see the weather. Another foggy day. Okay, so I can get 2 moss, so that's 5, 6, 7, 8. Damn. 9. I really don't think I could get this to a 10. Not unless I rely on one of the exploits. Let me just see what I can do with Moon for construction. So I can make Eigengrau. And a Midnight Mark. Oh, and Catwink. So like I don't know, like the results are not to be despised, but let's at least make some Eigengrau. Okay, so making Eigengrau, I am going to hire the... I'm going to hire the Orchard Keeper. So in autumn, the Orchard Keepers come to sell their wares in Brandkrug. A shilling will buy one's help. And so, as a result, we're working on the satisfaction. We are also going to want... nectar. Nectar comes from Impulse, if I recall correctly. And we can get that from Traveling at Night Volume 1. Okay, knock a familiar passage. I've already mastered this text, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Does this look like autumn to you? Sorry, I just took a screenshot. Okay. Figured I'd also get a save just for reference. Alright, here's the Orchard Keeper in Cornwall. It's quite possible to take a stride from the richest vegetation into the abomination of desolation. It has been said in mockery that Cornwall does not grow wood enough to make coffins for the people. It's bean-bearing gold. And we've got Mrs. Kill as well. So priority number 1 is going to be the Orchard Keeper because we paid for them. I do want to recover something, but I think I'm going to recover health. So that's 30 seconds away. And I'm going to start with a Shapt and the Sweet Bones. But I might want to be a little more imaginative with how I use my turn, because again, we still have the £1 note. And yeah, the specific target here is the wrecked pantry. Okay, so it looks like I'm going to be talking with Mrs. Kill about the Arab before we go to, before we deal with the Orchard Keeper. We'll work alongside each other. My pride will find an echo in theirs. Again, I'm a little reluctant to go all in on a text that I can't read on my own. So maybe I should probably be explaining at this point why I'm like, so there's a few texts that I theoretically can read if I get a little lucky. So, oh, this isn't a good example. 7 shards. So with 7 shards, I've got Rural Ragged Crossroads, so that's 5 edge already. Arab will give me up to 6 edge, and then contradiction will give me another 2. So that brings me up to 8. And that's the problem. 8 is not 10. So the way that this works is that you can have a chance to improve your, like you can have a chance to read the book. And usually it'll say like, okay, you can try and you can add an element to the soul, or you can add a follower with that aspect to to help you out. So what I tend to want to do is, when I read a book like that, I want to make sure I have a follower with that aspect. I want to make sure I have more than one of the memories that are required for that. Essentially, I want to make sure that I have every possibility of getting the... I want to have every possibility available to me of getting that, passing that test. Because you get 3 tries, and if it doesn't work, there's a possibility you wind up cursed, which admittedly is not the worst. That's not the worst outcome, but it's still inconvenient. You spend time and you lose a beverage for it. So, yeah, in this case here, the reason why I wind up running off to the sweet bones, even though I have plenty of money, is I don't feel comfortable trying to do a difficult book while I'm dividing my attention with the other people. Also, I've had health forever and I've been wanting to recover it, so shame on me. Okay, there's the impulse. So we got impulse for the nectar. We're going to use that with the orchard keeper in a bit. Okay, I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. And we now have our Eigengrau. That was more of a, like, because I can construction. Okay, so once we have that, so we're bringing her up to 4. Then we give her the watering can. Scar Jasmine, like a dart of sweet fire. I will note, if I didn't want to give the watering can, cake time. Is it possible to read those? Is it possible to write cake time without writing all capital letters? I think not. We have read this, right? Yes. Okay. Where's my bedroom? Well, not my bedroom, but the bedroom. Here we go. Now, I still agree with... Like, I still believe what I said. Obviously, I agree with it, but I still believe what I said about the using my elements of the soul for things that are not difficult books. It would be useful for me to remember, though, that I have packages I can open. It is time to open the packages. Something confiscated. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. I could really use a coffee right now, but that is not a good idea at this hour. More Ross Craigan whiskey. Very nice. Oh, nice. it's like, I don't want to say what time it is. It's bad. Oh man, we are drowning in cash. We're browsing through the Oriflamme's catalog at this point. Cool. So as far as I can tell, the Flotsam and Jetsam either are... Well, I don't know, but it's either intentionally or unintentionally, they are not available for... should probably pay attention to that symbol. Not sure what it means, but I've now noted it. Something lost. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. I get part of the appeal of this game is the ordering, like putting everything in order, and I'm really not doing that. I am leaving everything where I found it, because while that is a strong influence, like the putting things in their place is a very strong influence on me. So is the like, I don't know where it should be. Let's just put it, until I'm given a reason. Let's put it somewhere safe. So anyways, a nice drop. I can offer my assistants something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. So we've got at least one room in the bag. Okay, Strathcoyne whiskey. A collector has collected a distillery, it seems. Oh, you mean to tell me I can't put this back on the... I thought so, game. Stop sassing me. Alright. I feel like there were other packages that I didn't pay attention to. Well, I paid attention to, but... not quite there yet. Librarian's still a stout little soldier on whose worn surface have rested the slippers of a dozen generations of librarians. Oh, Decree, were you here when I read the hard librarian chair description? Because it's Cake Time and that are two particularly delightful little bits of writing. Hey, we've got our health back. Okay, so we're gonna go... I think we're gonna get a pear this time. Fragrant pears, soft in the hand. Oh yes, excellent. Sorry, I wasn't... I'm obviously going loopy with the time. Okay. Satisfaction, and then we just need to feed her the Ruby Wise Ruin, and then we're good. Okay, the wrecked pantry. Smashed glass and shattered timber. This room can be restored, and there'll be salvageable provisions tucked away in the wreckage, but I'll need someone with strong arms and a patient heart. Boom. I'd be surprised if there are books, but this room is close to the roots of the house, and so it had a troubled reputation with the servantry, who, late at night, might hear the pulse of an unseen drum, the buzzing of flies, voices crying out in tongues unknown, and so the servants would trade favors not to be the one to fetch spices for his lordship's posset after dark. Pale marrow. So this definitely unlocking the pantry opens up options for you in terms of going elsewhere. So we've got a pumpkin, soft amber pumpkin, pickled mushrooms. You'll learn to like them. Hey, a packet of Evening Isles coffee. Today is a good day. Gideon Soaks, a therapeutic collection of beneficial bottles, so I'm gonna guess that probably that'll be a high level. Oh, hang on, that's an ingredient. That's not something consumable. Drinking cocoa, scrumpy? No, this is apples. This is enormous, by the way. I am very surprised that this is not servable. I think I'm going to make a note on that. So, like, just to give you an idea of what I'm thinking about here, like, this is huge, but it's like huge, it's got Grail 2, Nectar 2, and the saying, now this is apples. You can actually kind of see someone consuming this entire thing with writing like that. And I mean, let's face it, Eigengrau is actually not that much smaller, although there's considerably less fluid in that container, so. Slow gin bottle, homemade berry gin. No. This is definitely intentional. I am not submitting the note that I just gave there. All right, blackberry jam, plucked from hedgerows, 2 Grail heart nectar, dandelion wine, phosphorescent scraplings rendered inert but still luminous, Domaine Reveline, Schloss Jannings, Dawnline coffee, elderflower cordial, sustenance. Rosehip jam. That's got to be an error. Unless cordial means something different. Pickled pilchards, an acquired and unforgettable taste. Okay, I have to know what pilchards are. The fact that it counts as remain. Oh, sardines. The European pilchard, also known as Sardina pilcardus, is a small to medium-sized ray-finned fish found in the northeast Atlantic, the Mediterranean, and the Black Sea at depths of 10 to 100 meters. It is a herring-like fish with green or olive upper parts, golden flanks, and a silvery belly. The young of this species are sometimes called sardines. This is very good. I'm just imagining the okay. Sorry, I'm looking at so like I was just gonna say, it's like I can imagine a very specific dinner that led to, or like whatever, like I can definitely imagine a very specific experience that led to it being classified as remains with scale 2. Hard without, hard within, hard to rouse, harder to subdue. What is left of the crude powers of the deep earth. And it's worth remembering that fear has scale 2. So this tells you something, right? I think you have a very good idea of the author's feelings about sardines or pilchards. But what I am interested in, and I did another search for, was essential peroist or peroist. What happens when you boil and scrape us down to our utter fundamentals. I've not seen this word before, and Google did not tell me, or whatever the Brave tool uses. Remains. This is how you know who was mortal. But yeah, like this is not. Well, I guess this is also not sustenance, so I wasn't expected, but it is it is equally interesting that this is in the pantry, right? Anyways, golden marrow. In Brankrug, they take marrow seriously. This is accounted a beauty among its kind. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. There is something very interesting when you think. So I mean, obviously, I'm loving just being like all wrapped up in this game, and that's sort of fine on its own. In my more, I don't know, reflective moments, I am, sorry, I'm just very amused by this. There is something very interesting when you look at some of the individual choices made for this game. So, like, obviously there are the long-term things which sustain you in the game. So, you know, figuring out the mystery of the house, trying to build yourself towards that ultimate ending, like the final point of Skolakosophy for me. You know, like the big questions, the like I've completed the game kind of stuff. But one thing that does interest me is actually the little beats, the little moments are kind of interesting too, because if you think about it, these map to... Okay, actually, you know what? Here's the way for me to put it, and I'm sorry to frame it in terms of things that I've said before, but I think this will probably help make sense to people who don't maybe see why I might find this interesting. You kind of know how sometimes when I talk about game design stuff, and again, when I say talk about game design stuff, I don't mean that I'm talking about how to make games, but rather just like, you know, the commentary. I don't want to say discourse because I try not to participate in that, but like, you know, every once in a while we'll talk about something that's interesting or like in the conversation, and there's a few developers who stop by every once in a while. And this can also apply to other creative stuff as well, but like, you know, how we talk about ideas and good ideas, where do ideas come from, and so on and so forth, and how it can sometimes be very frustrating. I think I gave an example from Ted Elliott and Terry Rossio. This is an old example, but like they were writers on the Pirates of the Caribbean series, and I'm sure plenty of other things, but that's the first like big thing I can know. They like host a blog on screenwriting. I have no idea how often they update it, because I remember like there used to be multiple years where there wasn't an update, but I'm pretty sure they still maintain it. And they gave this wonderful example of how like people are kind of sifting through sand, trying to come up with good, and like they're talking about Hollywood, right? So really what they're looking for, they're sifting through sand, looking for like good high concept ideas that you'll make like a major motion picture out of. And like, not just like, it's not you get an option or, you know, your people kind of like give you encouraging words like, we're making this thing and this thing's getting the budget and like a real name is attached to this, like the kind of movie that like people aspire to make. And he says, while people are doing this, there are these like massive conch shells, beautiful, that are just lying out in the open and nobody seems to see until someone finds it. And everybody's like, oh, that's such an obvious, you know, that's so obviously good. You know, why didn't I see that? Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, I just got a message from someone rather important. Cool. All right, so first of all, thank you to, I'm sure they won't hear this, but or maybe if you're watching, hi. I should be in bed, this is how good your game is. I just noticed. So Alexis retweeted, and thank you for the like, Lottie, on the odd chance that this is heard or otherwise communicated. So there's I just noticed a tweet here which says we're going to leave the beta up over the weekend and take it down on Monday with a smiley face. So, that's great news because that means we're going to be able to do more on. That means we're going to be able to do more on more tomorrow. And in fact, I did promise someone some work over the weekend, so no promises, but let's do our best. Okay. So that is actually very, very good news. So I apologize. Anyway, so I was giving this story about well, not my story, but like one from Ted Elliott, Terry Rossio, and like these ideas of the big conch shells and things like that. And like, I think this is actually an example that they give, but I think this is a good example. Like looking at construction, right? If you watch on the street and see how people behave beside construction, and like this is kind of one of these, okay, you're obviously from Vancouver kind of reactions. Like people always stop and look, right? That's just a thing that people do at construction sites. This indicates that this is something that people are interested in. Now, I don't know how you make like a high concept movie around construction. I don't know, how you, well, I'm actually making a game around construction's not that bad one. I really like Surviving Mars, and there's somebody in this chat who might have a thing for city skylines. I don't know. I'm just getting a bit of a vibe. But in any case, I think you kind of get the idea that they're getting at there, right? Like, sometimes you can like sit and agonize about trying to come up with like the best idea. And sometimes you just need to like take a look outside and like see that thing that is right in front of you, right in front of everyone, and just realize the interest. So this is something that comes up. I hope it's going well. But yeah, so the how do I put it? There's a few different game examples that you can give for this. So like, one of the reasons why I like giving that example, and normally where it fits into the conversation, is that if you just rely on like movie examples for games, you're really limiting your options. Like, there was an attempt at a first-person movie. It was called The Lady in the Lake. That was not good. Well, actually, okay, I've not seen it. It is not well regarded, let's say. I think it gets credit for trying something interesting, and I think it largely, from what I have seen, largely did not succeed in what it was attempting to do. Music videos have actually done a pretty good job with it, but the music videos kind of relied on a couple of other neat twists. And I think it's also fair to say that audiences are a little bit more, I think they're a little bit more ready for that sort of thing. But one of the biggest ones I could think of is that when you're making a game, it's kind of not, it's wrong to say equally expensive, but for the sake of the conversation, we'll say roughly equally expensive to make any type of art. So I don't know for sure, but I'm going to assume that if Book of Hours were to be set on a spaceship, it would cost about the same to make all of these rooms with spaceship drawings rather than, bricks. And that's different than filmmaking. A lot of indie films, you'll notice, happen to take place in the modern day, in small houses or convenience stores, or like places that are easy to get access to and don't cost a lot of money to, or any money to film in. So, again, like you don't want to be too slavish to the types of things that movies are talking about, but there are insights to pull from this. And finally, I'm going to get to the point of this little digression. So think of the opening of the game, right? You are given 3 elements of the soul, and it sort of tells you roughly what they are, and you have to choose one, and the other ones get washed away. And then you get 4 elements of the soul, and you have to choose one, and the other 3 get washed away. And that selection decides what journal you get, and that basically decides who you are and sort of what you're trying to achieve. This is a personality test, right? If you go online, whether it's social media, whether it's a website, everybody loves doing personality tests, right? What Pokemon are you? What famous American revolutionary are you? Take your pick, right? Everybody loves doing these things. It's why Cambridge Analytica was able to get so much data on everyone. But also, if you look at like the little packages here, right? Something small and curious. These are like loot crates. Sorry, loot crites. These are, like there's any number of package services. There's the Mysterious Package Company, which was, partnered with Weather Factory for the Lady Afterwards. People do delight in sort of opening boxes and finding something mysterious and interesting inside of it. It's in the text here. Crack open the container, delight in your discovery. And the more I think about it, like the more and more, like this is the thought that I had when I first opened one of these containers, but this is definitely a thought that I've had from the first time. And the more I think about it, the more I kind of reflect that there's moments like this kind of all over Book of Hours. And if you think about it, like everyone had this opportunity to put it inside. Obviously, we have loot boxes in games, which you like pay, but those are like incremental, transactions, right? And like you could sort of maybe think of like Diablo as just paying up front for an infinite supply of loot boxes. And I know people like to say that they hate the mechanic, but they wouldn't be in the games if people actually hated them. People buy them. It's not my job to say whether they're good for you or bad for you, any more than I can say, video games are good for you or bad for you. But yeah, for me, obviously in the case of Book of Hours, you're not paying these small amounts to be able to access them. This is bitter black salt, so we'll put that on assuming that I can. This is just an opportunity to sort of find a package and open it, right? You're in an old mysterious house, you find something wrapped up, you open it, and you find something, and you're excited to open it, and then you're delighted by the thing you find inside, exactly like it says here. And again, have other games done this? It's entirely possible. Can I tell you what games have done it? Absolutely not. So far as I can tell, this is something that everyone has had an opportunity to put into a video game. It would be appropriate in a lot of video games, particularly in a lot of indie video games, which are trying to sort of compete on their ability to sort of delight people in minor ways as well as long-term ways. Anybody who's doing any game that's sort of being evaluated on its sort of repeat play or what have you. There's lots of different reasons why people would want to do this sort of thing, and yet it seems to be that Weather Factory is the first one to see this very obvious thing that people like opening mysterious packages and to actually put that inside of a game. So, again, one of the many delights awaiting for you in Book of Hours. Wishlist today. Available August 17th. You can get access to all of the DLC in perpetuity if you buy in the first week. I'm not even being paid to say that. Alright. Let us feed her Ruby-Wise Ruin. A nice drop. I can offer my assistant something to drink. This will increase their aspects. So I shouldn't expect any books. So far as I can tell, I haven't seen any books in a garden. But it is nice to reduce this down to just a heart. And given the right weather, we should be able to unlock it. Down to the Grushians. Alright, this place has been surrendered to the wind and weed. Bees buzz menacingly. Somewhere something clucks plaintively. Tuppence, the other chicken. Oh. No, no! I don't want a chicken in my inventory. Wait, so I can click one chicken? No, hang on. There we go. Terrence the chicken. Was this magnificent and indomitable beast named for the rector's indomitable and magnificent housekeeper? Best not to inquire too closely. Scale 3, Sky 1, considerable. A beast, when it moves, it's not the wind, and it's not... Sorry. When it moves, and it's not the wind, and it's not a person. Comfort. Hush House has been called bleak, but usually only by those who have never been inside. And cooperative. No trouble at all. At least, not just now. I believe we can talk to beasts. Yes. Time with the beastie. Add a soul card to interact with the beast. I'd rather not have a chicken in my pocket, but... Anyways, Tuppence, the other chicken. Tuppence's most notable quality, all observers will agree, is that she is not Terrence. 2 scale, 1 sky, considerable beast, comfort, and cooperative. Alright, the gentle climate of Cornwall supports grapevines, harvest in spring and summer. Nourishing vegetables in summer and autumn. Okay, so I want to consider those. Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. Beehive. Bees, like librarians, are not to be trifled with. I'm doing my best. I'm sorry. Should I just put the other one in my inventory? Okay, so Maze Crazed Room. I don't think we're going to get the rose that we need. Likely we're just going to wait for a storm on the heart. This will end the beta. This is a nightmare. Actually, okay. I really need to work this one out now. 1 sky... So we can get 5 between a memory... Okay, so on a stormy day... Ooh, I probably need to go to bed after this, but... Okay. So on a stormy day, Mr. Kill has 1 sky, 4 from the storm, 1 from the astrolabe. So that's 6. That's 6 immediately available to us. So sustenance, drink, and material are the items that are available to me with Mr. Kill. So sky drinks have been a challenge. So I will maybe check the wine, and I will check the... there's definitely some kind of sky drink, because the game is referred to, when I needed sky to cure a disease, it said drink something, I think blue and effervescent. So we have obviously identified it as fizzy lifting drink, and that is the big reveal that this in fact takes place in the same universe as Roald Dahl's works. But that bombshell aside, let's... I'm looking in the wrong place. I want to find... Yeah, so Thyrsa's cordials don't help me with that. Solomon's preparations, not relevant. I keep saying I could have sworn there was some kind of sky drink, but no. Oh, here we go. Veiled Goddess Lapsang Sushong. Okay. So when we brew it, okay, so theoretically that's one sky. It's a start, okay. Actually, that cracks it open, because if we make that tea, oh, hang on. I know where that tea is. I've been using it for forge. Yep, we got 2 pots of it already. Okay, so that's an obvious candidate. So I could try and find Sky Sustenance, which I suspect is probably more accessible here. I wonder... Alright, so... We need the sky, right? So, you know, just one of these and the... Okay. A brief reprieve. Okay, but yeah. So there might be something here in terms of the garden. But even if I don't find sustenance, I do know, as long as Mr. Kill allows for another sky, or sorry, as long as sorry, I'm really falling over myself. As long as Mr. Kill accepts materials, which I don't know if that's a mistake or a change, I can give him flowers I pick in winter. And that's the big problem, is if the storm comes before winter, I don't think I have what it takes to get him where he needs to go. Oh, actually, no, because this is not a material. Okay, cool. I know what I need to know. Now we unpause and move ahead. So, Maze Cray's room requires the storm. Squawkful Logia... or Logia, again, I have no idea. Maybe. I don't have a clear idea on that one yet. The Collapsed Cellar is probably beyond me. Well, I say beyond me, but like... I'm... Sorry, I don't even remember what I was... Oh, right, gathering. I've completely run out of room for anything. I'll just keep it in my inventory. Yeah, so the obvious choice in a storm is open up the Maze Crazed room. I need to debate about whether or not I keep going, because it's 7.5 hours. This is now over double my usual runtime, and this is happening a lot with Book of Hours, which is a good sign, but it's also not good for me. So Here's what I think I'm gonna do. I'm gonna see what the season is, or I'm gonna see what the. Well, this is the funny thing, right? Because the game, like, unlike Cultist Simulator, this has very clear barriers between periods, right? If you exhaust all your elements of the soul, and your memories, like your memories reset at night, there's a very clear. So, like, the thing about Cultist Simulator is that because it sort of follows the idle game mechanics, there's always going to be sort of this. And this, by the way, I feel like this is just one of these like good game design things that like designers say to each other, because this is also something that I've seen in a Sid Meier talk, or maybe it was his book actually. I don't know if it was a talk, because he's given a good GDC talk as well. But like you've got in Cultist Simulator, I think one of the reasons why a lot of people say it's such an addicting game is that you have these timers, the spinning plates that someone in chat previously referred to. They're all sort of running, and they're all kind of starting and stopping at different times. And so there's never this one moment where it's like, this is the clear moment where I can stop playing. There's always kind of that next step that you're going to take, particularly on things like expeditions, among others. Now, oh, that's right. I think I had some packages to open, so that gives me something to do. This is also true for Civilization, although so far as I can tell, that was a deliberate choice for Civilization, in the sense that with Civilization, they wanted to make sure that there were sort of these overlapping goals, so like you never kind of got bored, or that like you never sort of felt the game was just sort of lurching from state to state. You have kind of these nice overlapping sort of intermediate long-term goals, and it works beautifully. Like, it's an amazing series. I'm never going to get tired of Civilization. But it's fair to say, right, if you consider Cultist Simulator, if you consider Civilization, these are both sort of rather famous for their like just one more turn sort of attitudes, even though, in the case of Cultist Simulator, it doesn't exactly count as a turn-based game, unless of course I'm playing, in which case I'll pause and talk like I am right now. Now, if you think about it, that argument cannot be made about Book of Hours. Book of Hours has its day. You get up in the morning, you take a look at the weather, you figure out what you want to do, you do what you can, but you are mortal. And I mean, maybe it gets different if I've been pretty stingy with the Tree of Wisdoms, specifically because of this whole regret minimization nonsense that I'm working on. We're coming to the end of that, by the way. Like, the chances for me to get books are basically the Maze Crowded Room, which this kind of looks like servants' quarters, so like maybe we did find one book in the servants' quarters here, so there may be, you can sort of see, there might be a book here or like a book here. By the way, I don't think I ever read the apples description. Gifts from the garden. Oh, basket of vegetables. So, yeah, maybe there's a book that I'll get out of that. There's a couple of, ones I might get lucky with, kind of up here. But like, the fact of the matter is that I've sort of run out, in terms of what I can do with my existing strength, I've run out of stuff that I can do. And I'm not going to just sit around waiting for Oriflammes to sell me a book. Even though I'm actually doing quite well Spintra-wise. As token-wise. So like, and again, like this, I have a feeling this is not the intended way to play the game, and I'm probably hurting myself by playing this way. But the aim is going to be, once I have decided to start committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms, what I want to do is I want to take a look at what I have available to me in all of these different shrines. So again, like if we take Furs and Feathers, we can see that this evolve via Nyctodromy. I could use Nyctodromy here to evolve my soul. Once you've committed a skill to Nyctodromy Wisdom, you can use that skill here to combine 3 identical soul cards to a greater one. But you must use a skill that you've attuned to that wisdom, and it'll work only once. So I don't know what increasing that particular element of the soul is, right? I don't know how powerful it makes it. It could actually be quite minor. But one of the advantages of having all of these skills uncommitted to the Tree of Wisdoms is that I get to choose. So like if I had something that would have given me core, you better believe I would have jumped on that immediately. I know I can get Fet, but the question is, well, what really am I going to get out of Fet, right? What problem does that solve for me that I can't solve through other means right now? But like again, this has worked well. This is how much of the house I've been able to unlock with being pretty stingy in terms of how I've committed the different skills. And there's a slight chance I might be able to get the sky necessary for this, and there's a reasonably good chance, given enough time, that I can make it through the Maze Craze room. But after that, I just simply have challenges that are too much for my existing skill set and my existing elements of the soul, and so that's the point where I'm going to want to seek other help. So, anyways, like I said, let's take a look at what the weather is. Sorry, we do want to talk with Mrs. Kill at least. Okay, rain. So, kind of wish that happened yesterday. Would have made things a lot easier with the gardener, orchard keeper. But it's nothing like there's no rooms are getting unlocked as a result of the weather. We'll probably try to make another ruin. God, what's it called? Rubywise Ruin. But I think our focus, I think our focus for tomorrow, and I can say tomorrow now, is going to be reading the books that I haven't yet. And I think the first candidate's going to be The Secret Colors. I may try and juggle things. Oh yeah, actually this is one other thing I haven't tried. How we can get rid of the Fifth Eye Curse. So I'm not going to commit too much to it, but if we say consider... so it needs 7 heart. We got 5. If only this was a different memory. It would be helpful to know if this is how I can get rid of the taint. Okay, that's going to be... I'm going to write a specific to-do list. So this will be how we wrap up for tonight. So, in terms of books that I might pursue later, we had a 14 Moon text. Was it this one, was it? No, because that's the rose. Okay, yes. So 14 Moon in the reading room. 8 forge in the library, 10 rose in the bedroom, 10 moon in the laboratory, or flood gallery. Just gonna send a quick note, bug report. I think this is a Looney Tunes reference, but I believe it's FUD. Mind you, the L is kind of close to the U. Anyways, we can. I said there was something in the tower. That's probably true, but there's definitely more than that. Now. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, sorry, I just need a second to write this down. Okay, so the church tower, this feels like quite a possible one, and I am short on moon, so sorry. I'm trying to keep some consistency in my notes. Okay, 12 moon, 12 heart seems a bit tough. But this is why we're doing this inventory, right? To see what's achievable and what isn't. Okay, chapter house. That is a 10 edge. So it's a little bit like Lantern in the sense that we can do it as long as we get a little lucky on the follow-ups. Instruments of the Heart is a little bit more difficult because we don't have core. The lack of core is definitely the thing that's sinking me here. Oh, hang on. I feel like in the Nave... Yeah, the Nave we have 2 books we haven't touched. So the 18 Winter isn't readable. Okay, that's why we haven't touched it. But 8 Scale. So 8 Scale is going to be a tricky one for the same reason that the Heart is tricky. The Chancel. By the way, not to relitigate this, but when it says shrine, so there is an argument, right, when you say, but it's referring the chancel as in the chancel of the church. No. Shrine St. Januarius, Shrine Madrigard, Shrine Watchman. Now, frustratingly, it does not show Shrine Menascate or Shrine Sun and Rags. So what I would like to do is see, is there an argument? Actually, I'm going to make a note of that. Is there a... So, like, is there an argument to be made between the men? Like, can I somehow connect St. Januarius to the Menascate? Specifically, maybe even say that St. Januarius is the Menascate. If so, the hour that's part of the chancel is the Sun and Rags. If not, well, again, we've gone over this. but yeah, that's kind of the reasoning here, is that it feels so. Right now, it feels like there's 2 missing shrines. I suspect what this is trying to tell me is that there's actually 1 missing shrine, and I'm trying to verify that by connecting the Menace Gate to the to St. Januarius. Anyways, it is definitely not the hour to be talking about this stuff. Okay. Although, maybe if I dream tonight, I'll figure this all out. Okay, so I think that covers it for the books that we haven't read. In terms of achievement, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 books in a language that we can read that we have not read. The ones that I think are achievable, as a rough estimate, 1... seven, but if I'm completely honest, 5. And that's probably 5 days worth of work, because if I'm lucky, I'll be able to do 2 a day. I think if I attempt 2 a day, I'm going to wind up regretting it. But all good things must come to an end, and I love this game, and I really appreciate all of you hanging out with me for this, but this was my day off. Oh my god. And I'm going to have I just saw the time. I'm going to have a really crummy day at work. But it was worth it. So, just a reminder for those of you who may be coming in an early at an early hour for you. It's technically an early hour for me now. This was Book of Hours. We are enjoying the solar beta, and it looks like they're actually going to be running it a little bit longer than expected, than the 9th. So I am very much looking forward to spending a little more time with you. Because it'll be running through the weekend, I actually really appreciated them replying to the tweet, because that was definitely not that. Like, I tagged the developer on a tweet mostly to let people, like, be, oh, I like this game, let me follow them. You've been by yourself in a lonely office for hours, and you kept me company with your dulcet tones. Thank you so much. No problem, Ellen Ripley. I actually really appreciate you hanging out for as long as you did. I promise to be back on my normal behavior in the Outworld Discord and other Twitch chats. Basically as soon as I hit stop streaming, because this is an act I can only sustain 3 broadcasts a week, and so I am already at my limit. But yes, so here's the intention. I have no intention of missing my Friday broadcast. I am probably going to have a very rough day because of the amount of sleep that I can get. It may mean that I stream late on Friday. I will stream on Friday, though, and it will be a full stream. It may not be an 8-hour stream, but it will be a full stream regardless of the time that I start. I need to knuckle down and get some stuff done on the weekend. And some of it was stuff that I wanted to try and do tonight, but let's face it, Book of Hours is wonderful. But I have made a commitment in terms of, when I deliver certain things. Part of that means I need to manage my own time well, and part of managing my own time well also means being able to manage it in a way that allows me to take advantage of the fact that there will be a weekend of Book of Hours. But for sure, on Friday there will be another entry, and as much as I can, I am going to try and do something over the weekend. But please just keep in mind that is not a promise that I'm in a position to make. I am going to be I'm going to be fighting for every second of free time that I can get over the weekend. And it's all good stuff. Like all of the stuff that I do is going to probably be stuff that people will like in terms of the in terms of broadcasts and other things that are related. But I need to make sure that I stay on top of things. Otherwise, it's just going to fall apart at the seams, and that is probably going to mean I start missing streams. So at the very least, we have another good session with Book of Hours for us, and I'm going to try and make it, if I can, 3 good sessions. But let's take it one day at a time. Let's see if somebody's online. I know Catico. Catico looks like they're still online, and yeah, we've lost most of the people, but that's fine. And then once Book of Hours is done, we'll be back to our usual things. I'll head back to oh, sorry, I didn't even see if somebody was doing Book of Hours. No. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we'll do Old World for Monday. There was an update to Godless, so I'm actually going to do another session of Godless on Wednesday, and then I really will get into Phantom Brigade again, because it has been a long time, and that is a very good game. But obviously I want to try and show the support, particularly for Godless, because I feel like that's a game that hasn't found its audience yet, and I really hope people give that a shot. I was surprised at how much I liked Auto Battlers after playing that. And then Friday is a little bit free. We used to do Cyberpunk, but that's been in the rearview mirror for a little bit, because Age of Wonders 4 is something I wasn't expecting to be able to play. But thank you all for watching again. Please treat Catico well. I have no idea how long she's going to be running, but she's continuing to do Silent Hill, but this time Silent Hill Origins. And a nice Australian lady with an absolutely charming kids who stop by in the middle of the stream sometimes. But yeah, anyways, I'm going to shut up now. Have a good night. We'll see you in the next one. Bye.